Chapter 201. Run away. At this moment, the young man's entire body was covered in golden light. A tortoise-shell-like, golden-round shield enveloped the young man's body, making him look like a golden-armored god of war. He looked quite mighty. However, the number of golden-round shields had been reduced from 8 layers to 1 layer. It was obvious that the power of the first 7 layers had been used up when the cave collapsed. Elder Hei-Xian's face twitched when he saw that there was still a layer of golden round shield on the surface of the young man's body. His face darkened. He had not expected the ordinary-looking young man to have such amazing combat strength. Even Huang Lin, who was at initial Human King realm, had been defeated by him. He knew very well that his strength was on par with Huang Lin. Since the young man in front of him could severely injure Huang Lin, it would not be difficult for the young man to defeat him. Thinking of this, cold sweat appeared on Elder Hei-Xian's forehead. He finally knew how troublesome the person he had offended was. At this moment, his heart was full of regret. If he had let Zhuowen go just now, there would be no trouble now. He had never thought that a warrior of the Yin Void realm, who had been ignored by them from the beginning, was actually an expert who hid his cultivation and killed Huang Lin in front of them. This person cannot be defeated by force. Elder Hei-Xian knew that since his secret spiritual skill, Golden Light Sword, couldn't penetrate Zhuowen's golden shield, then he had no chance of winning against Zhuowen. Thinking of this, Elder Hei-Xian suddenly cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Little brother, this old man has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I actually didn't see that you actually have such powerful strength. I hope little brother won't forgive me for offending you just now." "Little brother, didn't you say that you don't want to meddle in other people's business? What happened just now was my fault. So, for the sake of our Huang family, I hope that little brother will not meddle in our affairs. Naturally, we will not stop you." As soon as old man Hei-Xian said this, Lin Meiyu and her sisters turned pale with fright. Among them, Lin Meiyu, who had a steady personality, couldn't help but curse old man Hei-Xian for being shameless. Lin Meiyu also did not expect that Zhuowen actually possessed such powerful strength. Even Huang Lin had suffered a great loss at his hands. Her originally dim and despairing eyes once again glowed with a strange light. She knew that with Zhuowen's current strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to rescue them. He could even wipe out the entire Huang family. Lin Chaiyu's face was cold, but her beautiful eyes were staring at the young man at the entrance of the cave. The coldness in her eyes was now filled with shock and complexity. She thought back to a few days ago when she had saved the youth. Although the youth had thanked her out of courtesy, there wasn't much gratitude in his eyes. Now, she finally understood the meaning in the youth's eyes. It turned out that his strength was so strong. Her help back then was obviously unnecessary. Thinking of this, Lin Chayu revealed a self-deprecating smile. Lin Chayu, who had previously disliked Zhuowen, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. She stared at the deep pit not far away, where Huang Lin was gradually losing his breath. She finally realized that what she was seeing now was not an illusion, but reality. The youth in front of her, whom she had always looked down upon, suddenly displayed strength that made people's expressions change. Even Huang Lin, who was at the initial Human King realm, was no match for this youth. "Zhuowen, can you help us? If you can help us defeat the Huang family's troops, you will gain the friendship of our Lin family. Our Lin family will even reward you handsomely." Lin Meiyu suddenly opened her mouth and said in an urgent tone. When old man Hei-Xian heard this, his expression changed slightly. The mental strength in his body spread out like a wave and immediately sealed Lin Meiyu's mouth. Then he looked at Zhuowen with fear and said, "I believe that you are a wise man. I don't think that you will offend our Huang family for the sake of these people from the Lin family. You should know that our Huang family is the head of the 5 great families in the province, while the Lin family is ranked last." Old man Hei-Xian suddenly paused. Although he was quite afraid of Zhuowen's strength, He had the Huang family behind him. Therefore, he thought that the youth in front of him would not foolishly choose to go against the Huang family after hearing that they were from the Huang family. However, old man He Xian was obviously wrong. Zhuowen disliked being threatened the most. Moreover, old man He Xian's attitude towards him was not good. Therefore, bang! The golden light on the surface of Zhuowen's body suddenly became brighter, and the golden round shield suddenly became thicker. Then he stomped his feet on the ground and shot towards old man He Xian like an arrow. I'm sorry, I dislike being threatened the most. Therefore, it is not wise for you to threaten me. Old man He Xian's pupils shrank when he saw Zhuowen rushing towards him. He cursed and immediately turned around to flee. His speed was like a shooting star, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Old man He Xian's decisive action of fleeing stunned everyone. They did not expect old man He Xian to not even have the courage to fight. It was obvious that he was frightened by Huang Lin, who was easily defeated by Zhuowen. Moreover, old man He Xian's strength was almost the same as Huang Lin's. Humph! Do you think you can escape? Zhuowen snorted coldly. He first released the mental imprisonment on the three sisters of the Lin family. Then he stomped his feet and rushed towards old man He Xian. Lin Meiyu and the other two sisters immediately used their movement techniques and followed closely behind Zhuowen when they felt the mental imprisonment on their bodies disappear. After old man He Xian fled, the Huang clan seemed to have lost their backbone. They immediately scattered, like monkeys when the tree falls. Swoosh! In the dense thicket, there were two figures, one chasing and the other fleeing. Wherever they passed, many birds would fly away. Behind these two figures, there were three other beautiful figures following closely. Damn it! I can't let this person go. Otherwise, if I let him return to the provincial capital, he will definitely find out my identity. At that time, the Zhuo family will be in trouble. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at the fleeing figure in front of him. He knew that He Xian's status as a grade 3 Arcana Master was definitely not low in the Huang family. Since he had already formed an enmity with this person, the best way to deal with him was to eliminate him completely. Otherwise, if He Xian returned, he might really think of ways to deal with the Zhuo family. After all, Zhuowen's identity could be easily found out. He Xian's face was filled with malevolence when he saw the young man chasing after him. He shouted angrily, "Zhuowen, I will remember you. I will repay today's hatred 100-fold in the future. I have said that you will not live past today. Therefore, you must die today." Zhuowen's face was filled with ruthlessness. His speed increased, and he quickly closed the distance between the two of them. Seeing that Zhuowen was getting closer and closer, He Xian was so frightened that he did not dare to look back. Instead, he focused on escaping in front. Just as the few of them were chasing and escaping, a tall middle-aged man with bare arms was walking slowly in the forest, less than 100 miles away. His slightly raised eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Lin Xuanzhong, that old fart. To think that he still has something up his sleeves. He actually took out a spiritual treasure that could move him at the critical moment. Otherwise, I would have sent that old fart to his grave earlier. The middle-aged man cursed as he walked. It was Huang Zong. Originally, after Huang Lin led the Huang family to chase after Lin Meiyu and the others, the battle between Huang Zong and Lin Xuanzhong became even more intense. In the end, it reached its climax. Although both of them were at the perfect human king stage, Lin Xuanzhong was too old. His physical strength was not as good as Huang Zong's. In the end, Huang Zong found a flaw in Lin Xuanzhong's defense and took a full blow from Huang Zong. Lin Xuanzhong was ultimately defeated by Huang Zong. If it was not for the spiritual treasure that could move him for a short period of time, Lin Xuanzhong might have been killed by Huang Zong. There's the smell of blood? Looks like that old bastard is not far away. If I catch that old bastard this time, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. How dare he waste my time? However, Huang Lin and Elder He Xian should have caught the three Lin sisters by now. If we can kill Lin Xuanzhong this time, this mission will be perfect. As Huang Zong spoke, he followed the faint smell of blood in the air and used his movement technique to rush forward. After going around a few bushes, he arrived at an open space. At this moment, the smell of blood was at its thickest. He knew that Lin Xuanzhong was here. Sure enough, Lin Xuanzhong was leaning against a tree trunk in an inconspicuous corner of the open space. He panted as he looked at Huang Zong, who was slowly walking toward him. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he said, "It looks like I will not be able to escape death today. Old Master Lin Xuanzhong, I have said that your glory is long gone. Therefore, dying in my hands will not be a disgrace to your former glory." Huang Zong slowly walked toward Lin Xuanzhong. There was no urgency on his face as he spoke as if he was talking to a friend. "What a pity! If I take another step forward, I will be able to advance to the Earth King stage. At that time, my lifespan will be increased by 10 years. At that time, how can I allow a grasshopper like you to jump around in front of me?" Lin Xuanzhong replied helplessly, "What's the use of feeling pity? Now that you are going to die, remember my name. The person who is going to kill you is Huang Zong." At this point, Huang Zong stomped his foot and charged towards Lin Xian, who was leaning against the tree trunk. Endless yuan power gathered in his hands. "Huang Zong, hurry up and save me." Just as Huang Zong was about to kill Lin Xuanzhong, a familiar and panicked voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Huang Zong tilted his head and saw Elder He Xian running toward him in a panic. Elder He Xian kept looking behind him as he ran, like a cat with its tail between its legs. Huang Zong was even more confused when he saw Elder He Xian, who was running like a stray dog. He knew Elder He Xian's strength very well. He was a grade 3 Arcana Master. With Elder He Xian's strength, other than Lin Xuanzhong, no one in the Lin clan's team could threaten him. Moreover, the Huang clan's team had Huang Lin, who was at the initial Human King stage. In Huang Zong's opinion, capturing the rest of the Lin clan would be a piece of cake. However, Huang Zong had an ominous feeling when he saw Elder He Xian running away in a panic. Huang Zong shifted his gaze and looked behind Old Man He Xian. He wanted to see who exactly was the person who could turn Old Man He Xian into such a state. Chapter 202. Huang Zong. Not far behind Old Man He Xian, there was also a black figure swiftly rushing over. When Huang Zong's eyes shifted to the face of the black figure, a stunned expression immediately surfaced on his face. Because the person who chased after Elder He Xian was a 16-year-old boy. What was even more incredible was that he also knew this boy. He was actually an ordinary warrior of the Yin Void realm in the Lin family's team. What's going on? Why is He Xian being chased so miserably by a junior? Huang Zong frowned slightly and muttered softly. Lin Xuanzhong, who was leaning against the tree trunk, naturally heard Old Man He Xian's cry for help. He tilted his head and looked over in surprise. When he saw Old Man He Xian, he had a bad feeling. So it's Elder He Xian. No wonder you're so confident. You're willing to take the risk of falling out with the Lin family to exterminate us. To think that even a grade 3 Arcana Master would be invited over. Lin Xian coughed heavily and spoke in a rather gloomy manner. He knew that if Old Man He Xian joined them, the Lin family's team would be in a dire situation. However, he soon realized that something was wrong because he found that Elder He Xian's face was full of panic, and he looked back from time to time. Following Elder He Xian's line of sight, Zhuowen finally saw the young man who was constantly chasing behind him. This young man was none other than Zhuowen. Zhuowen? He had chased Elder He Xian into such a sorry state? Wasn't his strength only in the Yin Void realm? How did he do it? Lin Xuanzhong's mouth was slightly agape. His hands were trembling as he asked in disbelief. Whoosh! A whooshing sound appeared. Elder Haitian instantly arrived beside Huang Zhong. His face was terrifyingly pale. Elder Haitian, what is going on? Didn't you cooperate with Huang Lin to encircle and annihilate those people from the Lin family? How did he end up in such a sorry state? And the young man behind you is the warrior in the Yin Void realm in the Lin family's team? Looking at the flustered Elder Haitian, Huang Zhong's sense of foreboding became even more intense. Our Huang family's team is finished. Even Huang Lin is dead. Elder Haitian said with a trembling voice. Huang Lin is dead? How is this possible? He is a martial artist of the initial Human King realm. How can he die with such strength? Even the strongest member of the Chen clan, Lin Meiyu, should not have the strength to kill Huang Lin. Huang Zhong's round eyes widened in fury as he exclaimed, Huang Lin Xuanzhong's team killed Huang Lin Xuanzhong's team. Was killed Huang Lin Xian. Hei Xian's Hei Xian. Hei Xian was Xian 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 was still realm was Huang Lin Xian's. Huang Xian 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 Studio Xian 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 Xian. Xian Hei Xian's as Huang Xian's elder. He Huang Hei Xian's. Hearing Elder Hei Xian's words, Huang Zhong and Lin Xuanzhong couldn't help but gasp. Their pupils constricted as they looked at the rapidly approaching black figure. Lin Xuanzhong was stunned. He didn't expect Zhuowen to be so powerful. He knew that Zhuowen's Yin Void realm strength was just a disguise. It turns out that Zhuowen was hiding such a powerful strength. It seems that I misjudged him. Lin Xuanzhong said with a wry smile. However, his eyes were filled with a glint when he looked at Zhuowen. He knew that since Zhuowen was able to chase Elder Haitian until he was in such a miserable state, he was definitely not from the Huang clan. Whoosh! Zhuowen's speed was extremely fast. He arrived at the open space in an instant. He stood tall and straight, 10 meters away from Huang Zhong and Lin Xuanzhong. He didn't expect to meet Huang Zhong, the strongest member of the Huang family here. I met Huang Zhong. At this point, Zhuo Wenwei glanced at Lin Xuanzhong, who was leaning against a tree trunk. It seems like old master Lin Xuanzhong has been defeated. Zhuowen didn't expect that Huang Zhong and Lin Xuanzhong, both of whom were in the exceptional Human King realm, would be seriously injured by Lin Xuanzhong. It seemed that Huang Zhong was not simple. Whoosh! 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 Shortly after Zhuowen landed, 3 wind-breaking sounds were heard. Then, 3 beautiful figures appeared on the open space. They were Lin Meiyu and her sisters. When they saw that Lin Xuanzhong was severely injured, the 3 ladies were shocked. They quickly went to Lin Xuanzhong's side. Lin Meiyu frowned and asked, "Third uncle, how did you get injured?" "Huang Zhong is stronger than me. He has reached the half-step to Earth King realm. So, I am not his match," Lin Xuanzhong said helplessly. Was Huang Lin from the Huang family really killed by Zhuowen? Lin Xuanzhong frowned and asked doubtfully. The 3 girls looked at each other and nodded. Lin Meiyu said Huang Lin was indeed killed by Zhuowen. Moreover, Huang Lin and Elder Haitian couldn't do anything to him even when they joined forces. That guy is very strong. He has been hiding his strength all this time. Indeed, I didn't expect Zhuowen to have such strength at such a young age. With such talent and strength, he would be a dazzling genius even in the province. I didn't expect to meet such a talented genius in such a small place. Lin Xuanzhong sighed and looked at Zhuowen's back enviously. He knew that Zhuowen had a bright future if he could achieve such strength at such a young age. Lin Xian's praise caused the 3 ladies to involuntarily turn their gazes to a short distance away. There was a tall and straight figure that wasn't considered majestic. Their gazes were filled with a strong sense of complexity. Among them, Lin Xiaoyu was even more ashamed. Her beautiful eyes did not dare to look directly at Zhuowen's back. She recalled all the things she had done to Zhuowen in the past. She even openly mocked him for being weak. Now that she thought about it, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly realized how ridiculous she was. With Zhuo Wen's strength, why would he need the Lin family's protection? Moreover, it was the exact opposite. The Lin family was saved by the young man in front of her. Looking at Elder He Xian and Huang Zong, who were standing side by side in front of him, Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered. He knew that since he had killed Huang Lin, it could be said that he had formed a feud with the Huang family. The two people in front of him were of high status in the Huang family. If he let them go, it would be easy for them to find out about his relationship with the Zhuo family. They might even deal with the Zhuo family because of this. Therefore, in order to prevent his identity from being exposed, Zhuo Wen's only choice was to kill the two people in front of him. This was the safest way. Originally, I had no intention of becoming enemies with the Huang family. However, Elder He Xian wanted to kill me. Therefore, what I did just now could be said to be self-defense. However, now that I have formed a feud with the Huang family, I can only kill the two of you here to prevent my identity from being exposed. At this point, Zhuo Wen's eyes suddenly turned cold. There was a strong killing intent in the depths of his eyes. I am indeed surprised that you could kill Huang Lin. However, if you think that I am the same as Huang Lin, then you are very wrong. However, the fact that you can kill an initial human king proves that you are quite capable. However, this is as far as you can go. You are destined to die after killing the people of the Huang family. Huang Zong's face finally regained its calmness. He stomped his foot and a wave of yuan power poured out like a heavy mountain, shrouding the entire open space. Elder He Xian, let's kill this kid together. The people of the Huang family are not so easy to kill. Huang Zong turned his head and glanced at old man He Xian. He spoke faintly before he leaped and rushed toward Zhuo Wen. Upon hearing these words, Elder He Xian's spirit was shaken. Now that he had the backing of a half-step to earthly king stage expert like Huang Zong, Elder He Xian's confidence was greatly boosted. His pale face also regained some color. Kid, you are dead meat. No one who offends our Huang clan will have a good ending. Just now, you actually put me in such a miserable state. Later, I will pay you back double. Elder He Xian laughed coldly. He also followed behind Huang Zong and rushed toward Zhuo Wen. Old Master Lin, the four of you stay back for now. Let me deal with these two. Zhuo Wen was not afraid at all. He waved his hand and instructed Lin Xuanzhong and the other three behind him. Then he released 8 streams of mental energy from his Naiwen palace and surrounded his body. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body was like a spring as he brazenly charged toward Huang Zong and old man He Xian. Lin Xuanzhong and the other 3 people knew that they could not help at this time. They followed Zhuo Wen's instructions and retreated a few hundred meters. They hid in the bushes and watched the battle in the open space. Third uncle, if what you said is true, Huang Zong is a half-step to earthly king realm expert. Zhuo Wen is probably not his match. Moreover, there is a grade 3 arcana master like Elder He Xian eyeing him covetously. What should we do now? Lin Meiyu said helplessly, I am seriously injured and have less than 10% of my strength left. The 4 of you are too weak. You are no match for Huang Zong and Elder He Xian. Now, our only hope is Zhuo Wen. Only if Zhuo Wen wins this battle will we have a chance to survive. If he loses with our current state, we won't be able to escape from Huang Zong's grasp. Lin Xuanzhong smiled bitterly and helplessly. He knew that the 4 of them could only rely on the young man not far away. You must win. Lin Meiyu and the other 2 women looked at the back of Huang Zong and could not help but clench their fists and murmur in their hearts. On the open space, Zhuo Wen, who was surrounded by 8 golden round shields, looked coldly at Huang Zong and Elder He Xian, who were getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on his face. I did not expect that I would have to use this move before entering the ancient cave mansion. However, it is not a loss to deal with the 2 of you. Chapter 203. Shwe Lucille swoosh. The black-colored Nirvana demon flame and the blue-colored heaven terminus cold air immediately emerged from Zhuowen's hands, following which Zhuowen unceremoniously clasped his hands together. The two types of ice and fire energy immediately merged together. Under the cover of countless sparks, they transformed into a colorful energy ball. Bang! The moment the ice fireball was formed, a powerful aura that caused one to feel suffocated immediately covered the entire open space. Even the surrounding air seemed to have solidified. Let's decide life and death with one move. I still have to rush to the heaven terminus dark eye. Zhuowen said in an indifferent tone while holding the ice fireball in his hand. Huangzong and Elder Haixian were both stunned as they stared at the ice fireball in Zhuowen's palm. They could naturally feel that the ice fireball contained an unusual energy fluctuation. What exactly is the thing in this brat's hand? Why does it possess such a powerful aura? Huangzong's gaze hardened slightly. He stared at the ice fireball in Zhuowen's palm and asked fearfully, Huangzong, you should be careful. Huang Lin was killed by this move of this brat. That strange five-colored ball is not ordinary. Elder Haixian also saw the ice fireball in Zhuowen's palm. His expression changed slightly as he spoke. He still clearly remembered how miserable Huang Lin had ended up under this kind of explosion. Moreover, he faintly felt that the ice fireball that Zhuowen had used now was much stronger than before. Elder Haixian's feeling was not wrong. When Zhuowen killed Huang Lin, he had used the ice fireball that was a combination of ordinary grade ice and fire energy. Now he was using the man-grade ice and fire energy to create a truly powerful ice fireball. Its power was dozens of times stronger than before. Humph! Although this brat's body is a little strange, his cultivation level is merely at corporeal yang stage 8. Even with the support of 8 perfect tier, 2 mental energy, he is at most comparable to an advanced human king stage expert. Moreover, I have already reached the half step to earthly king stage. It is not difficult to capture this brat. Huangzong's endless yuan power immediately burst forth as he spoke. Both of his hands suddenly stretched out and a huge machete appeared in his hands. Clang! Suddenly pulling out the machete, Huangzong took a step in the air and his speed increased. In an instant he was above Zhuowen's head. Holding the machete in his hand, he slashed downwards. Mountain-splitting saber dipper! With a low roar, the machete in Huangzong's hand began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned into a huge blade that was dozens of feet long in the air. Moreover, the blade was wrapped in countless astral winds and blade qi that crisscrossed, as if even the air was about to be torn apart. Not far away, Lin Xian looked at the huge blade that extended from the void. His wrinkled face immediately changed and his expression became extremely ugly. It's actually the mountain-splitting blade. That's a high earth-tier armor technique. Even in the Huang family, it's a rare armor technique. I never expected that Huangzong would still have such a technique. Looks like he did not use his full strength when he fought with me. Lin Xuanzhong said with an ugly expression, Third uncle, can Zhuowen take this technique? Lin Chaiyu, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked with a cold expression on her face. However, while she was asking, Lin Chaiyu's beautiful eyes were filled with worry as she looked at the youth who was standing upright, not far away. Her pair of delicate fists were tightly clenched. Lin Xuanzhong looked strangely at Lin Chaiyu, who had suddenly opened her mouth to ask a question. In his impression, Lin Chaiyu had a cold personality. She was neither friendly nor friendly to anyone. Moreover, she was not good with words. It was the first time Lin Xuanzhong had seen her ask an outsider about something. Even Lin Meiyu and Lin Xiaoyu, who were standing beside him, looked at Lin Chaiyu with a strange expression. Obviously, the two of them were surprised by Lin Chaiyu's current behavior. Feeling the gazes of the three people, Lin Chaiyu's eyes flashed slightly. Her crystal-clear cheeks revealed a trace of crimson, but this trace of crimson was quickly replaced by a cold expression. Actually, I don't know either. After all, Huangzong is a half-step to earthly king stage expert. Now that he has used a high earth tier armor technique, its power is self-evident. The power of Zhuowen's multicolored spear cannot be underestimated either. Even I am not sure who is stronger between the two of them. Lin Xuanzhong's mouth revealed a trace of a bitter smile. He knew that since Huangzong had used a high earth tier armor technique, the former believed that Zhuowen was indeed very difficult to deal with. After all, Huangzong had not used such an armor technique when they fought. Boom! While Lin Xuanzhong and the other three watched from afar with fear and trepidation, Zhuowen, who was on the open ground, gently tossed his right hand. The ice fireball was like a meteor as it streaked across the void and violently collided with a huge blade in the void. Immediately, a monstrous explosion resounded, destructive energy spread out from the void, and ripples appeared in the void. Under these ripples, endless air waves accompanied by strong winds swept across the entire open ground. Countless trees within 100 miles of the open ground were uprooted and turned into fine powder under the powerful energy. Under the powerful energy aftermath, Lin Xuanzhong and the other three, who were 100 miles away, staggered and almost lost their balance. So powerful! Looking at the destructive energy fluctuation in the void, Lin Xuanzhong and the other three could not help but exclaim. Even they had never seen a collision of this level. Elder He Xian had already retreated 100 miles away when he saw that the timing was not right. His eyes were immediately filled with shock as he looked at the ruins within 100 miles of the empty ground. He had never imagined that the fight between the two of them would actually create such a huge commotion. I did not expect Zhuowen to be able to fight with Huangzong, who is a half-step to earthly king. This is beyond my expectations. Elder He Xian's eyes flickered, and there was no longer a trace of pride on his face. He realized that he had once again underestimated Zhuowen's strength. Bang! 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 A series of explosions suddenly burst forth in the sky. Immediately, the void exploded with colorful lights. Huangzong's pupils shrank when he saw that the huge blade in the void had actually started to sway under the explosion. Crack! A crisp sound resounded through the void. Huangzong's narrowed pupils shrank again until they were as small as needles. In the reflection of his eyes, he could see that the surface of the huge blade in the void had actually started to crack. The crack spread out like a spider web, and finally it broke apart Poochie. A strong recoil force was like a whip kick that violently hit Huangzong's chest. Under the strong force, Huangzong was like a falling meteor. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight down. Boom! A huge pit suddenly appeared on the hard open ground, and dust filled the air 100 miles away. Elder He Xian's eyes suddenly widened, and his face became extremely pale. He looked at the broken blade in the void in disbelief, and the dispirited figure in the huge pit below in the open space, advanced earthly armor skill. Mountain splitting blade aura! It was actually broken. Huangzong is actually not a match for this kid. Elder He Xian's lips trembled slightly as he exclaimed. On the other side, Lin Xuanzhong and the other three suddenly became quiet. Only the sound of rapid breathing could be heard among the four of them. Huangzong lost? In the end, Lin Xuanzhong spoke out everyone's thoughts. He stared blankly at the huge pit in the open ground and the young man who was still standing on the ground, and said in disbelief, "This guy is actually so strong that even Huangzong is not a match for him? Looks like our crisis this time is over. This time, Zhuowen has saved us. Looks like we have to thank him properly." Lin Meiyu's originally tense face also relaxed as she said with a smile, "Meiyu is right. The reason we were saved this time is all because of little brother Zhuowen. It would not be right if we did not show our gratitude." Lin Xuanzhong also recovered from his shock and said with a joyful expression, "Dang, dang, dang." The clear sound of footsteps slowly sounded from the empty ground. Zhuo Wen slowly walked towards the huge pit in the middle. His expression was indifferent as he looked at the dispirited and listless Huang Zong in the pit and said in an indifferent voice, "Do you have any last words?" At this moment, Huang Zong's clothes were torn and countless wounds were densely packed on his body. Blood spurted out like a fountain and actually accumulated in the pit. Slowly turning his head, Huang Zong's eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness as he said, "Zhuo Wen, I have said before that those who kill my Huang family members will not have a good ending. Even if I die, I will not let you off." When these words were spoken, a trace of an ominous feeling flashed across Zhuo Wen's heart. His feet lightly stepped and he wanted to quickly retreat. However, Huang Zong suddenly had the strength from somewhere. His right hand clenched and pinched Zhuo Wen's ankle. At the same time, Huang Zong's left hand drew a strange blood-colored symbol on Zhuo Wen's forehead. Once the blood-colored symbol was formed, it turned into a bloody glow. With a swoosh, it actually entered Zhuo Wen's forehead and turned into a blood-colored symbol on his forehead. "Damn it!" Zhuo Wen shouted angrily. His right palm suddenly slammed on Huang Zong's forehead and completely killed him. His right leg swung, and Huang Zong's right hand was flung away. Blood seal? Huang Zong actually risked his life to use such a sinister secret technique. Lin Xuanzhong also saw the scene on the empty ground. Looking at the blood-colored symbol on Zhuo Wen's forehead, he turned pale with fright. On the empty ground, Zhuo Wen held his forehead as beads of cold sweat involuntarily appeared. His expression was extremely gloomy. "What exactly is this thing? It's actually stuck to my forehead and even affected my spiritual power?" When the blood seal was formed on Zhuo Wen's forehead, Zhuo Wen could feel that the mental energy in his Naiwen palace seemed to be blocked. It was somewhat difficult for him to activate it. "Kid, this thing is very troublesome. If this Dragon Lord's guess is correct, this should be a secret technique that seals your mental energy. It seems like that guy was actually hiding something before he died." Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Chapter 204. Leave. Even I have never heard of such a secret technique. However, Lin Xuanzhong, whom you saved, might have a way. After all, that fellow is also one of the 5 great clans in the prefecture. He should have some understanding of the Huang clan, which is also one of the 5 great clans. At this point, Xiao Hei changed the topic and said, "But you should deal with the fish that escaped the net first." Nodding slightly, Zhuo Wen tilted his head and looked at Elder He Xian, who was hiding in the distance. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "I have the same intention." As he spoke, he stomped on the ground and shot toward Elder He Xian, like an arrow that was shot from a bow. Elder He Xian had long been scared out of his wits by Zhuo Wen's powerful aura. Moreover, due to the huge impact of the ice fire just now, he was also affected and suffered quite a few internal injuries. Therefore, Zhuo Wen killed Elder He Xian, who was at his wits' end in a few moves. Moreover, he took the opportunity to take the Qiankuan bag from the latter's waist. After dealing with Elder He Xian, Zhuo Wen came to the side of Huang Zong's corpse and unceremoniously took his Qiankuan bag, holding the 2 Qiankuan bags in his hands. Zhuo Wen quickly scanned through the contents of the Qiankuan bags. To his surprise, he found the secret spirit skill Golden Light sword in Elder He Xian's Qiankuan bag. This made Zhuo Wen quite excited. Zhuo Wen naturally knew the power of the Golden Light sword. It was a powerful secret skill that could almost penetrate a middle-grade soul treasure. Back in the cave, Zhuo Wen had used 8 strands of mental strength to condense a golden shield to completely block it. However, 7 of the shields had been destroyed in the process, leaving only the innermost, one undamaged. From this point alone, one could see how powerful the secret technique was. Moreover, Zhuo Wen possessed the heaven-defying 10,000 amplification scripture. With the 10,000 amplification scriptures, limitless differentiation effect, and his other secret spirit skills, he was able to display an extremely frightening might. Take Zhuowen as an example. At this moment, Zhuowen had 8 strands of mental energy in his body. Therefore, after Zhuowen cultivated the golden light sword, he could release 8 powerful golden light swords. Apart from this set of secret spirit skill, which was relatively precious, the rest of the items in Elder He Xian's Qinkuan bag were relatively ordinary. However, the items in Huang Zhong's Qinkuan bag disappointed Zhuowen. There were not many items in Huang Zhong's Qinkuan bag, and to Zhuowen they were basically useless items. However, after searching, Zhuowen still found a defensive soul treasure. This defensive numinous treasure was a piece of inner armor. Its surface was made of interwoven snow-white silk. It was quite comfortable and smooth to the touch. Judging from the aura of this numinous treasure should be a middle-level numinous treasure. No wonder he's the leader of the 5 great families in the prefecture. The person he casually sent out has a middle-grade numinous treasure. It seems like our Rot-Tan armor city cannot be compared to the prefecture. Smacking his lips, Zhuowen did not stop dripping his blood on the inner armor. During the process, Zhuowen also found out that this inner armor was called the Ice Silk Armor. The ancient cave mansion was an extremely dangerous place for Zhuowen. If he wanted to obtain benefits from it, he had to become stronger. Now that Zhuowen had obtained the Ice Silk Armor and the Golden Light Sword secret technique, Zhuowen's life was undoubtedly another layer of protection. After Zhuowen finished checking the Qinkuan bag, Lin Xuanzhong had already led the 3 Lin sisters to Zhuowen's side. Looking at Huang Zhong's glaring eyes in the deep pit, the 4 of them could not help but tremble violently. Therefore, they had seen from afar that Huang Zhong was indeed killed by Zhuowen. However, when they came closer and saw Huang Zhong's corpse, the 4 of them were still shocked. After all, a half-step, earthly king stage practitioner had fallen in front of them. This in itself was enough to make one tremble. At the same time, Lin Xuanzhong and the other 3 looked at Zhuowen with reverence. After all, to be able to kill a half-step, earthly king stage practitioner by himself, one could see how powerful Zhuowen was. Thank you, little brother Zhuowen, for your help this time. If it weren't for you, the few of us would really have been annihilated by the Huang family. Lin Xuanzhong walked to Zhuowen's side and thanked him in an extremely courteous manner. Lin Xuanzhong was so polite because of the powerful strength Zhuowen had displayed. Furthermore, Zhuowen was still so young. Lin Xuanzhong knew that Zhuowen's potential was not inferior to their Lin family's strongest genius. Zhuowen waved his hand and said with a smile, "I didn't mean to. There's no need to thank me. Zhuowen, you don't have to be humble. You saved the 4 of us this time, so we will naturally remember this kindness," Lin Xuanzhong said solemnly. After he finished speaking, Lin Xuanzhong took out a golden token from his Qinkuan bag and handed it to Zhuowen with a solemn expression. He said, "My life was saved by you, so you are my benefactor." This token is called the teleportation token. Although it is only a middle-rank spiritual treasure, its effect is very special. It allows you to teleport to any place within 1,000 miles. However, this teleportation can only be used once a day. When Lin Xuanzhong took out the token, the 3 sisters of the Lin family were shocked. Among them, Lin Xiaoyu frowned and said, "Third uncle, this token is your." However, before Lin Xiaoyu could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lin Xuanzhong. He said indifferently, "My life was saved by little brother Zhuowen. Is this thing not enough to repay my life?" Since Lin Xuanzhong had said so, the 3 sisters of the Lin family did not say anything. They only looked at Zhuowen enviously as he took the teleportation token. Clearly, this token was not ordinary. Zhuowen naturally saw their expressions. Moreover, from the solemn expression on Lin Xuanzhong's face, he knew that this token was definitely something very important to Lin Xuanzhong. Zhuowen also had a good impression of Lin Xuanzhong's dedication and loyalty. Although he wanted to refuse, Lin Xuanzhong was very stubborn and insisted that Zhuowen accept the teleportation token. Zhuowen naturally did not dare to refuse. Moreover, Zhuowen also coveted the teleportation effect of the teleportation token. After all, if he was in a life or death situation, using this thing to teleport away would be very effective. After accepting the teleportation token, Zhuowen was in a good mood. He said to Lin Xuanzhong, "Since things have come to this point, I will not hide it anymore. Actually, I am Zhuowen from the Zhuo family in Rotan Armor City. I am here for the ancient cave mansion. You are indeed the genius from the Zhuo family in Rotan Armor City. When we first met you, we saw that you were only at the Yin Void realm and thought that you were just someone with the same name. I did not expect you to really be the Zhuowen who has been the talk of Rotan Armor City recently," Lin Meiyu suddenly said. Zhuowen nodded slightly and admitted his identity. At the same time, he looked at Lin Xuanzhong and asked seriously, "Senior, do you recognize the blood seal on my forehead?" Lin Xuanzhong looked at Zhuowen's forehead and sighed. "You have indeed been hit by Huangzong's blood seal." "Blood seal? What exactly is this thing?" Zhuowen asked in confusion. The blood constriction seal is actually a rather insidious secret technique. This secret technique requires the caster to use his life's essence, blood, and cultivation to congeal this blood constriction seal, and then use it on the enemy as a desperate measure. In other words, once the caster uses this secret skill, he will definitely die, Lin Xuanzhong said seriously. Furthermore, the blood choke seal will stick to the forehead of the victim. This kind of seal is quite strange. It will continuously absorb the blood essence energy of the victim's body. After 49 days, the victim's blood essence will be sucked dry and they will die. When Zhuowen heard this, his face suddenly became very ugly. He frowned slightly and said, "Since Senior knows about the blood seal, does Senior know how to remove it?" The blood seal is a secret skill of the Huang family. It is very insidious, and the only way to remove this blood seal is to consume the blood chi nether grass, which can completely erase the blood seal. Moreover, the blood chi nether grass can also help you transform the essence of the blood seal into your body, which can help you break through your cultivation. When Lin Xuanzhong said this, he smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, the blood chi nether grass is an extremely rare medicinal ingredient among the 5th grade elixirs. Therefore, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to find this elixir. However, according to this old man's guess, the elixir garden in the ancient cave is still intact. I think that there should be this blood, chi, nether grass in the ancient cave." When he heard this, Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. He finally knew how difficult it was to deal with the blood seal. If he did not remove it, Zhuowen would die in 49 days. "It seems that we must go to the ancient cave. Senior, your goal this time is also the ancient cave. Why don't we go to the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye together?" Since there was a solution in the ancient cave, Zhuowen did not have much worry in his heart. Instead, he cupped his hands and invited Lin Xuanzhong and the other 3. However, what made Zhuowen surprised was that Lin Xuanzhong waved his hand and said, "We will not go. This time I am seriously injured and my strength is less than 10%. If I enter the ancient cave now, I am afraid that I will die. Moreover, my duty this time is to protect Meiyu and the other 2 sisters. Since I have not recovered from my injuries, I will not be able to protect the 3 of them. Since that is the case, we will part ways here. Then the 4 of you, take care." Zhuowen did not hesitate. He cupped his hands and headed towards the depths of the forest. "Little brother, take care too. The ancient cave is filled with danger. Be careful. Also, if you come to the province capital one day, you must come to our Lin family as a guest. This old man will definitely treat you well." Looking at Zhuowen's departing figure, Lin Xuanzhong shouted loudly. The young man in the distance waved his hand and agreed. Chapter 205. 3 Marquises. Ever since he had parted ways with Lin Xuanzhong and the other 3, Zhuowen had been rushing towards the heaven fiend Dark Eye. With his familiarity with the Annihilation Forest, Zhuowen finally arrived at the open space where the heaven fiend Dark Eye was located after a day. But when Zhuowen reached the heaven fiend Dark Eye, he was awed by the fiery atmosphere here. The open space in front of Tian Shaming was thousands of miles wide. It could be said to be extremely spacious. However, such a spacious open space was filled with tents. Around the tents were endless figures. It looked like countless locusts had passed through. As he gazed at the densely packed crowd, Zhuowen involuntarily smacked his lips. Looks like the attraction of the ancient cave dwelling was truly great. It had actually attracted so many factions. Zhuowen saw many local factions within Vine Armor City, but he also saw many factions that he did not recognize. Evidently, these factions had hurried over from the province capital. Zhuowen's arrival didn't attract too much attention. After all, a lone ranger like Zhuowen naturally wouldn't receive the attention of the other factions. In their opinion, lone rangers wouldn't amount to much. However, in a tent not far away from Zhuowen, a dark and cold gaze stared straight at Zhuowen, who had appeared on the empty ground. Deep within that gaze, there was a deep killing intent. The owner of this cold gaze was a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. If Zhuowen saw this person, he would probably recognize him as the sect master of the Yin-sifting sect, Ing Shuelua, whom he had met in the last slot battle. Ing Shuelua's tent was quite remote. At this time, dozens of people had already gathered there. A white-haired old man in his 70s came to Ing Shuelua's side. Following the latter's line of sight, he also saw Zhuowen, who had just arrived. The old man said in a low voice, "Sect Master, is this kid the Zhuowen who helped the city Lord Mansion win the quota?" "Yes. I did not expect that this brat would be so bold as to barge into the ancient cave mansion alone. However, this is also good. This brat has destroyed my children. I will make him pay the price." Ing Shuelua's face darkened as he said, coldly, "Sect Master, why don't we get rid of this brat now?" The white-haired old man asked in a low voice. The coldness in his eyes intensified. "There are too many people here. It's not easy to deal with him. Moreover, this brat can fight with a human king realm warrior with the art of the world realm. He must have many secrets. Once we enter the ancient cave mansion, we'll have plenty of chances. At that time, I'll take away this brat's life and all his secrets," Ing Shuelua said with a cold snort. At the same time, he began to look. He Shuelua, while Shuelua Shue was Shue Shuelua was the sect master. Is Luen? Is World Studio? From these conversations, Zhuowen learned a lot about the ancient cave mansion. It turned out that the ancient cave mansion was hidden in the deepest part of the heaven fiend Dark Eye. In the depths of the endless cold air, there was a layer of restriction set up by an ancient expert. Even though this layer of restriction was much weaker than before due to the passage of time, it still wasn't something that an ordinary cultivator could break through. Only an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator possessed the strength to break through such a restriction by themselves. However, Mu Qin Marquis had made it clear that warriors of the Ultimate King Realm were not allowed to intervene. Therefore, several forces in the prefecture sent warriors at the peak of the Heavenly King Realm to join forces to break the restriction of the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. Lingju, who came with the 9th Commandery Princess last time, was the main force in breaking the restriction. The only forces in the prefecture that could send warriors at the peak of the Heavenly King Realm were the 3 marquises of the prefecture, the Imperial Sword Sect, and the Jade Lady Star Court. As Zhuowen listened to the discussions of the surrounding warriors, time gradually flowed by. As Zhuowen listened to the discussions, he pondered on how he should search for the blood chi nether grass after entering the ancient cave. After all, the blood seal on his forehead was the most important problem for Zhuowen to solve. When the scorching sun in the sky rose to its highest point, a rumbling sound suddenly resounded from the distant horizon. The moment the sound of breaking air rang out, the yuan power of the world suddenly surged and showed signs of boiling. Zhuowen looked up at the sky. In the horizon, a huge ship with a dragon's head was like a mountain. It was like a meteor breaking through the sky. Wherever it passed, there was a deafening sound of explosion. "Is that the Chenglong?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at the dragon's head ship that was speeding towards him from the horizon. He knew that Lu Yuanhua and the other members of the House of Marquis Qin were all on this high-grade spiritual treasure ship. Zhuowen naturally would not forget the humiliation that Lu Yuanhua had brought to the Zhuo family in Rotan Armor City. When the Chenglong vehicle cut through the void and appeared in the sky, everyone on the empty ground sensed its presence. Immediately, numerous astonished gazes were cast over. Whoosh! Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the Chenglong broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. When the Chenglong's huge body finally appeared in the sky above everyone was shocked by the size of the ship. In front of the huge Chenglong, all of the practitioners on the open ground were as tiny as ants. When the Chenglong came to a complete stop in the air above the open ground, everyone's eyes gathered on the dragon's head. There, a young man in purple robes stood firmly with his hands behind his back. A cool breeze blew over, causing his long hair to flutter. He appeared free and easy without losing any of his luxurious aura. Many people were impressed by his aura. On the dragon's head, the purple-robed man slightly lowered his head. His calm eyes looked down at the various factions on the open ground, after which he withdrew his gaze. There was nothing worth lingering over there. The members of the House of Marquis Qin have arrived. That is the leader of the House of Marquis Qin this time, Mu Qin Marquis' third son, Lu Yuanhua. I heard that he has reached the perfect earthly king stage at such a young age. As they looked at the purple-robed man on the dragon's head, everyone on the open ground burst into an uproar. Many people's eyes were filled with excitement. Lu Yuanhua. Zhuowen stared straight at the purple-robed man on the dragon's head. He could see the indifference in Lu Yuanhua's eyes towards everyone below, or rather, it was a kind of disregard. Of course, with Lu Yuanhua's strength, he indeed had the qualifications to do so. A practitioner who could reach the perfect earthly king stage at such a young age was one of the few existences in the entire Muqin County. Even though Zhuowen was rather unhappy with Lu Yuanhua, he still acknowledged the latter's strength in his heart. After all, Zhuowen had exchanged blows with the former back in Rotan Armor City. The result naturally made Zhuowen feel somewhat dejected. Even though Zhuowen had created a true ice fire, it was only able to injure Lu Yuanhua's palm. Moreover, that was already Zhuowen's strongest move. "Brat, looks like you are unwilling to accept this. However, you are still young. Moreover, the strength of your ice fire can at the very most cause great harm to a human king stage practitioner. It is likely that it will be a little beyond your ability to deal with an earthly king stage practitioner. In that case, there is no need to even mention the even more powerful heavenly king stage practitioner." Xiao He seemed to have sensed the dejection in Zhuowen's heart as she suddenly opened her mouth to speak. "I know that I will one day defeat Lu Yuanhua and snatch the gravity tower that our clan has lost from his hands. Moreover, the strength of the ice flame holy symbol also needs to be raised. Looks like I need to go and find an even higher grade ice and fire energy. Currently, the Nirvana demon flame and the heaven terminus cold chi are unable to provide much help." Zhuo, when inhaled a deep breath of air and said softly, "Actually, at the end of the day, it is still because your ice-fire holy symbol is incomplete. If it was a complete ice-fire holy symbol, the ice-fire energy within it could continuously evolve into a higher-grade energy by swallowing other energy. It would not be like now where you still need to go and find ice-fire energy." Xiao Hei's voice was a little helpless as she spoke. "Lu Yuanhua, you have come so early." A thunder-like, loud laughter suddenly rumbled across the sky just as everyone was shocked by the Chunglong. After which, everyone saw a golden light break through the sky and arrive. A powerful aura also spread across the sky. The golden light broke through the sky and the natural yuan power shook. Finally, the golden light was suspended in the sky and transformed into an enormous golden lawn bird. A group of human figures stood on the lawn bird. At the leader of this group of human figures was a young man with a strong body. Both of his arms were bare, and he was carrying an enormous long blade on his back. His body was straight, appearing just like a long spear that was standing in the sky. Su Mu of the Marquis of Baichuan's mansion, Zhuowen muttered as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the arrogant young man on the lawn bird. Zhuowen was also familiar with Su Mu. Back in Rotan Armor City, Su Mu was on Lu Yuanhua's. Changlong Zhuowen did not expect Su Mu to have a mount after not seeing him for a few days. Looking at the lawn bird under Su Mu's feet, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. This was because he realized that the lawn bird was actually a level 3 yuan beast. In other words, this yuan beast alone was not weaker than an ordinary human king, realm warrior. Su Mu, aren't you also quite early? I just arrived and you followed behind, Lu Yuanhua said as he calmly glanced at Su Mu with his hands behind his back. Oh, the house of Marquis Qin and the Marquis of Baichuan's mansion have both arrived. Sai, why are you all so early? A somewhat mocking voice suddenly came from afar. Then, a black figure suddenly flew over from afar and arrived at the open space in an instant. The people below also looked over and saw a giant python with a pair of wings on its back that was dozens of feet long. It was flapping its wings as it slowly stopped in the air. An extremely powerful aura swept out from the giant python's body. There was also a group of people on the giant python. On the head of the giant python, a blue-robed man stood with a smile. The man's face was devilishly handsome. In terms of appearance, he was much prettier than some young girls. He was waving a feather fan in his hand slowly, exuding a noble elegance. That is the crown prince of the Marquis of Yongxing's mansion, Qin Hui. He is also a first-class genius. Chapter 206. Break the seal. The gathering of the three most powerful factions in the province immediately caused an uproar on the empty ground. Everyone's eyes were fiery as they stared at the three great factions in the sky. Being able to see powerful factions like the three marquises of the province in Rotan Armor City was already an eye-opener for some of the factions. Whoosh! Not long after the three marquises' forces had gathered, two resplendent beams of light streaked across the sky, shooting straight towards the heaven fiend dark eye like meteors. Looks like the Imperial Sword faction and Jade Lady Starcourt are also here. On the dragon's head, Lu Yuanhua clasped his hands behind his back as a light flashed across his eyes. Just as LV Yuanhua's voice faded, two streaks of light instantly appeared in the sky. Two more groups appeared on the empty ground. One of the groups was filled with people wearing long black robes. Moreover, each of them carried a long sword on their back. What was even more bizarre was that each person in this group was standing on a long sword and flying through the air. The Imperial Sword faction. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he stared at the group in the sky and spoke with envy. The Imperial Sword sect, as its name implied, was famous for its imperial sword technique. It was said that the experts of the Imperial Sword sect could single-handedly control a long sword to take the head of a general in an army of 10,000. The other team was quite pleasing to the eye. Because the disciples of the Jade Lady Astral Court were all female, the team they sent this time was made up of young and beautiful girls. The leader of the Jade Lady Astral Court this time was a woman with a veil covering her face. She wore a light blue dress and had a graceful figure. The leader of the ruling sword school was a young man in his 20s. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was handsome. His tall and straight body stepped on the sword like a peerless sword. Brother Lu, Brother Su, Brother Qin, long time no see. The three of you have come quite early, The man with the sword cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that the one who came this time would be Brother Guang Mo. I thought that your imperial sword gate would send Brother Zhu Qi." Lu Yuanhua rubbed his palms together as he spoke with a faint smile. Eldest senior brother is at a critical juncture of his seclusion, so he naturally can't make it. Although my strength is slightly inferior, with this sword it should be more than enough to explore the ancient cave. The man with the sword was called Guang Mo, and he was the second disciple of the Imperial Sword School. His strength was second only to the Imperial Sword School's eldest disciple, Zhu Qi, and he was already at the mastery of the Earth King realm. Guang Mo faintly smiled as he retrieved a green long sword from his Qingkuan bag. The moment the sword appeared, an extremely powerful aura instantly spread out, enveloping the entire space within it, following which a clear and melodious sword cry instantly spread out. Awoo! The shadow of a giant dragon that was hundreds of feet long condensed in the void behind Guang Mo with a sword cry. Green separation sword? I did not expect that Brother Zhu Qi would even hand over this sword to you. Looks like your Imperial Sword Gate is also unwilling to be outdone in the fight for the ancient cave mansion this time around. When Lu Yuanhua saw the green long sword in Guang Mo's hand, his expression changed slightly as he said, "However, what really surprised me is that the Jade Lady Starcourt actually sent Miss Qing Lian over. With Miss Qing Lian's strength, this ancient cave mansion is bound to be won." Lu Yuanhua smiled as he looked at the Jade Lady Starcourt's side. His gaze was filled with dread as he spoke. "Young Master Lu, you think too highly of Qing Lian. You are all the top young warriors in Muqing County. Even Qing Lian would find it difficult to gain anything this time around." A light voice slowly resounded from the Jade Lady Starcourt's team. This voice was extremely beautiful, as if it had a special magical power, causing many people in the empty space to reveal a dazed and intoxicated look. What a powerful woman! Zhuo Wen's mind had similarly sunk into a momentary daze because of this voice. However, he quickly regained his senses. Immediately, a shocked expression surged into his eyes. His gaze hardened as he stared at the graceful lady in the sky. His expression was filled with intense fear. Boy, this woman is very strong, much stronger than Lu Yuanhua. It seems that the ancient cave mansion this time is really a gathering of experts. Xiao Hei's voice rang out at this time. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen gazed at the graceful figure in the sky. He knew that this woman's strength had most likely reached the heavenly king realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this casual voice to cause Zhuowen to fall into a momentary daze. Miss Qing Lian is too modest. If we are talking about the real top person, I'm afraid only Miss Qing Lian is the one. The graceful Qin Hui waved his feather fan and spoke rather elegantly. However, his gaze was filled with passion as he looked at Qing Lian. After all, as long as one was a man, they would be tempted by such a beautiful woman. Qing Lian smiled sweetly. Her eyes, which were as bright as stars, turned towards L.V. Yuanhua. She softly said, "Since everyone is here, let's begin to break the seal." "All right." Lu Yuanhua's originally cold face softened as he nodded his head. His gaze towards Qing Lian was also filled with passion. After all, regardless of whether it was her graceful temperament or her graceful figure, they could be said to be perfect. Even Lu Yuanhua was tempted by such a perfect woman. Hearing Lu Yuanhua's words, the other three nodded their heads. "Since we have started, let's start quickly." Su Mu was the fastest to act. He suddenly pulled out the large blade on his back and pushed his right hand forward. The large blade trembled violently as a bright golden light condensed on the blade. Finally, it transformed into a huge golden blade shadow and violently shot out. Boom! Boom! As the blade shadow shot out, it brought about a series of explosions along the way. Its aura was astonishing. Whoosh! The instant Su Mu made his move, Qin Hui, who was standing on top of the giant python, gently waved the feather fan in his hand with a smile. It directly formed a wave in the air. Within the wave, surging yuan power filled the air. Go! Qin Hui waved the feather fan in his right hand. The monstrous wave was like a giant wave that crossed the sky. Buzz! Guang! Mo stomped his foot, and the giant sword under his feet rapidly rotated. Finally, it transformed into a sword light that pierced through the air and directly shot out. Buzz! Lu Yuanhua slightly raised his head. His right hand gently pinched the air as a huge yuan power vortex appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, the yuan power vortex transformed into a giant dragon that pierced through the sky and whizzed out. Compared to Lu Yuanhua and the other three's attack, Qing Lian's attack was rather calm. She waved her hand, and the endless starlight under her feet split into specks of starlight that silently shot towards the heaven fiend Dark Eye. When the five of them made their move, the yuan power in the area began to violently boil. Many people on the open ground were amazed. To be able to use yuan power to such an extent, it was likely that only those who had stepped into the Earth King stage and above could do so. An Earth King stage warrior is indeed incomparable to a human King stage warrior. They are actually able to use yuan power to such an extent. Zhuowen took a deep breath. He knew that an Earth King stage warrior was able to use the yuan power of heaven and earth. Every move of theirs contained great power. It was no wonder that when Zhuowen used the ice flame, it only caused some superficial wounds on Lu Yuanhua. Zhuowen knew that if Lu Yuanhua had used his full strength, Zhuowen would have died. Or perhaps he would have asked Xiao He for help and exposed Xiao He's existence. While Zhuowen's eyes flickered, the mighty attack in the sky had already heavily bombarded the heaven fiend Dark Eye under the numerous gazes of the crowd. As the attack neared, a trace of distortion appeared in the sky. It was as if the space itself could not withstand the pressure of the attack. Bang, 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 bang. A destructive explosion immediately appeared in the sky above the heaven fiend Dark Eye. Soon after, a dazzling brilliance, like the scorching sun, instantly enveloped the entire area. Soon after, everyone was shocked to find that the huge eyeball above the heaven fiend Dark Eye, which was formed by the heaven fiend Cold Qi, had begun to tremble violently. As time passed, the frequency of the trembling became faster and faster, and finally reached a peak. Boom, boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out in an instant, following which the huge eyeball directly collapsed. The endless cold qi contained within the eyeball poured out in torrents, gushing towards the sky like a volcanic eruption. As the cold qi continued to flow out of the heaven fiend Dark Eye, the temperature of the empty ground rapidly fell at a speed visible to the naked eye. A thick layer of ice actually formed on the soft ground in the blink of an eye. Some of the weaker warriors even started to shiver under the invasion of this sinister cold. Qi. As the cold qi continued to flow out, a black, whirlpool-like hole slowly appeared at the gap of the heaven fiend Dark Eye. The hole was pitch black as far as the eye could see. Is this the entrance to the ancient cave? Qin Lian's pretty eyes flickered as she asked in a strange manner. Father has already guessed that this heaven fiend Dark Eye is the restrictive strength of the ancient cave. As long as the heaven fiend Dark Eye is broken, the entrance to the ancient cave will appear. It is likely that this should be the entrance to the ancient cave. Lu Yuanhua's eyes contained a trace of anticipation as he looked at the black whirlpool in front of him and said. The 5 people in the sky nodded slightly. They led the groups behind them and transformed into 5 rays of light that rushed into the black whirlpool. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The heaven fiend Dark Eye has been broken. The entrance to the ancient cave has also appeared. Quickly charge! Everyone on the empty ground rejoiced when they saw the 5 groups in the sky disappear into the black whirlpool. Immediately, yuan power whizzed out. Numerous figures gathered their strength and swiftly rushed towards the black whirlpool. For a time, The sky was filled with rushing sounds. The crowd was like a swarm of locusts as they rushed towards the entrance. Has the seal finally been broken? Looks like we should also set off. Looking at the black whirlpool in the sky, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with rich anticipation. He wanted to see just what kind of treasure was in the ancient cave that could actually attract so many factions from the province. When he thought of this, Zhuowen's feet suddenly stomped. His entire body transformed into a ray of light and entered the black whirlpool in the blink of an eye. Chapter 207. Stone Gate. This was an empty space that stretched as far as the eye could see. The surroundings were dusky and gloomy, as if it was a gloomy day. In front of this dusky space, a stone gate that was several hundred meters tall stood between the heavens and the earth. The weathered surface of the stone was slightly yellowed, revealing the passage of time and the vicissitudes of ancient times. In front of this grand stone gate, everyone was as small and insignificant as ants. The stone gate that had stood for 10,000 years was like a giant in its twilight years, silently overlooking the countless figures below. On the other side of the stone gate, there was a palace that looked like an endless mountain range. Quietly standing in the distance at this moment, countless figures had already gathered in front of the stone gate. However, the strange thing was that these figures all stopped in front of the stone gate, and not a single one of them took a step forward. Zhuowen even saw Lu Yuanhua, Qing Lian, and the other 4 young experts at the front of the crowd. After Lu Yuanhua said a few words to the group behind him, he took a step forward and shot towards the stone gate like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Clang! The moment Lu Yuanhua entered the stone gate, a golden light suddenly exploded in front of the stone gate. Then, a golden barrier actually blocked in front of Lu Yuanhua. Humph! Lu Yuanhua coldly snorted. He gently clenched his fist, and a huge golden palm suddenly pressed down, instantly shattering the golden barrier. His figure had already entered the stone gate in an instant. Looking at Lu Yuanhua's departing figure, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered in a low voice, "There's something strange about this stone gate." Haha, this stone gate should be a protective array set up by the experts of this cave mansion. It was a kind of array to protect the cave mansion. Once an outsider intruded, it would probably trigger the array inside the stone gate, which would then create a barrier to stop the intruder. In ancient times, this kind of great defensive array was extremely powerful. Even an ultimate Emperor Realm expert wouldn't be able to break it so easily. Xiao Hei suddenly appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder. She rubbed her chin with her paws and chuckled. Even an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator can't break through it? Just now, Lu Yuanhua easily broke through the golden barrier? Zhuowen was startled and asked in astonishment, "Humph, this cave dwelling has existed for at least 10,000 years. Even the Great Protective Formation could not withstand the erosion of time. Therefore, its power has greatly weakened compared to before. According to my estimation, anyone who is at the Human King stage or above should be able to easily enter this Great Protective Formation." Xiao Hei rolled her eyes at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "On the other side of the stone door, after Lu Yuanhua successfully entered, Su Mu, Qin Hui, Clear Lotus, and Guangamo, these 4 young masters, also easily entered the stone door. As the 5 of them easily entered, some warriors who were at the Human King stage or above followed. They directly broke through with their tyrannical strength. Among them, the 9th Commandery Princess, Lingjiu, and Su Chang, whom Zhuowen knew, were also among them. As for the warriors who were below the Human King stage, they stayed where they were and waited for orders. They had no intention of entering the stone door. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the experts of the 5 forces entered, the other forces that had already gathered outside the stone door began to stir. Then, countless figures rushed into the stone door like locusts. Bang, bang. However, among so many people, there were only a few who had reached the Human King realm. Therefore, Only a few of these people who had rushed through the stone door relied on their own strength to forcefully resist the obstruction of the stone door and break through. Most of the people were like withered leaves as they suddenly shot backwards. Of course, most of the warriors who flew back were below the Human King stage. Damn it! I didn't expect the ancient cavern mansion to have such a stone door. Damn it! Damn it! With this stone door, we who are not strong enough have no chance at all. What bad luck! It seems that this trip was in vain. As more and more warriors flew out, the outside of the stone door was filled with curses. Countless warriors began to curse. They knew that if they could not enter the stone door, it meant that they were not fated to obtain the treasures in the ancient cave mansion. I didn't expect to encounter such a difficulty as soon as I entered the ancient cavern mansion. However, I can give it a try. If I don't rely on the power of the holy symbol of ice and fire, can I directly break through the obstruction of this stone door with just my martial strength? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Then he turned into a flowing light and rushed toward the stone door. After the failure, just now, the outside of the stone door was basically filled with warriors with low strength. When a figure suddenly tried to break through the stone door, it immediately attracted the attention of these warriors. However, when these cultivators saw Zhuowen's handsome face and the corporeal yang aura he was emitting, they immediately revealed gloating smiles. Is this guy an idiot? He only has the strength of the corporeal yang stage 8 and dares to break through the stone door? What an overconfident kid. I am already at the peak of the corporeal yang stage, but even I can't break through. How can this kid with such a weak cultivation enter? When this kid is repelled by the power of the stone door later, let's see how he will embarrass himself. Seeing Zhuowen fly toward the stone door like a moth to a flame, the warriors outside the stone door suddenly laughed mockingly. Everyone looked at Zhuowen's back with ridicule. They were looking forward to seeing the expression of this young man when he was knocked back by the power of the stone door. Violent blood beast body. Second sky of rampage. A low roar suddenly came from Zhuowen's throat. Then all the muscles in his body suddenly swelled. Countless bloodlines spread across his body, making him look exceptionally ferocious. The moment Zhuowen approached the stone door, he twisted his waist and endless yuan power suddenly burst out from his body. Then his 5 fingers clenched into fists. His fists drew a strange trajectory in the air and then fiercely slammed into the stone door. Primeval Chaos Dragon Roar Fist. 10 dragons soaring to the sky. The moment Zhuowen's fist landed on the stone door, a resonant dragon's roar immediately erupted from Zhuowen's body. Afterwards, 10 huge dragon phantoms condensed behind Zhuowen's frail body. Boom! Following the momentum of Zhuowen's fist, the 10 phantoms of giant dragons fiercely poured into the golden barrier of the stone door. Immediately after, a violent tremor was immediately transmitted from the stone door. The numerous cultivators who were still wantonly laughing outside the stone door suddenly staggered under this tremor, unable to stand steadily. It can't be. Can this kid really break the barrier of the stone door? The crowd immediately quieted down when they sensed the vibration that was transmitted over. The smiles on everyone's faces instantly froze. Instead, they were startled as they stared at the enormous stone door that was trembling repeatedly under Zhuowen's fist. Bang! On the stone door, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. His pupils couldn't help but constrict because he felt an extremely strong resistance coming from the stone door, constantly preventing him from entering. When this resistance reached its peak, Zhuowen let out a muffled groan and couldn't help but retreat over a dozen meters, staring at the figure of the youth who retreated. Everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. When the stone door trembled just now, they almost thought that this youth whose strength was only at the corporeal yang stage could really enter the stone door. Deliberately mystifying kid. If you don't have the ability, don't show off. Don't embarrass yourself. As expected of a brat who stinks of milk. So many warriors have already tried. Warriors below the human king realm can't pass through the stone door. I advise you to give up as soon as possible." After a brief moment of silence, disdainful mocking laughter sounded from outside the stone door again. Letting out a sigh, Zhuowen ignored the mocking laughter behind him. Instead, he stared at the stone door with narrowed eyes and said slowly, "Looks like this move is useless? Then let's try this move." As he spoke, Zhuowen stomped his foot on the ground again. His body rushed towards the stone door again. At this moment, his hands were glowing with a blazing golden light. Then, an even louder dragon's roar suddenly rose. It was as if countless giant dragons had awoken from their slumber. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? As they watched Zhuowen once again charge towards the stone door, the laughter of the crowd became even louder. Their words also became even more unrestrained. From their point of view, the current Zhuowen was just like a monkey performing a circus act, primeval, chaos dragon roar fist. 100 dragons fighting the heavens! A roar came from Zhuowen's throat. His fist glowed with a blazing golden light. He rushed towards the stone door with an indomitable will. Countless giant dragon phantoms in the depths of the void suddenly gathered in Zhuowen's fist at this moment. The fist radiance became even more blazing. In the end, Zhuowen's entire body turned into a giant dragon and slammed into the stone door. Boom! An even more violent tremor suddenly occurred within 100 miles of the stone door. Following that, ferocious cracks appeared in the hard ground, and endless astral winds swept out between the fist and the stone door. Crack! A crisp sound slowly rang out. In the open space that was full of laughter, it seemed insignificant. However, it was this insignificant crisp sound that caused some of the noisy laughter in the open space to come to an abrupt end. Then, everyone's gazes looked at the stone door in front of them in disbelief. On the surface of the golden barrier on the stone door, traces of cracks began to appear. These cracks were like a spider web that spread in all directions. Finally, under everyone's shocked gazes, it completely collapsed. Swoosh! Once the barrier of the stone door was broken, Zhuowen turned into a shadow and rushed into the stone door. With a few leaps, he disappeared from everyone's sight. The moment Zhuowen entered the stone door, a layer of golden barrier condensed once again. Chapter 208. Emperor Yuan Pill. The gloomy grayness shrouded the entire space, causing the aura of the ancient cave to appear rather strange. Swoosh! A figure cut through the void and arrived at a square in an instant. The square was made of snow-white marble, and each piece was dozens of feet in size. The entire square was tens of thousands of feet wide, and the figures on the square were as small as ants. In front of the square was a huge, majestic palace. Rays of dazzling brilliance spread out from the front. It was a luxurious scene filled with jewels and treasures. The palace in front should be the palace of the owner of the cave. The treasures should be hidden in the palace. A Xiaohe dog leisurely sat on Zhuowen's shoulder and said with a mischievous smile, "It's really impressive. Just the palace alone has such a huge building. The owner of this ancient cave really knows how to enjoy himself." Zhuowen smacked his lips and said enviously, "Compared to the outside world, the number of people here was much less." Zhuowen occasionally raised his head and could only see a few sparse black figures. Obviously, the number of warriors who could break through the stone door was still very small. Of course, this small number was relative. According to Zhuowen's estimation, even if it was just the human king realm warriors, the number could reach hundreds. However, compared to the tens of thousands of warriors gathered outside the stone door, this number was indeed very small. After passing through the square, there was a rather spacious corridor. At the end of the corridor, there were dozens of passages, and the other end of these passages was the palace in the distance, which was filled with treasures. Currently, many people had scattered and entered the passages in a hurry. "Zhuowen, take the leftmost passage. If this dragon lord senses are not wrong, there should be some good stuff in this passage." Just as Zhuowen was hesitating about which passage to take, Xiao Hei on his shoulder suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhuowen was slightly startled. However, he did not ask too much. Instead, he took a light step and rushed towards the leftmost passage. Zhuowen also knew that Xiao Hei's senses were very strong. Therefore, when he heard Xiao Hei's words, he did not hold back. The passage was quite spacious, and both sides were filled with stone rooms. However, most of the doors of the stone rooms were broken, and some warriors with greedy faces were searching in the stone rooms. Hey, these stone rooms are basically empty. If there is really something, it will not be placed in such a conspicuous place. Kid, there's no need to pay attention to these fellows. Let's continue forward. Xiao Hei sneered and gloated. Nodding his head slightly, Zhuowen used his full speed and quickly moved forward in the passage. Along the way, he met many warriors searching in the stone rooms on both sides of the passage. As he went deeper into the passage, Zhuowen saw fewer and fewer warriors. Evidently, most of the warriors had yet to reach this place. This kind of running lasted for 15 minutes before Zhuowen's eyes flashed and he stopped. His gaze was fixed on a seemingly ordinary stone room in front of him. He could feel a strange fluctuation from within. There must be something good inside. This kind of fluctuation was not present in the stone rooms in front of him. Immediately, Zhuowen's heart jumped and he quickly rushed forward. However, just as his hand touched the stone door, he was bounced back by a strong energy fluctuation. The energy protection of this stone door is quite strange. There is actually a mechanism lock behind the door. Kid, you can use your mental energy to invade it. If you want to forcefully destroy it, I'm afraid that it will take too much time. Zhuowen nodded his head. With a flick of his mind, the mental energy in his Naiwen palace gushed out. Strands of mental energy wrapped around the stone door and quickly fused into it. A moment later, the stone door suddenly trembled. Then, under Zhuowen's surprised gaze, it slowly opened with a rumble. After the stone door opened, Zhuowen took a step forward. Then, an intense light shot into his eyes, causing him to squint his eyes. At this moment, he discovered that the interior of the stone room was actually filled with a type of cold jade. A faint cold aura lingered within. The decoration of the stone room was rather simple, but it was clean and tidy. After sweeping a glance at the stone room, Zhuowen's gaze was immediately attracted by the many round pills on the ground in the middle of the room. These pills were the size of a baby's fist and were as smooth as jade. Evidently, they were of excellent quality. Moreover, waves of astonishing yuan power undulations were being emitted from these pills. This is the Emperor Pill. The Emperor Pill was a type of pill that could only be refined by an ultimate Emperor stage practitioner by extracting the yuan power of heaven and earth. It contained extremely pure and surging yuan power. Practitioners who used this pill to cultivate would at least be able to achieve half the results with twice the effort. According to Zhuowen's estimation, a single Emperor Pill was worth at least 1,000,000 yuan. Moreover, it was the type that had a price but no supply. The Zhuo family's annual profit was also around this amount. In other words, even if the Zhuo family went bankrupt, they would only be able to purchase a single Emperor Pill. However, these pills that were refined at such a price were currently casually piled up on the ground of the stone room. The number of pills had already reached tens of thousands. If they were converted into yuan coins, it would probably reach several billion yuan coins. This kind of wealth could be said to be comparable to the wealth of a city. It was likely that the combined value of all the factions in Rot 10 Armor City could not compare to the total value of these Emperor Pills in this stone room. In the face of such an enormous wealth, even Zhuowen could not help but be stunned for a long time. This lasted for a few seconds before Zhuowen regained his senses. Without saying anything else, he opened his Qinkuan bag. Mental energy spread out, and the Emperor Pills that filled the stone room flew up. Under Zhuowen's fiery gaze, they continuously flew into his Qinkuan bag. Fortunately, The Chinquan bag that Zhuowen used was a high-grade Chinquan bag from Boschwa. The space inside was extremely large. Therefore, Zhuowen was not worried that he would not be able to stuff so many emperor pills into his bag. The value of such a large number of emperor pills was comparable to a high-grade soul treasure. Zhuowen did not expect to obtain such a bountiful harvest after just entering the ancient cave. Zhuowen's eyes were fiery red. He was extremely focused as he rapidly collected the emperor pills that filled the ground. Xiaohei, who was on his shoulder, also waved her right hand, and another large pile of pills entered Zhuowen's Chinquan bag. Thud, thud! There were simply too many emperor pills in the stone room. Even though Zhuowen used both his hands and feet, he was only able to collect half of them in a few minutes. At this moment, his ears twitched as he heard the faint sound of footsteps. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, Zhuowen's expression darkened. He abruptly turned around, only to see 4 figures standing outside the stone door. However, the 4 of them were currently dumbfounded as they stared at the Emperor Yuan pills that were scattered all over the stone room. After a few breaths, their eyes turned scarlet red as greed gushed out from them. Then, their gazes paused on Zhuowen, who was still collecting the pills. A corporeal young stage warrior? Good boy. With such strength, you were actually able to break through the stone door and enter this place. It's a little strange. Boy, if you know what's good for you, put down the Chinquan bag in your hand and get out of here. The 4 of them were obviously a group. They walked into the stone room and blocked all the entrances. Then, they looked at Zhuowen with a hideous smile. Under the temptation of so many emperor pills, even if the person standing in front of them was an Earth King realm warrior, the 4 of them would not easily give up, let alone a young man who was only at the corporeal young stage. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. The 4 of them were obviously filled with greed. Zhuowen's expression did not change. The moment he heard the footsteps, he sensed that the 4 of them were all at the initial human king realm. With such strength, Zhuowen did not take them seriously. After all, he had even killed a perfect human king realm warrior. How could he be afraid of a mere initial human king realm warrior? Zhuowen calmly glanced at the 4 of them. His hands did not stop as he continued to collect the emperor pills on the ground. He completely ignored the 4 of them at the door. Boy, are you deaf? Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't learn your lesson. The middle-aged man, standing at the front, snorted coldly. He took a step forward and directly flew towards Zhuowen. Courting death? I'm afraid you're talking to the wrong person. Zhuowen calmly stared at the middle-aged man who was rushing towards him. With a thought, the mental energy in his Niwen palace suddenly burst out. It turned into a sharp needle and instantly shot into the middle of the man's eyebrows. The middle-aged man was caught off guard. The mental energy needle instantly entered the middle of his eyebrows. Then his body stopped in midair. At this moment, a black figure flashed out. It was Zhuowen. Zhuowen coldly glanced at the somewhat sluggish man in front of him. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. His right hand grabbed the latter's neck and exerted a little force. With a cracking sound, the man's neck twisted in a strange manner. Bang! With a light flick of his right hand, the middle-aged man's corpse was gently thrown to the ground by Zhuowen like a piece of trash. Looking at the distorted body of the man who had already lost his breath, the other 3 ancient martial art practitioners who were blocking the door immediately fell into silence. Their mouths were slightly agape as they stared blankly at the corpse on the ground and the calm young man in front of them. Mental energy? You're actually an arcana master? Finally, one of them opened his mouth and looked at Zhuowen in front of him. His eyes were filled with shock. You have good eyesight. However, since you've already barged into this place, there's no need for you to leave. Accompany your companions together. Zhuowen clapped his hands. His eyes immediately turned cold as he coldly said, Let's attack together. I don't believe that this boy can withstand the combined forces of the 3 of us. The man who spoke earlier narrowed his eyes and shouted loudly, As the shout rang out, the three of them knew that there was no way out. Moreover, there were so many Emperor Yuan pills in the stone room. No matter what, they did not want to give up. After all, wealth came from danger. Zhuowen smiled coldly. 8 streams of mental energy poured out from his Niwen palace and turned into 8 thin mental energy needles. He unceremoniously shot them toward the 3 of them, with the support of 8 streams of vigorous mental energy. The initial human king realm warriors were no match for Zhuowen. Therefore, Zhuowen did not spend much time to finish off the remaining 3 warriors. Chapter 209. Map. The allure of the ancient cave was indeed very great. Even though the number of practitioners had been greatly reduced due to the screening of the stone door, there were still quite a number of practitioners who had truly entered the cave. The tunnel that Zhuowen was in was also extremely chaotic. Many places were filled with human figures, and from time to time, loud noises and curses could be heard. It was obvious that some people had found some good stuff. Of course, due to the large number of people, it was inevitable that many people would be envious. The final result was that when the treasures were obtained, a desperate fight would immediately erupt. Everyone would call for their companions and fight until their heads bled. After plundering over 10,000 Emperor Yuan pills, Zhuowen appeared to be rather low-key. Along the way, if there was nothing that truly required his attention, Zhuowen would definitely not seek trouble for himself. Fortunately, Xiao Hei's sensing ability was extremely useful in this kind of crisscrossing tunnel. It was able to inform the direction of the flow of people and whether there were any particularly precious items in the stone room. In this way, Zhuowen did not have to take many detours as he directly rushed towards the depths of the tunnel. Xiao Hei, we must quickly find the blood qi nethergrass. I can clearly feel the blood choke seal in my body, continuously extracting my essence blood energy. If we do not find it quickly, the longer this drags on, the faster my strength will decline. In the tunnel, Zhuowen's right hand gently rubbed the blood-colored seal on his forehead. His eyes were filled with deep worry. Xiao Hei glanced at the blood choke seal on Zhuowen's forehead as its expression became rather grave. It softly said, "Looks like this thing is indeed a big problem. However, the surface area of this palace is really too large. The tunnels inside are also connected in all directions. I'm afraid that it will be rather difficult to find a stock of elixir in such a complicated terrain." Upon hearing this, a trace of disappointment appeared on Zhuowen's face. However, at this moment, Xiao Hei, who was on his shoulder, suddenly exclaimed softly. Its black eyes suddenly stared directly at an ordinary-looking wall in front of them. "What is it?" Zhuowen asked curiously as he glanced at the wall in front of him. He wondered why Xiao Hei's reaction was so strange. This wall is a little strange. It is actually able to block this dragon, Lord's divine sense. Xiao Hei's eyes hardened slightly as he spoke in a somewhat strange manner. "Oh, even your divine sense can't penetrate this wall?" A trace of surprise appeared on Zhuowen's face when he heard this. Xiao Hei's original form was a primordial true dragon. The range of his divine senses detection was several thousand miles. Everything was basically transparent under the detection of Xiao Hei's divine sense. He could see everything with a glance. This was the first time Zhuowen had seen Xiao Hei's divine sense fail to achieve anything. "Brat, the material of this wall is fundamentally different from the walls in other places. Furthermore, it has the effect of blocking out one's divine sense. It is obvious that the owner of the cave mansion deliberately designed this wall. In other words, there must be something different behind this wall." At this point, Xiao Hei's eyes suddenly became bright and full of expression. His eyes narrowed as he stared intently at the wall in front of him. Upon hearing Xiao Hei's words, Zhuowen's heart also moved. Since the owner of the cave mansion had ingeniously designed such a strange wall in this place, there must be something good hidden behind it. After looking around and confirming that no one had noticed his strange situation, Zhuowen cautiously approached the wall in front of him. Dong dong! After gently knocking on the wall a few times, a crisp sound similar to that of metal clashing rang out, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily become nervous. It is indeed unusual. This kind of sound cannot be produced by an ordinary wall. Xiao He rubbed his chin and said indifferently, "Let me try to break this wall and see what is hidden on the other side." After saying that, Zhuowen did not hesitate in the slightest. With a single step, his waist and legs combined as one. The soles of his feet fiercely stepped forward. His right fist, which was ready to strike, was like a blazing golden light as it fiercely smashed into the wall. Boom! A low and deep sound suddenly spread out. Following that, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the wall under his fist did not move at all. Instead, a similar recoil force was acting on his body. Dong dong dong! After taking a few steps back, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He said rather solemnly, "What a hard wall. My attack actually had no effect at all." The loud rumbling sound from Zhuowen's side also attracted the attention of some warriors not far away. Following that, these warriors looked at each other and rushed straight toward Zhuowen's side. However, when they saw that Zhuowen was staring at a wall in a daze, a trace of disappointment immediately appeared in their eyes. Obviously, they thought that someone had found a treasure. They did not expect to see a monotonous scene in front of them. After secretly cursing a few times, these warriors once again spread out and began to search the other stone rooms to see if there were any treasures or the like. Looking at the warriors who had once again spread out, Zhuowen secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, this strange wall was hard enough. Otherwise, if he really broke the wall, these warriors who had heard the sound would probably rush over like mad dogs to fight for it. "Xiao He, I can only rely on you to break this wall. I can't break such a hard wall." Zhuowen shrugged his shoulders and turned his gaze toward Xiao He on his shoulder. "Leave it to this dragon lord. I want to see what's hidden behind this wall." Xiao He laughed mischievously. Following that, its little black claws swiped across the empty space. A black mist immediately spread out and became even more viscous, like a liquid. With a wave of its little claws, the black, viscous liquid adhered to the wall. After a slight, sizzling sound, Zhuowen was surprised to find that the seemingly indestructible wall was actually slowly melting under the influence of the black, viscous liquid. In the end, a hole the size of a human head was corroded out. "Let's go and take a look." Seeing that a hole had been corroded out of the wall, Zhuowen could not wait to take a closer look. He quickly discovered that the space behind the wall was not very big. At most, it was the size of a person standing. Moreover, it was pitch black inside. However, with the help of mental energy, Zhuowen was naturally able to clearly investigate the situation inside. Zhuowen let out a soft cry of surprise. Following that, a strange expression surfaced on his face. Zhuowen's mind moved. Under the guidance of his mental energy, 2 black shadows suddenly flew out from the hole. He extended his hand and caught the 2 black shadows. "Don't tell me that this is the map of the ancient cave mansion." Picking up a piece of yellowed paper, Zhuowen spread out his hands and unfolded it. Looking at the somewhat complicated map on the paper, Zhuowen's eyes suddenly burst out with a bright light. At this moment, Xiao He had also returned to Zhuowen's shoulder. Its black eyes stared straight at the paper in the latter's hand. It excitedly said, "It is indeed the map of the ancient cave mansion. The entrance of the map is marked with a stone door. Therefore, this is undoubtedly the map of the ancient cave mansion. Kid, looks like your luck is pretty good. You actually managed to find the map of the ancient cave mansion by chance. With this map, we will undoubtedly take fewer detours in this ancient cave mansion." Zhuowen also saw the stone door marked on the map, as well as the complicated palace routes marked on the map. Obviously, this map was the map of the ancient cave mansion. He even saw the overall structure of the ancient cave mansion on the map, as well as some hidden traps. Gently closing the map, Zhuowen picked up a palm-sized key and muttered. Then, could this key be the key to one of the secret rooms in the ancient cave mansion? The surface of the key was covered with white markings. It looked as if it was carved out of stone. Moreover, an obscure fluctuation would occasionally leak out from the stone key, revealing its extraordinariness. A key that can be placed together with a map is definitely not ordinary. Perhaps this key is used to open the door to the treasure trove palace? Xiao He smacked its lips and said with a mischievous smile, slightly nodding his head. Zhuowen naturally knew that the key in his hand was not ordinary. It was very likely that it would be of great use in the depths of the ancient cave mansion. After all, the owner of the ancient cave mansion would not hide a useless key in such an inconspicuous place for no reason. Since we have the map, we can first go to the medicine garden of the ancient cave mansion. The most important thing now is to find the blood chi nether grass. Otherwise, the blood seal will always be stuck in my body, and I will always feel uncomfortable. After speaking, Zhuowen kept the key and the map, turned around, and rushed towards the depths of the tunnel. Previously, he had roughly glanced at the contents of the map and had already determined his current location. According to the introduction of the map, there were a total of 2 medicine gardens in the ancient cave mansion. One of the medicine gardens was located in the deepest part of the ancient cave mansion. Its area was several thousand miles wide, and there were countless medicinal herbs in it. The other medicine garden was merely an experimental area. Its area was not large, only about 100 miles wide. However, there were also many medicinal herbs in it. It was likely that there would be the blood chi nether grass that Zhuowen needed. The place that Zhuowen planned to go now was the experimental medicine garden. After all, according to the map, that medicine garden was much closer to his current location. Moreover, the danger was also much lower. After all, the deeper one went into the ancient cave mansion, the more numerous and dangerous the traps inside. There was even the possibility of some powerful ancient beasts appearing. Whoosh whoosh! Not long after Zhuowen left, 2 more figures appeared in the same place. These 2 figures, one of them was a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. There was a trace of hostility between his eyebrows. He was the sect master of the Yin sifting sect, Yingxi. The other was a white-haired old man dressed in a white robe. He looked quite sage-like, but his face revealed a vicious expression from time to time, which forcibly distorted this temperament. There is an obscure spiritual fluctuation on this brat's body. If I had not used the secret technique in advance, it is very likely that I would have been detected by this spiritual fluctuation. It seems that this brat is really not simple, as sect leader has said. The old man gently stroked his long beard and frowned a little as he spoke. Humph! We can't be careless. From the words just now, this kid seems to have found the map of the ancient cave mansion. His luck is really good. Let's catch up and find an opportunity to completely cripple this kid. Then we will take all the good things from him. Chapter 210. 100 Beast War Soul Formation. Xiao He! Since just now, I've been feeling something strange behind me, as if there's someone watching me from behind. In the passageway, Zhuowen suddenly stopped and looked back somewhat nervously. Then he frowned slightly. Did you notice it too? Actually, after you obtained the map and the key, this dragon lord had discovered that someone was following behind us. However, that person seemed to possess a secret technique to conceal himself. Although I knew that someone was following us, I was unable to pinpoint the location of that person. Xiao He crossed her paws in front of her chest and sneered. In other words, the guy who followed us should know that the map I got is the map of the cave, right? Looks like I was really careless. Xiao He, how do we get rid of this stalker now? Zhuowen felt a headache coming on. He was not afraid of being followed, but if the stalker was able to conceal himself to the point where even Xiao He could not detect him, it would be troublesome. After all, if he was suddenly stabbed in the back by someone behind him, it would be too unjust. Get rid of? Why do we have to get rid of the guy behind us? Now that the map of the cave is in our hands, The initiative is in our hands. We can lure that guy into the cave's trap. If this dragon master remembers correctly, there are many traps marked on the map. The corners of Xiao Hei's mouth suddenly curled into a sinister smile as his eyes darted around. Zhuowen was startled when he heard this. Soon after, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He casually glanced behind him before disappearing from the spot with a leap. Not long after Zhuowen disappeared, Ing Shuoluo and the old man appeared. Ing Shuoluo frowned and said, "Just now, this boy suddenly stopped and looked around. Did he discover us?" "Don't worry, sect leader. Once I use this concealment technique, even an Earth King stage cultivator would find it difficult to detect me. This kid is only at the corporeal yang stage. How could he detect me?" The old man beside him raised his head and said proudly, "I hope it is as you say, but I still feel that something is wrong." Ing Shuoluo frowned and said worriedly, "Don't worry, sect leader. This kid is only at the corporeal yang stage. No matter how capable he is, it is impossible for him to be a match for the two of us or half a step into the Earth King realm. With our current strength, even if we encounter an Earth King realm martial artist, I am afraid that we can still put up a fight. A mere corporeal yang stage brat is no threat to us at all. This brat has the map of the cave in his hands. With him leading the way in front, it will save us a lot of effort. Once he really finds a good treasure, we will have already taken action to completely finish him off and snatch his treasure. Isn't this a wonderful matter of killing two birds with one stone?" The old man stroked his long beard and smilingly said. Ing Shuoluo nodded slightly and said, "Yes, you're right. Let's follow this kid and see what good stuff he can find for us." At this point, the doubt in Ing Shuoluo's eyes gradually faded and was replaced by a cold and sinister look. Then the two disappeared again and followed Zhuowen after running for about an hour in the dark tunnel. Zhuowen discovered the exit of the tunnel not far in front of him. His feet fiercely stomped on the ground, and he quickly stepped into the exit. A strong light instantly shot into his eyes. Zhuowen couldn't help but squint his eyes. After getting used to the light, Zhuowen discovered that he was currently in a vast and magnificent stone hall that was similar to a plaza. There were hundreds of huge stone pillars in the stone hall. These stone pillars were as thick as 100 people's arms, and each of them was as tall as the sky. In the endless sky, it was almost impossible to see where the top of the stone pillars led to. Moreover, the stone pillars were engraved with all kinds of strange beasts. Most of the beasts were very strange. Some of them had the body of a human and the face of a horse. Some had the body of a human and the tail of a fish, and some had the body of a lion and the face of a man. The engravings were vivid and lifelike. If it were not for the existence of the stone pillars, Zhuowen would have thought that these statues were real beasts. The beasts engraved on the stone pillars are basically ancient mutants. They are the ancestors of the meta-beasts of your era. It can be said that the bloodline of the meta-beasts is basically passed down from ancient mutants. These mutants are very powerful and can overturn mountains and seas. In ancient times, even human experts did not dare to provoke them. Looking at the various beasts engraved on the stone pillars, Xiao Hei's expression was complicated. There was a trace of undetectable sadness in the depths of her eyes. Zhuowen could also sense Xiao Hei's downcast mood. He did not reply, and instead changed the topic. This should be the front hall. It is the main hall at the front of the entire palace. If the markings on the map are correct, the entire front hall is a huge trap. However, before Zhuowen could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Xiao Hei. It would be more accurate to call it a huge formation. This place has already been set up by the owner of the cave, the 100-Beast War Soul Formation. These sky-high stone pillars are actually refined from the souls of ancient mutants. If one does not have a special method to pass through, they will probably be devoured by the beast souls in this formation. However, this formation has already been partially destroyed by someone using brute force. Its power is probably not as strong as before. However, It should be more than enough to trap the followers behind. After Xiao He said this, Zhuowen immediately noticed that many of the densely packed sky-high stone pillars in the main hall had indeed been damaged. There were also many broken stones and dozens of huge pits of varying depths on the ground. It seems that Lu Yuanhua and his group have already passed through this place. This group of people is really powerful. They were actually able to force their way through this formation. Zhuowen muttered to himself in shock. Zhuowen could sense the powerful aura faintly emitted from these sky-high stone pillars. Clearly, if the formation inside was triggered, its power would definitely not be child's play. However, Lu Yuanhua and his group had passed through this place like a hot knife through butter. It seemed like the young experts from the 5 great factions in the province were not to be underestimated. Even if this formation is already damaged, I'm afraid that the current you will not be able to withstand it. Moreover, it is impossible for Lu Yuanhua to destroy this formation alone. It is obvious that the 5 great factions work together to break this formation in order to break this formation. Let's not discuss this now. You should follow the route on the map and quickly walk out of this formation. Xiao He rolled her eyes and said, nodding his head slightly. Zhuowen did not waste any time. Instead, he followed the route on the map and carefully walked through the numerous stone pillars that surrounded him. Being surrounded by so many huge beast statues, Zhuowen was like a lamb surrounded by a group of beasts. He appeared small and frail. Moreover, Zhuowen's journey was not so easy. After all, these hundreds of sky-high stone pillars were refined from the souls of ancient strange beasts. Naturally, they carried a strong sense of oppression. Therefore, even though Zhuowen's willpower was very strong, after walking through this path, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. After stepping out of the last stone pillar, Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief. Just now, when he was in the middle of so many stone pillars, Zhuowen really felt a sense of loneliness and helplessness. He already felt this way without triggering the formation. If he really triggered the 100 Beast War Soul formation, he was afraid that this feeling would be even stronger. He might even lose his life. Now, let's see how the guy who is secretly following behind us will be so unlucky. Xiao He smiled sinisterly. Her face was full of a gloating smile. At the same time, 2 figures appeared at the exit of the passage. Looking at the 2 figures that appeared in front of him, Zhuowen was stunned. Then, he stared straight at one of the middle-aged men. Xuelua, I didn't expect it to be this old guy. It seems that these 2 guys have been following us all this time, Zhuowen said with a cold smile. Just as Xuelua and the white-haired old man appeared at the exit, they saw the young man who was sneering at them at the other end of the stone pillar. Old dogging, I didn't expect that enemies would meet on a narrow road. It seems that the one who has been following me all this time is you, old dog. Suddenly, a wanton voice came from the opposite side. When Xuelua heard it, his face darkened and a trace of anger appeared in his eyes. This little bastard, it seems that he is getting more and more arrogant. Old Yang, it seems that your secret method is not working. This guy already knew that we were following him. Xuelua snorted and said with hatred. The white-haired old man shrugged helplessly. Now that the truth was in front of him, he could not refute it. Since we've been discovered, we can only kill this brat. The white-haired old man's expression was serene and calm, but the words he spoke were exceptionally chilling. Let's do it together. This guy can't be left alive. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. After Xuelua finished speaking, he stomped his feet on the ground and rushed into the stone pillar like an arrow released from a bow. He swept straight in the direction of Zhuowen. The white-haired old man did not dare to show any weakness and followed closely behind. Little bastard, today is the day you die. After you die, all the benefits on your body will belong to me, and the map of your cave will also belong to me. With the map, all the treasures in the cave mansion will be in my hands. When the time comes, the Een-sifting sect will become extremely powerful. At that time, whether it is the city governor's mansion or the Zhuo family, I will personally destroy them all." Ing Shuolua had not even arrived yet, but his harsh words had already been spoken. His loud and clear voice reverberated in the hall. However, when Ing Shuolua rushed into the stone pillar, he felt that something was wrong. This was because the young man opposite him saw him rushing over. Instead of being afraid, he showed a gloating smile. There was even a trace of pity in this smile. "Old dogging, calling you a dog is an insult to the dog race. I'm afraid that your brain is worse than a dog's. Now, you will have a taste of the 100-beast Warsoul formation. It won't be too late to kill me after you break through this formation." Zhuowen's voice came slowly. Suddenly, Ing Shuolua's face changed dramatically. He shouted, "Oh no, we have been tricked. This stone pillar is a formation. Retreat." After saying that, Ing Shuolua wanted to use his body movement to return to his original position. However, when he entered the stone pillar and took the wrong path, he had already triggered the formation. It was too late to retreat now. Awu. Chapter 211. Iryawu. Mournful, beastly roars reverberated throughout the hall. Soon after, the enormous stone pillars that connected the heavens and the earth all crumbled apart, following which giant beasts that were several 100 feet in size, like mountains, abruptly rushed out of the stone pillars. "What are these things?" Ing Shuolua's face had turned extremely pale. He stared at the giant beasts that had broken out of the pillars and said in a trembling voice. He could feel the powerful aura of these beasts, which numbered in the hundreds. This aura made even him tremble a little. Moreover, there were so many beasts gathered around him. The powerful aura they formed was like a huge mountain pressing down on him. "Die!" Suddenly a voice came from the stone pillars. Then the giant beasts stared at Ing Shuolua and the white-haired old man with their lantern-sized eyes. "Retreat!" An extreme sense of crisis made Ing Shuolua let out a shout. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and retreated like a ghost. He knew that as long as he could get out of the range of the stone pillars, he would be safe. Boom! However, Ing Shuolua's idea was obviously a little naive. A gust of wind whistled behind him, and a huge beast claw slammed toward his back. Damn it! With a curse, Ing Shuolua quickly formed a seal with both hands, forming a blood-red barrier in front of him. Kacha! What shocked him was that under the effect of the beast's claws, the blood-colored barrier was instantly torn apart, like paper. Puchi! A mouthful of blood gushed out from Ing Shuolua's mouth. Ing Shuolua flew backward, like a butterfly with broken wings. He landed heavily on the ground, creating a deep pit. The white-haired elder who came with Ing Shuo was even more miserable. Under the siege of so many giant beasts, he was torn to pieces and died. "Zhuowen, this old man won't let you go even if I become a ghost." In the deep pit, Ing Shuolua struggled to raise his head and stared at the cold-faced young man opposite him. He let out a vicious roar before he was crushed by a huge beast claw. Soon after, he was no longer breathing, looking at Ing Shuo, who had completely lost his breath. Zhuowen did not have the slightest pity in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "You brought this upon yourself. Since you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuowen took a step forward and left the front hall without the slightest reluctance, and he flashed towards the depths of the hall. When Zhuowen finally arrived at the experimental herb garden, following the mark on the map, his eyes lit up and he could not help but be stunned. The herb garden was located in a small valley to the south of the front hall. The place was rather remote, and the surroundings of the valley were overgrown with weeds. The land was barren. If it weren't for the markings on the map, Zhuowen wouldn't have thought that there would be a herb garden in such a barren place. After looking around for a while and making sure that there was no one else around, Zhuowen carefully pushed aside the weeds and entered the valley. The herb garden was located in the deepest part of the valley. Looking at the medicine garden before him, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with joy. This was because he was able to smell the rich medicinal fragrance from outside the valley. Clearly, the number of elixirs in the medicine garden was not small. Otherwise, the medicinal fragrance would not have been able to spread so far. The herb garden was hundreds of miles wide. At a glance, it was full of elixirs with rich vitality. Even the vitality in the valley was much richer than outside. We are rich. I did not expect that there would be so many elixirs in an experimental herb garden. Looking at the elixirs in front of him, Joan's eyes suddenly emitted a trace of light, and he could not help but laugh. Humph! What an ignorant brat! Such a small herb garden can make you so happy. What a good-for-nothing! However, you have to be careful. This dragon lord feels that there is something strange about this herb garden. Xiao Hei's eyes flickered as it said, "Yes." Nodding his head cautiously, Zhuowen naturally knew that there were many dangers in the ancient cave, and he could not let his guard down. When Zhuowen was about 10 meters away from the herb garden, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared and blocked Zhuowen outside. There is indeed a protective barrier. Watch me break it. Xiao Hei muttered to itself for a while before it waved its small claws. An ink-black fog suddenly surged out and corroded the barrier in front of it, creating a hole the size of a person. Swoosh! Zhuowen took a step forward and entered the herb garden. A thick medicinal fragrance hit his face. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen's face immediately revealed an intoxicated expression. At the same time, he felt the yuan power in his body become restless. Zhuowen was not in a hurry to collect the elixirs in the herb garden. Instead, his eyes vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. Soon after, his gaze fixed on the end of the herb garden. There was actually a dilapidated straw hut there, and in front of the straw hut was a rather large, empty space. What made Zhuowen rather puzzled was that there was actually a wooden swing in the middle of the empty space. Strangely, there was not the slightest bit of wind in the surroundings. However, the swing naturally swayed and occasionally emitted strange, creaking sounds. Frowning slightly, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. In the end, he still took a step forward and walked towards the straw hut. However, there were some doubts in his heart. I remember that when we first entered the valley, there was no straw hut in the herb garden. Why did it mysteriously appear now that we have entered the herb garden? As he walked, Zhuowen's eyebrows became even more tightly knitted. There was indeed no straw hut. It seems like this straw hut suddenly appeared after we broke through the herb garden's barrier. Moreover, it appeared extremely abruptly. Xiao Hei suddenly said with a serious expression. After hearing Xiao Hei's words, Zhuowen's eyebrows became even more tightly knitted. At the same time, a trace of intense uneasiness surfaced in his heart. When Zhuowen walked to the empty space, he raised his head and saw that the swaying swing had suddenly stopped, following which a sinister laughter suddenly sounded out beside his ear. It was as if someone was laughing sinisterly beside his ear. Hee. The sinister laughter suddenly rang out and filled Zhuowen's entire mind. Xiao Hei, did you hear that laughter? The uneasiness in his heart grew even more intense. Cold sweat even appeared on Zhuowen's forehead. Zhuowen could not help but turn his head to look at Xiao Hei, who was on his shoulder. What caused Zhuowen to be shocked was that Xiao Hei, who was originally standing on his shoulder, had actually disappeared. Instead, a deathly pale skinny arm was resting on his shoulder. Zhuowen could even see countless protruding black meridian paths on the strange arm. Damn it! With a violent shake of his shoulder, Zhuowen's footsteps suddenly staggered, and he retreated a dozen steps. He turned around to look behind him to see who exactly was behind him. There's no one. Looking at the empty herb garden behind him, the doubt on Zhuowen's face grew even more intense. However, at the same time, he could also feel a trace of fear. This place was too strange. From the beginning, he had felt that something was wrong. Hee. Another ear-piercing and sinister laughter rang out. At the same time, the creaking sound of the swing also rang out, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily turn his gaze to the empty space where the swing was located. He saw that there was actually an old lady sitting on the originally empty swing. The old lady's wrinkled face was actually as pale as snow. A pair of eyes that seemed as if they were about to pop out of their sockets stared straight at Zhuowen. The corners of her mouth revealed a trace of a strange smile. "Who are you?" When he turned his head and saw this strange old lady, Zhuowen's heart could not help but tremble, and he took a few steps back. However, what responded to Zhuowen was the old lady's strange smile. The atmosphere instantly became extremely strange. "This place is too strange. Let's find Xiaohei first. Xiaohei was clearly on my shoulder just a moment ago. How did she disappear in the blink of an eye?" Looking at the old lady on the swing, Zhuowen slowly retreated. At the same time, he was secretly on guard against his surroundings. However, after taking a dozen steps back, Zhuowen's ears twitched slightly, and he actually heard a series of light footsteps behind him. He abruptly turned his head. A deathly pale face with a strange smile suddenly appeared in front of Zhuowen's eyes. This face was only an inch away from Zhuowen. The deathly pale face and the deathly stillness in the eyes were completely imprinted in Zhuowen's eyes. Shocked, Zhuowen could not help but take a few steps back. At this moment, Zhuowen finally clearly saw the face that had suddenly appeared in front of him. It was actually the old lady who had been sitting on the swing all this time. A few sinister laughs suddenly rang out. The old lady stared straight at Zhuowen just like this, as if there was something on Zhuowen's face, pretending to be mysterious. With a cold snort, although Zhuowen's heart was somewhat shaken by the strange scene that had suddenly appeared in front of him, Zhuowen was not truly frightened. He took a big stride forward. Turbulent Yuan power ferociously gathered in the center of his palm and mercilessly struck the old lady's body. Pop! What surprised Zhuowen was that the old lady's body was actually instantly pierced through. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out from her body. Instead, Zhuowen actually felt a suction force coming from within the old lady's body, following which his right hand that had pierced through her body was actually firmly sucked in. You can't escape." A sinister voice suddenly rang out. Turning his head to look, Zhuowen once again saw the old lady's deathly pale face. It was only an inch away from him, staring at him just like this. When he once again looked at the old lady's body, Zhuowen discovered that the old lady's neck had actually stretched out like rubber. She moved closer to Zhuowen's eyes and coldly stared into his eyes. The smile at the corner of her mouth was still as sinister as before. "Your eyes are very beautiful. They look very delicious." The old lady grinned, revealing a row of sharp, long teeth and a long tongue that hung down to her chest. A disgusting fishy smell immediately spread out, causing one to feel nauseous. Chapter 212. Inyang Pool Brat. Wake up, wake up. A hurried voice suddenly rang in Zhuowen's ears. The moment this voice rang out, the expression of the old lady in front of Zhuowen changed abruptly. The nails that were piercing towards his eyes actually stopped. At the same time, a rare look of fear appeared on the old lady's face. With a shrill cry, she directly disappeared before Zhuowen's eyes. The calling by his ear became louder and more urgent. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhuowen saw Xiaohei looking at him with a worried expression. "Brat, what happened to you just now? Once you entered the medicine garden, you fell into a daze. No matter how much this dragon, Lord, called out to you, you did not wake up." Seeing that Zhuowen had woken up, Xiaohei's eyebrows immediately raised in joy. Immediately after, she asked somewhat suspiciously, "Fell into a daze? When I entered the medicine garden just now, I discovered that there was a straw hut at the end of the medicine garden." At this point, Zhuowen was suddenly startled. Looking towards the end of the medicine garden, he discovered that there was nothing there. The straw hut that he had mentioned was nowhere to be seen. This Staring at the empty end of the medicine garden, Zhuowen furrowed his brows. His eyes were filled with deep suspicion. Xiao He also saw the expression on Zhuowen's face. In addition to his strange behavior just now, she could not help but ask, "Brat, tell this dragon lord what happened to you just now." Slightly nodding his head, Xiao He was after all an ancient existence and knew much more than him. Therefore, she did not hold back at all as she recounted what had happened just now. After listening, Xiao He revealed a strange expression. She stared straight at Zhuowen and said, "Looks like your life was saved by this dragon lord. If you did not wake up in time just now, I'm afraid that you would never wake up again." Hearing this, Zhuowen was horrified and asked, "What do you mean? What exactly did I see just now?" "If I'm not wrong, what you saw should be an illusion set up by the yin-yang venomous worms. Besides, the illusions of the yin and yang parasites are linked to the real world. If you die in the illusion, you will die in the real world too. These parasites were quite troublesome even in ancient times," Xiao He said seriously. "If I die in illusion, will I die in reality too?" Zhuowen could not help but shudder when he recalled the strange old lady who was almost unkillable. He knew that if it were not for Xiao He's call, he would have been killed by the old lady. "What should we do now? It seems that the inside of the cave is indeed full of dangers. Even this seemingly ordinary herb garden has such dangers," Zhuowen said with a frown. "The yin-yang parasite might be a big problem for you martial artists, but to this dragon lord, it's not a problem at all. Moreover, the yin-yang parasite would not appear for no reason. As long as this worm appears, it means that there must be a yin-yang pool here," Xiao He said with a smile. "Yin-yang pool?" Zhuowen scratched his head and asked doubtfully. Glancing at the puzzled Zhuowen, Xiao He said indifferently, "The yin-yang pool contains a rich fusion of yin and yang. It has undeniable benefits for a corporeal yang warrior. To put it bluntly, the yin-yang pool can directly raise your cultivation to the human king realm." Hearing this, Zhuowen could not help but be startled. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face. He asked excitedly, "Can the yin-yang pool really raise my cultivation to the human king realm?" Although Zhuowen's progress was extremely fast, and he had reached the corporeal yang 8th stage in just 2 years, this kind of cultivation could be said to be at the bottom of the ancient cave. If he wanted to obtain the good things in the cave, Zhuowen's strength had to be improved. Moreover, Zhuowen had estimated that with his current progress, he would need at least half a year to reach the human king realm. Now that this time could be shortened infinitely, Zhuowen was naturally very happy. The yin-yang pool is such an important thing. It must have been hidden by the yin-yang parasite using an illusion. Therefore, if you want to find the yin-yang pool, you must first get rid of the yin-yang parasite. Speaking up to here, Xiao He glanced at Zhuowen, who was beside him with ill intentions, and let out a rather lascivious laugh. Seeing Xiao He's eyes, Zhuowen's hair instantly stood up, and he said uncomfortably, "Don't tell me you want me to be the bait." "Hee. The yin-yang parasite loves the human brain the most. Other than you, there is no other better choice." The corners of Xiao He's mouth cracked open, and she said with a wicked laugh. Sighing slightly, Zhuowen also knew that this was the only way at the moment. After all, he also coveted the yin-yang pool. "All right then, what should I do next to lure the yin-yang parasite again?" Xiao He glanced at Zhuowen and turned into a black light with a swoosh and entered between his eyebrows. At the same time, Xiao He's voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. "You don't have to do anything. You just have to wait here. I will hide first. Otherwise, the yin-yang parasite will be scared away again." After Xiao He finished speaking, she became completely silent. For a moment, the entire medicine garden was terrifyingly silent. After a while, Zhuowen indeed saw the familiar yet strange straw hut at the end of the path. He also saw the dilapidated wooden swing in front of the straw hut. Naturally, the pale-faced old lady was also sitting on the swing. "You can't escape. The sinister laughter sounded again. In the blink of an eye, the old lady appeared in front of Zhuowen as if she had teleported. Her turbid eyes coldly stared at Zhuowen, and her long scarlet tongue stuck out. Now that Zhuowen knew that this strange old woman was formed from the yin-yang venomous insects, he wasn't as frightened as he was at the beginning. Instead, he grinned at the old woman and said sarcastically, "I think the one who won't be able to escape is you." The old lady's expression changed. She actually screamed and flew towards Zhuowen. Her head and hands were like rubber as they suddenly extended countless times. Her sharp claws and sharp white teeth emitted a cold light. "Xiao Hei, it's time to attack." Facing the old lady who was flying towards him, Zhuowen's expression changed. He knew that his attack would have no effect on the old lady in the illusion. Just as the old lady was about to reach Zhuowen, an endless amount of black energy suddenly shot out from between her eyebrows. Then an earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly roared out. The violent roar instantly caused the old lady to fall into a momentary daze. It was this momentary daze that allowed the boundless black energy to engulf the old lady like a tide. Ah! A mournful cry suddenly rang out in the entire space. The old lady was actually gradually corroded by the black energy and finally turned into an invisible gas. As the old lady disappeared, the scenery in front of Zhuowen also changed greatly. The straw hut and swing at the end of the herb garden slowly disappeared, and finally, a pool of water that was a few miles wide appeared. This pool was rather peculiar. It was actually half black and half white. Both sides intersected with each other, and an extremely dense yin and yang energy instantly gushed out from the pool. Zhuowen was not unfamiliar with this aura. He could feel it from many Human King Realm and Earth King Realm warriors. It was the aura and power that was unique to warriors of the Zhao King Realm. There really is a yin-yang pool here. Kid, your luck is really extraordinary. With this yin-yang pool, I'm afraid that you will be able to break through and advance to the Human King Realm in less than a day. Xiao Hei unknowingly appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder again. Her eyes were shining as she looked at the yin-yang pool in front of her. She smacked her lips and said with envy. A trace of excitement flashed in Zhuowen's eyes. He took a deep breath and said to Xiao Hei, "Have the yin-yang parasite worms been completely dealt with?" "Of course. This dragon lord has never failed," Xiao Hei said proudly. She waved her small claws, and a strange black and white insect appeared in the middle of her palm. Zhuowen knew that this insect should be the yin-yang parasite worms that Xiao Hei was talking about. Xiao Hei clenched her claws and crushed the yin-yang parasite worm in her palm. She said indifferently, "Enter the yin-yang pool and absorb the yin and yang energy inside first. It will be more dangerous when you go deeper into the cave later. The stronger you are, the higher your chances of survival." Nodding his head slightly, Zhuowen took off the clothes on his upper body and leaped into the yin-yang lake. As soon as he entered the yin-yang pool, he could feel the rich yin and yang energy around him. It was like a river flowing into the sea, gathering into his body. As expected of the yin-yang pool, it actually has such rich yin and yang energy. This time, I must break through to the Human King Realm. A trace of light shot out from Zhuowen's eyes. He did not speak anymore. He closed his eyes slightly and opened all the pores on his body. He was like a whale sucking in water, absorbing the rich yin and yang energy in the pool into his body. As the yin and yang energy in the pool continued to pour into his body, Zhuowen's aura grew at a terrifying speed. Creak! When the aura in Zhuowen's body reached its peak, the muscles and bones in his body started to squirm crazily. It was as if there were countless insects in his muscles. A powerful aura suddenly burst out. Countless ripples appeared in the pool, and water splashed everywhere. Looks like the yin-yang pool's effect is not bad. It hasn't been long, and this kid has broken through to the 9th stage of the corporeal yang realm. I hope this kid can successfully break through to the Human King realm. With this kid's potential, once he breaks through to the human king realm, his strength will definitely increase greatly. His martial strength alone will not be weaker than a complete human king realm warrior. Xiao Hei muttered to herself as she looked at the youth who was silently absorbing the yin and yang energy in the yin-yang pool. Just as Zhuowen was silently absorbing the yin and yang pool and preparing to break through, two uninvited guests appeared outside the ancient cave. They turned into two streams of light and stopped in front of the heaven fiend, Nether Eye. Chapter 213. Reach the human king realm. The young woman's skin was whiter than snow, while her eyes were like a pool of clear water. As she looked around, she naturally possessed an elegant and noble bearing that caused others to feel ashamed of their inferiority and not dare disrespect her. However, that arrogance and quick-wittedness of hers had a captivating aura that made one unable to help but be captivated. The young girl's bare, jade-like feet were covered with a lush red lotus. The fiery red lotus and the young girl's snow-white skin made her look extremely pure and holy. Such a woman was rare in the world. Even the leader of the Jade Maiden Star Court, Qing Lian, would feel ashamed of her inferiority in front of this girl, because the beauty of the young girl before him was not only in her appearance, but also in the unique temperament that she revealed. The young girl raised her jade-like hand and gently brushed away the scattered hair on her forehead. Her beautiful eyes gazed deeply at the huge palace in front of her, and her clear and intoxicating voice slowly sounded. I didn't expect that the cave abode of the god of wind thunder would be hidden in such a small place. It seems that the Blue Dragon Hall doesn't know about the existence of this cave abode. The old man chuckled as a wisp of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, with the Blue Dragon Hall's arrogant attitude and condescending attitude, they probably didn't even notice the Azure Xian Empire, let alone the appearance of a cave abode here. If I didn't refer to the ancient books in the sect and infer the location of the cave residence of God Monarch Fenglei in ancient times, I'm afraid we would have missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What is even more laughable is that the overlord of Muqin County, Muqin Marquis, had clearly deduced the location of this cave. However, he naively thought that this cave was merely an ordinary cave and actually only sent some young warriors over. However, this is also good. This time around, we can be considered to have taken the initiative. The young girl nodded slightly and said, Elder Chiu, although we don't have any competitors this time, you shouldn't let your guard down. After all, this cave is the residence of a primordial divine, Lord-level expert. The mechanisms inside are probably not simple. Young Miss is right. It seems that the heavens really favor Miss Gu this time. Originally, Miss Gu came to the Eastern lands for the Ice Flame, Saint Rune of the Divine Academy. Who would have thought that you would encounter another Saint Rune along the way? The old man's face was full of excitement. The Holy Ice Fire Talisman in Fine God Institute isn't easy to obtain. Legend has it that the Ice Fire sacred symbol is located in the deepest part of the Ice and Fire dual polarity hall. Even saints are unable to reach that place. If we are able to obtain the wind and thunder sacred symbol in this cave, I'm afraid that we won't need to go to the Fine Divine Academy. The young girl's expression was calm as she spoke. The young girl glanced at the old man and continued, Let's go in first. Although this is the residence of God Monarch Wind Thunder, we don't know if the Wind Thunder Saint Talisman is really inside. The old man nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, the two of them turned into two rays of light and entered the ancient cave. In the ancient cave, in the depths of an herb garden filled with rich spiritual herbs, a naked young man floated in the yin-yang pool. Waves of rich yin and yang energy continuously poured into the young man's body. As the yin and yang energy poured into his body, a black and white yin-yang will slowly rose from the void behind him. However, this yin-yang will wasn't complete. On the surface, the yin and yang weren't completely harmonized. When this yin-yang wheel was truly complete, Zhuowen would be able to advance to the human king realm. His strength would definitely increase by several times. Sizzle! A strange sound slowly rang out. following which the young man in the pool suddenly opened his eyes. His hands actually began to slowly move, drawing a rotating wheel in the air. It was like a yin-yang wheel that was constantly rotating. As his hands continued to move, the aura in the young man's body became more and more intense. The yin-yang wheel gradually formed in the void also became more complete. The luster on its surface was like a scorching sun. Is he about to break through? Xiao Hei's eyes narrowed. When he saw the aura in the young man's body become more and more vigorous, he whispered with joy. Just as Xiao Hei's voice faded, the yin-yang wheel that was gradually forming in the void suddenly burst out with a blazing gray light, following which the black and white colors of the yin-yang will finally reach the most harmonious moment. At this moment, the yin-yang wheel also rapidly rotated. Boom! A strong pressure suddenly burst out from the yin-yang wheel. Under this strong pressure, huge waves were set off in the deep yin-yang pool. Countless amounts of water in the pool overflowed in all directions as if it was affected by a centrifugal force. In an instant, the area within a dozen miles of the yin-yang pool was flooded by this monstrous wave. Damn it! If this brat wants to break through, so be it. Why did he have to make such a big scene? I almost fell for it. Xiao Hei suddenly jumped up and was dozens of meters above the ground. He dodged a wave and cursed. Tap, tap, tap. Along with the monstrous wave, crisp footsteps suddenly sounded, following which a thin and tall figure slowly surged out from the endless wave. It was Zhuowen who had just broken through. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were shining brightly. There was even a trace of an excited smile on his face. The yin-yang wheel behind him was constantly rotating in the void. As the yin-yang wheel rotated, the yin-yang energy in the yin-yang pool continuously flowed into the yin-yang wheel like a reincarnation cycle. As expected of the legendary yin-yang pond, the yin and yang energy inside is so pure. Although I have just advanced, I can feel that the yin and yang energy in my body is even stronger than that of a profound human king realm martial artist. It is close to that of a complete human king realm martial artist. Now, even without the power of the holy symbol of ice fire, I have the strength to fight with a complete human king. Zhuowen could not help but laugh heartily at the sky as he felt the powerful aura spreading from his body. His laughter was wanton and insolent. At this moment, Xiao Hei turned into a black light and appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder. He said faintly, "It seems that the yin-yang pool has brought you more benefits than I expected." Xiao Hei, I have to thank you this time. If it were not for you, I am afraid that I would not have been able to find such a good thing like the yin-yang pool. Zhuowen said gratefully as he looked at Xiao Hei on his shoulder with a smile. Xiao Hei looked at Zhuowen's grateful face and turned his head away. He snorted coldly and said, "I am helping myself by helping you. This is a deal in itself. There is no need to thank me." Although Xiao Hei said this, there was still a trace of gratification in his eyes. Since I have successfully made a breakthrough, the next step is to search for these spiritual herbs. Xiao Hei, help me find if there is any blood qi nether grass. At this point, Zhuowen's eyes lit up as he looked at the spiritual herbs in the herb garden. Zhuowen could even feel the existence of some grade 4 and grade 5 spiritual herbs. Xiao Hei nodded slightly. Then, the man and the beast entered their mad dog mode. Everywhere they went, not a single spiritual herb was left. There were thousands of spiritual herbs in the herb garden. Most of them were grade 2 and grade 3 spiritual herbs. Zhuowen was not interested in spiritual herbs of such quality. However, the Zhuo family desperately needed them. Even if the family did not need them, they could still sell them. A small portion of them were grade 4 spiritual herbs. There were only a few grade 5 spiritual herbs. One could count them with one hand. Suddenly, Zhuowen stopped and stared at a stalk of spiritual medicine as he softly exclaimed. Xiao Hei also heard Zhuowen's soft exclamation. He turned his head and saw the spiritual herb that Zhuowen was looking at. This spiritual medicine was a 4-leaf clover. Its leaves were purplish-black and looked very ordinary. However, the strange thing was that the surface of this ordinary spiritual medicine was actually surrounded by a faint layer of blood mist, which made it look very novel. Blood qi nethergrass. Zhuowen and Xiao Hei's eyes lit up at the same time as they said in unison, "This herb garden really does have blood qi nethergrass. Looks like we have made the right choice this time." After returning to his senses, a relaxed smile appeared on Zhuowen's face. After all, what he was most worried about was the blood seal on his forehead. This thing was like a curse, constantly absorbing his essence blood. If he did not deal with it as soon as possible, his essence blood would really be sucked dry and he would die. After finding the blood qi nethergrass, Zhuowen's mood was obviously very good. After keeping the rest of the spiritual herbs in his Qinkuan bag, he took out the blood qi nethergrass alone. Quickly deal with the blood seal on your body. We have been here for almost a day. During this period of time, we have been left far behind by those guys in front. Xiao Hei said in an indifferent voice. Nodding his head, Zhuowen did not waste any more time. Holding the blood qi nethergrass in his right hand, he suddenly squeezed it. Powerful yuan power instantly crushed the spiritual herb into powder, and a surge of medicinal essence immediately erupted. This medicinal essence turned into a blood-colored mist that immediately twined around Zhuowen's surroundings. Finally, it stopped at the blood seal on his forehead. With a sizzling sound, the blood-colored medicinal essence shot into Zhuowen's forehead like a blood arrow. Puchi! A mouthful of blood suddenly spat out from Zhuowen's mouth. His brows immediately furrowed and a sinister expression appeared on his face. Obviously, he was enduring pain. As the medicinal essence of the blood qi nethergrass poured in, the bright red blood seal on Zhuowen's forehead began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye. Frowning slightly, Zhuowen actually felt that as the blood seal on his forehead faded, a rather pure energy was actually transmitted from the blood seal into his limbs and bones. For a moment, he actually felt his entire body become warm. Is this energy the power of essence blood? Could it be the essence blood that was absorbed by me over the past few days? No, this energy is much more vigorous than the essence blood that I lost over the past few days. Feeling the increase in power in his body, Zhuowen said to himself with some curiosity, "Kid, the blood seal was formed by Huangzong using his life's essence blood. It contains the life's essence blood of a perfect human king, realm warrior. Don't waste it. Absorb all of this energy. Maybe you can break through again." Chapter 214. Ling Bao, upon hearing Xiao Hei's words and the increasingly surging energy within his body, Zhuowen's eyes immediately glowed. Without further ado, he sat down on the ground and focused on refining the essence blood energy within the blood seal. Squeak, squeak. Strange noises were constantly emitted from Zhuowen's body. Perhaps it was the effect of the blood qi nethergrass, but at this moment, Zhuowen's body was shrouded in a faint, blood-colored mist. His figure was faintly discernible, adding a sense of mystery to it. About an hour later, a loud shout burst forth from within the blood mist. Soon after, the thick blood mist was like shattered glass as it dissipated, revealing the young man's well-built body. An aura that was even stronger than before suddenly surged out of the young man's body. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not an ordinary young man, but a ferocious and brutal beast. "TSK, TSK, it seems like you have profited from a disaster. The blood seal, which was originally a poison to you, has become the most nourishing medicine under the effect of the blood qi nethergrass. Moreover, your cultivation has once again broken through to the advanced human king stage." Xiao Hei said indifferently as she crossed her arms and looked at the young man in front of her in amazement. Not only that, I even borrowed the power of Huang Zhong's essence blood to communicate with my Naiwen palace and break through the bottleneck of my mental energy. As he spoke, Zhuowen stomped his foot. With a thought, an invisible energy ripple surged out from his Naiwen palace, forming an invisible energy field in the air. Xiao Hei's eyes narrowed as she stared at the invisible energy field in front of her. A trace of astonishment appeared on her face, but she quickly regained her composure. He knew that Zhuowen's mental energy had already reached the peak of perfect grade 2 and was only a step away from reaching grade 3 mental energy. Hence, it was normal for him to make a breakthrough with the help of Huang Zhong's blood seal. Now that you have the strength of the profound human king realm and the mental energy of the initial level 3 realm, I'm afraid that you can even fight against an initial level Earth King realm warrior, Xiao Hei said admiringly as she floated in the air. However, I'm still a distance away from the great circle of the Earth King stage, Lu Yuanhua. However, if I include the reverse spirit puppet in my hand, I'm afraid that even the Lu Yuanhua won't be able to obtain any benefits from me. At this time, Zhuowen was full of vitality. His breathing was long and deep. Every breath he took was filled with confidence. Now he could be considered as a first-rate expert among all the martial artists in the ancient cave mansion. Let's go. We've wasted enough time. We can't delay any longer. Even if we have the map in our hands, if we go too late, I'm afraid all the good things will be taken away. After taking a deep look at the desolate herb garden, Zhuowen nodded and disappeared from the spot without any hesitation. He headed towards the deepest part of the ancient cave mansion. With the map's guidance and Xiao Hei's soul consciousness, Zhuowen's journey was quite easy. After avoiding a few hidden traps, the path in front of him finally became spacious. At the same time, loud rumbling sounds and noises could be heard. Zhuowen slowed down a little before slowly walking out of the passageway. Outside the passageway was an extremely spacious square. The square was surrounded by giant walls that were a few thousand feet tall. A desolate and distant aura slowly flowed out from it. At this time, there were many people gathered in the square. At a rough glance, there were at least dozens of people. Zhuowen also saw Su Chang and the 9th Commandery Princess among them. However, Zhuowen did not see Lu Yuanhua, Qing Lian, Su Mu, and the other main members of the 5 big forces. Obviously, these powerful earthly king realm martial artists were far ahead of the rest of the people and had entered the deepest part of the cave mansion. Zhuowen's arrival did not attract the attention of the people present. Instead, these people were concentrating on launching powerful attacks towards the light shield above the square. With so many people attacking together, ripples appeared on the surface of the light shield. Zhuowen glanced at the light shield and was surprised to find that there was a huge statue in the light shield. The statue was hundreds of feet tall, and its face was that of a middle-aged man in a long robe. The statue was very lifelike. In the middle of the statue's huge palm, there were 3 golden balls of light. Waves of strange fluctuations were constantly emitted from the balls of light. Zhuowen squinted his eyes and stared at the 3 balls of light in the statue's palm. He could faintly see the outline of weapons in the balls of light. Spiritual treasure. Looking at the 3 balls of light, Zhuowen's heart could not help but tremble. Spiritual treasures were rare in Rotan Armor City. In this small square, there were 3 of them. Moreover, from the aura of the 3 spiritual treasures, they were all middle-level spiritual treasures. It is indeed an ancient cave mansion. I haven't even entered the deepest part of the cave mansion, and there are already middle-level spiritual treasures. Zhuowen muttered to himself in a low voice. At the same time, he forcefully suppressed the excitement in his chest. He only had 2 spiritual treasures. One of them, the ice silk armor, was obtained from Huang Zhong. It was a defensive spiritual treasure. As for the teleportation token that Lin Xuanzhong gave him, it was a special spiritual treasure that could save his life at a critical moment. However, Zhuowen had yet to obtain a spiritual treasure that could be used to attack. Through the balls of light, Zhuowen discovered that the 3 spiritual treasures in the light shield were all offensive spiritual treasures. This was exactly what Zhuowen needed. He knew that if he could obtain one of them, his strength would increase by a lot. Scanning the crowd in the square, Zhuowen discovered that everyone was staring greedily at the light shield. Although it looked like these warriors were teaming up to attack the light shield. However, Zhuowen was very clear that once the light barrier was broken, these cultivators who had just joined forces would start fighting without caring about their own kin. For the sake of obtaining the spiritual treasure, there would be an extremely intense battle. As he thought of this, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Yuan power shot out from his hand and blasted towards the light shield in midair. At the same time, his body stealthily approached the light shield, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Zhuowen's actions did not attract the attention of others. This was because he was not the only one with such thoughts. Everyone was waiting for the moment the light shield was broken to forcefully seize the spiritual treasures. When Zhuowen finally stopped below the light shield, his eyes flickered crazily. Vigorous Yuan power flowed like a flood in his meridians. At the same time, the mental energy in his Naiwan palace was also in a state where it was ready to be unleashed at any time. Under the fierce attacks of the crowd, the light shield in midair became increasingly dim. Several cracks even appeared on its surface. When they saw this scene, the atmosphere in the square instantly became strange. The crowd, who were originally standing close to each other, suddenly separated at the same time. Their eyes were filled with vigilance. Zhuowen also sensed the strange atmosphere in the square. However, he was not surprised in his heart. Instead, his vigilance was raised to the peak as all the muscles in his body tensed up. Crack! Suddenly, a faint cracking sound rang out. Under the attacks of the crowd, faint cracks finally appeared on the light shield in midair. The square had also become completely silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the light screen that was slowly cracking open. Crack! Crack! The cracks finally expanded rapidly in front of everyone's eyes. Finally, they spread to every corner of the square. Bang! When the cracks spread to the largest extent, the light barrier finally collapsed completely, turning into countless light fragments that poured down in torrents. Boom! Just as the light barrier shattered, the originally quiet great hall immediately began to boil. In an instant, streams of vigorous Yuan power ferociously erupted. Everyone's eyes turned blood red at this moment. Their figures leaped into the air, greedily grabbing towards the soul treasure. Swoosh! Just as these people were about to attack, Zhuowen also pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot. His body shot into the air, heading straight for the huge hand of the statue. There, 3 balls of light quietly floated there, emitting an alluring luster. Kid! Snatched the leftmost spiritual treasure. The moment Zhuowen leaped into the air, Xiao Hei's voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen was stunned. His footsteps did not slow down at all, but his eyes were fixed on the leftmost ball of light. He could sense that the aura of the leftmost ball of light was the weakest among the 3 great balls of light. In other words, the spiritual treasure inside was very likely to be the weakest of the 3 great spiritual treasures. However, before Zhuowen could reply, Xiao Hei directly rudely interrupted him. Believe in this dragon lord. I can sense that the leftmost spiritual treasure is not ordinary. If you obtain it, it will be very beneficial for you. After pondering for a while, Zhuowen finally chose to believe in Xiao Hei. He fiercely stomped his foot and directly flew towards the leftmost spiritual treasure without any hesitation. As the spiritual treasure that Zhuowen had chosen had the weakest aura, there were relatively fewer people fighting for it. However, there were still 4 people who flew towards the leftmost spiritual treasure at the same time. These 4 figures were all at the human king realm. Among them, a middle-aged man had the strongest aura. He had actually reached the perfect human king realm. Zhuowen casually glanced at the enemy who was also rushing towards him. He smiled coldly. The powerful mental strength of his Naiwen Palace was immediately used on his body. His speed was forcibly doubled. He directly became like a stream of light and rapidly approached the ball of light. "Kid, you are courting death." When the four people behind saw that Zhuowen was one step ahead of them, they were furious. They raised their hands, and four ferocious Yuan forces surged out and violently blasted toward Zhuowen's back. "Humph." Sensing the four forces behind him, Zhuowen sneered. With a thought, his vigorous mental strength formed a thick golden round shield behind him. It easily blocked the four attacks. When the four people behind him saw that their attacks were so easily blocked by the young man in front of them, their expressions changed. There was a trace of horror on their faces. They did not expect Zhuowen to be so powerful at such a young age. He was able to block the joint attack of 4 Human King Realm warriors by himself. Chapter 215. Be robbed the 4 golden light swords turned into 4 streaks of golden light and shot towards the 4 people behind him. The sharp sword chi was like countless wind blades, flying and slashing randomly, causing the 4 people behind him to be flustered. Among them, 3 of the weaker ones even spat out a mouthful of blood under the powerful attack of the golden light sword. Their faces were filled with shock. The middle-aged man in the exceptional Human King realm was the strongest. Although he was flustered by the golden light sword, he was not as miserable as the other 3. The battle on Zhuowen's side happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, but it still attracted the attention of many other martial artists. When the other warriors saw that the young man, who was only about 16 years old, was able to resist the joint attack of 4 Human King realm warriors, one of whom was in the perfection of the Human King realm, they were still easily restrained by the young man. Such a scene naturally shocked many of the warriors present. They could only stare blankly at the youth who was snatching the numinous treasure. "Zhuowen? This guy is here too." Surrounded by a group of guards, the 9th Commandery Princess had also noticed the situation with Zhuowen. When she saw Zhuowen's face, she could not help but exclaim. The 9th Commandery Princess's exclamation made Su Chang, who was standing beside her, turn his head to look. When he saw that it was indeed Zhuowen, his eyes darkened. At the same time, his eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Zhuowen had already arrived in front of the leftmost ball of light. Then his right hand reached out to grab the ball of light. Wang, just as Zhuowen's right hand approached the ball of light, the spirit treasure within the ball of light exploded with an extremely strong resistance, directly shaking off Zhuowen's right hand. Zhuowen could not help but be shocked when he saw that the numinous treasure was actually resisting him. It seemed that Xiaohe was right. The numinous treasure in this ball of light was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, it would not have such a strong repulsive force. Boom! After his first attempt failed, Zhuowen was about to continue when an extremely intense essence energy fluctuation came from behind him. Zhuowen's eyes sank. He turned his head and discovered that the consummation sovereign realm cultivator was glaring at him with a ferocious gaze. "Brat, you have some strength. I was careless just now and actually fell for it. Now you won't be as lucky as before. If you don't want to die, get out of my way." Seeing the middle-aged man's ferocious appearance, Zhuowen sneered and said, "Who do you think you are? You actually have the qualifications to tell me to scram. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, you can go to hell." As he spoke, Zhuowen took a step forward, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. Following which, he grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist with his right hand, and the powerful mental energy within his Naiwen Palace was like a mountain that ruthlessly crushed onto the man's body, causing him to be unable to move at all. The killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes suddenly burst out. He clenched his right hand, and a crisp cracking sound was heard. The middle-aged man's wrist was actually twisted irregularly. At the same time, Zhuowen took a step forward, and his right leg shot out like a firecracker, hitting the man's chest hard. Another crisp, cracking sound was heard. The man's chest was completely caved in by Zhuan's kick. Uft! The middle-aged man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell to the ground like a falling meteor, smashing a huge deep hole in the ground. The middle-aged man's instant defeat immediately caused the scene to become somewhat quiet. Many warriors looked at Zhuo Wen and the deep pit below in disbelief. Many warriors recognized the unconscious middle-aged man. He was a bona fide perfection human king realm expert. He was considered one of the stronger ones in their group. However, even such an existence was beaten unconscious by the young man in front of them in a single exchange. Immediately, everyone's faces were filled with fear as they looked at the young man's figure not far away. This guy's cultivation has reached the human king realm? He actually defeated exceptional human king realm warrior in one move. The 9th Commandery Princess covered her cherry lips and looked at the young man not far away in disbelief. For a moment, her heart was in a mess. She clearly remembered that Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the corporeal yang realm not long ago. How long had it been since they last met? This guy had directly advanced to the human king realm. Wasn't the speed a little too fast? After dealing with the middle-aged man, Zhuowen turned around and attempted to retrieve the soul treasure from the ball of light. However, to his astonishment, a figure actually took advantage of the time when he was fighting with the middle-aged man to retrieve the soul treasure from the ball of light. With a sudden step, the figure directly retreated 100 steps back. Looking at the figure 100 meters away, Zhuowen's eyes instantly became gloomy. This was because the person who snatched his spiritual treasure was none other than Su Chang, the second son of the Marquis Mansion of Baichuan. The spiritual treasure in the light ball was a strangely shaped ink-black long spear. Waves of surging aura constantly emanated from the long spear, indicating that this long spear was extraordinary. Su Chang played with the long spear in his hand. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he looked at Zhuo Wen in front of him. He said indifferently, "This young master has taken a fancy to this spear. Zhuo Wen, you don't need to fight for it. After all, with your lowly status, you don't deserve such a spiritual treasure." After Su Chang snatched the long spear's spiritual treasure from Zhuo Wen, the remaining 2 spiritual treasures naturally had their own owners. One of them was naturally taken by the 9th Commandery Princess. After all, the 9th Commandery Princess had many powerful guards around her. In addition, her own strength was not weak. Naturally, it was not difficult for her to take one of the spiritual treasures. The other spiritual treasure was taken by the people of the Marquis Yongxin Mansion. Although this result was already expected, when they saw that the forces of the 3 marquises of the prefecture had really taken all 3 spiritual treasures, many warriors were still somewhat unwilling. However, no matter how unwilling they did not show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction on the surface. After all, the forces of the 3 marquises of the prefecture were not something that they could afford to offend. Apparently, the 9th Commandery Princess had also seen Zhuo Wen and Su Chang, who were facing each other not far away. Naturally, she also saw that Su Chang had interfered and snatched the spiritual treasures when Zhuo Wen was not paying attention. Although the 9th Commandery Princess despised Su Chang's behavior, she did not say anything. After all, Su Chang belonged to the 2nd prince of the marquises of Baichuan. His status was quite noble. She would not offend the marquises of Baichuan for such a thing. Moreover, Zhuo Wen had no background and was all alone. The 9th Commandery Princess would not offend Su Chang for Zhuo Wen. She just silently watched not far away to see how the 2 of them would end up. Now that the 3 spiritual treasures had been claimed, all the warriors in the square quieted down. They knew that the spiritual treasures were not meant to be with them. Instead, they focused their attention on Zhuo Wen and Su Chang, who were facing each other not far away. Their faces were full of smiles as if they were waiting for a good show. "That young man is quite unlucky. He was about to get the spiritual treasures, but he did not expect that Su Chang would interfere and snatch the spiritual treasures from him when he was not paying attention. What a pity! After all, Su Chang is the second prince of the marquises of Baichuan. He has a noble status and great influence. So what if that young man snatches the spiritual treasures? As long as Su Chang says something, that young man will have to obediently hand over the spiritual treasures. Let's see how that young man will deal with it. Judging from his expression, he seems to be in a bad mood. The square suddenly quieted down, and from time to time there were sounds of discussion. Zhuowen stared coldly at Su Chang, who was standing not far away from him. His expression became more and more unpleasant. Zhuowen suddenly took a step forward and shouted, "Hand over the spiritual treasures or die!" Zhuowen was in an extremely bad mood at this moment. The spiritual treasures were in his hands, but Su Chang had sneakily snatched them away. He could not bear it no matter how hard he tried. When these words were spoken, the square immediately turned silent. Everyone's eyes were dull as they stared at the young man with a straight back and cold eyes. They had never imagined that the young man would actually say such bold words. Could it be that he did not know Su Chang's identity? Even the 9th Commandery Princess did not expect that Zhuowen would not give up when faced with Su Chang's identity. Instead, he was so aggressive. Su Chang's expression became extremely unpleasant when he heard Su Chang's words. He did not expect that a guy from a small, low-level city would dare to speak to him in such a manner. This made him extremely angry. "How dare you say such words to me? You really have guts. Boy, do you really think that you are invincible in the world just because you are invincible in Rattan Armor City? This young master wants to see where your guts and arrogance come from." Su Chang was so angry that he laughed. He clenched his hands into fists, and an extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out from his body, forming countless hurricane-like ripples around his body. Half-step to Earth King Realm. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Su Chang in surprise. He did not expect that Su Chang, who was only about 20 years old, would be able to reach the half-step to Earth King Realm. It seemed that the 3 marquises of the commandery capital had a strong foundation to be able to cultivate such a young expert. He is actually a half-step to Earth King Realm. No wonder. He is the second prince of Marquis House of Baichuan. He has such a cultivation at such a young age. With such strength, he is considered the strongest in our group. It seems that the young man who provoked him is going to suffer. That boy is also extremely daring. Since young master Su Chang has already snatched it, it doesn't matter. There is no need to offend a colossus like Marquis House of Baichuan for a sole treasure. Feeling the powerful aura erupting from Su Chang's body, many practitioners in the square were in an uproar. Clearly, Su Chang's exposed strength had surprised them. Hearing the gasps of the practitioners behind him, the arrogance on Su Chang's face became even more intense. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhuowen and arrogantly said, "Now, I will give you 2 choices. First, kneel down and kowtow 50 times and cripple your own arms. Then, I may consider forgiving you for offending me. Second, With a cold smile, Zhuowen coldly shouted, "You pig! Do you think that everyone has a pig's brain like you? I have already said that if you do not hand over the soul treasure, you will die." Chapter 216. Blood-soaked sky. Just as everyone was stunned by Zhuowen's arrogant words, Zhuowen's following actions caused the corners of their mouths to twitch. After Zhuowen finished cursing, he stomped his foot and actually took the initiative to attack. His actions were not sloppy at all. At this time, Su Chang was already unable to restrain his anger. Since he was young, no one had ever dared to insult him to his face like this. So now that he saw Zhuowen rushing over, a cold smile immediately appeared on his face. "Arrogant fellow, this young master will definitely cripple you today." As he spoke, Su Chang's right hand suddenly swiped across the air, and the origin chi in the air suddenly boiled. Su Chang's hand suddenly formed a seal, and then he slammed it downwards. Qilin Claw Seal! A low roar came from Su Chang's mouth. His right hand turned into a claw and lifted into the air. Then a huge blood-red claw that was a few hundred feet long appeared in the air. The thick smell of blood was also on the verge of bursting out. As soon as the giant claw appeared, the void in the square suddenly trembled. Waves of invisible ripples spread out in all directions like water ripples. The space seemed to become unstable under the giant claw. Qilin Claw Seals. This is one of the heaven-class armor skills of the House of Baichuan. Su Chang can even use this skill. The 9th Commandery Princess's eyes flashed as she muttered to herself in surprise. Zhuowen has offended the wrong person. Although Su Chang is annoying, the House of Marquis, Baichuan behind him, is not a simple force. The 9th Commandery Princess looked at the young man not far away and murmured to herself. At this moment, everyone in the square also felt the powerful pressure of the giant claw that suddenly appeared. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They never thought that Su Chang's armor technique would be so powerful that even the space seemed to tremble because of it. The might of this armor technique has likely reached the heavenly rank, as expected of one of the 3 strongest factions in Muqing County. They actually possess such a powerful armor technique, like the heavenly rank. Looking at the giant claw in the void, the other martial artists could only be described with shock. Zhuowen, I have seen your performance in the competition for the quota. Although your talent has indeed amazed this young master, it is only SOSO. Without the support of a strong foundation, no matter how high one's talent was, it was useless. Don't tell me that your little Zhuo family has such a powerful heaven-tier armor skill. Will he have a high-grade spirit treasure? In the end, you're nothing more than ant-like existences. If we want to crush you to death, we can do so at any time. So you can die now. Standing on the giant claw in the air, Su Chang looked down at Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. He waved his right hand, and the giant claw swept toward Zhuowen like a falling mountain. Countless air explosions resounded wherever it passed. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Looking at the giant claw sweeping towards him in the void, Zhuowen's face was as calm as still water. He muttered in a low voice, "Do you think that you are the only one with a heaven-tier armor skill?" As he spoke, Zhuowen stomped on the ground. His legs shot out like a spring in the direction of the giant claw. This brat is not dodging. He actually wants to meet it head-on. Could it be that he's crazy? He can't be thinking of taking Su Chang's attack head-on, right? This is a genuine heaven-tier armor skill. It has a strange and unpredictable power. Is he courting death? Zhuowen's unusual behavior once again caused an uproar in the square. Everyone looked at the youth rushing towards the giant claw as if they were looking at an idiot. Ever since I got this armor skill from Tyrant Blood, I have never used it. Today, I have just advanced to the Human King realm. I want to see how powerful this armor skill that can be used as a trump card by Tyrant Blood is. In midair, the corners of Zhuowen's mouth actually revealed a trace of an excited smile. Then he suddenly twisted his waist and took a few steps in the air. With the help of the reverse thrust of the air, his speed actually increased by a bit. At the same time, a strong and pungent smell of blood burst out from Zhuowen's body. Then, all the pores on Zhuowen's body opened. Blood, qi gushed out from his pores like a fountain. It actually formed a thick blood mist around Zhuowen's body. This blood mist was like countless squirming bloodworms. It actually wriggled around Zhuowen's body. In the end, it turned into a bloodlight and turned into a huge blood shadow behind him. What Zhuowen was using now was the heaven rank high-level armor skill, Blood Tyrant Fist, that he had obtained from Tyrant Blood's Qiankuan bag. The reason why Zhuowen had not used it at that time was because, in order to use this armor skill, one's cultivation had to be at least at the Human King realm. This was because this armor skill required blood qi to display its power. Only the blood qi of warriors above the Human King realm could support the power of this armor skill. Otherwise, the warrior could die from excessive blood loss. This was also the reason why Zhuowen had not used this armor skill for a long time. Now that his cultivation had finally advanced to the human king realm, Zhuowen did not have any scruples to use Blood Tyrant Fist. First move of Blood Tyrant Fist, Advent of the Overlord. A furious roar burst out from Zhuowen's throat. Then, the huge bloody figure in the void behind Zhuowen took a step forward and stepped on the ground of the square. Immediately, the entire square trembled violently. Traces of tremors spread out in all directions, as if the end of the world had arrived. What armor skill is this? How can it be so powerful? The 9th Commandery Princess, who was watching from the sidelines, could not help but cover her mouth and exclaim as she looked at the blood shadow in the void. She could feel the powerful aura emitted by the blood shadow. It could be said that the armor skill Zhuowen used at this time had far exceeded her expectations. In her opinion, this armor skill of Zhuowen's was even more powerful than that of Su Chang's. It is also a heaven-class armor skill. How is this possible? Who is this person? How can he have a heaven-class armor skill? Oh my God! Today, I can actually see the battle between two heaven-class armor skills. This trip to the ancient cavern mansion is really worth it. Uncontrollable cries of surprise rang out once again. Everyone's gazes were focused on Zhuowen and the huge blood figure in the air behind him in astonishment. Su Chang also did not expect that Zhuowen would use a heaven-class armor skill. His face was filled with a trace of disbelief. When he came to his senses, he revealed a greedy look and said, "It seems that I have underestimated you. You also have a heaven-class armor skill. However, this armor skill should belong to the Marquis of Baichuan's mansion." As he spoke, Su Chang's right hand finally fell. The huge blood claw viciously grabbed at the blood shadow. Wherever it passed, even the air seemed to be torn apart. Zhuowen was not afraid. He waved his right fist fiercely towards the void. The huge blood shadow followed Zhuowen's movement. The bloody fist unceremoniously hit the blood claw. Boom! A deafening loud sound rang out in this space. Then, endless air waves wrapped in energy ripples spread towards the end of the void. The powerful force even tore the space apart. What an intense collision. The power of this collision is probably far beyond that of an ordinary human king, realm warrior. It might even be at the level of an earth king, realm warrior. Looking at the endless energy ripples exploding in the void and the void that was about to collapse, everyone's faces were filled with horror. They stared blankly at the huge blood claw and the huge blood shadow in the void. They wanted to know who would win in this collision. Break! Blue veins appeared on Su Chang's forehead. His face was unusually ferocious. Yuan power burst out from his body again. His right hand pressed down again. The blood claw in the void seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. It actually burst out with an intense and dazzling blood light. Under the sudden increase in power of the blood claw, the huge blood shadow in the void actually trembled violently. Its knees were slightly bent under the huge force of the blood claw. "Can you break it?" Zhuowen's eyes suddenly turned cold. His right hand suddenly pointed at his forehead. With a thought, endless mental energy suddenly surged out from his Naiwan palace and turned into 8 huge golden light swords. His right hand pointed at the void. The 8 golden light swords emitted intense golden light. They turned into 8 golden lights in the void and swept towards the blood claw in the void. Boom! The 8 golden light swords were like 8 sky-piercing stone pillars as they abruptly supported the blood claw that had increased in power. Shui Ying let out a furious roar as his slightly bent knees suddenly straightened. A supreme and powerful aura suddenly erupted. He extended his right hand and swung it like a propeller, heavily smashing against the enormous blood claw. Crack! A crisp sound reverberated. It was like a great bell that spread around the entire square. Then, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the the huge blood claw in the void broke apart inch by inch. Poochie! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out from Su Chang's mouth. There was still a trace of disbelief in his eyes. His cultivation had already reached the half-step earthly king stage. Furthermore, he had even used a powerful heavenly armor skill. Even so, he was still no match for the youth standing in the middle of the square. How is this possible? I actually lost to a lowly commoner from a low-grade city. Impossible. Su Chang's body was like a fluttering butterfly as he suddenly flew backwards. The clothes on his body were torn apart inch by inch under the effect of the powerful force, revealing his body that was already riddled with scars. However, he still did not feel anything. Instead, he continuously muttered to himself. It was as if he still did not dare to believe that he had lost. Since you have lost, Dai. A figure suddenly appeared above Su Chang, revealing Zhuowen's delicate and handsome face. At this moment, a cold light shot out from Zhuowen's eyes. His right hand formed a sword, and he had already ruthlessly pressed towards Su Chang's forehead. Stop! Zhuowen, Su Chang is the second son of Marquis House of Baichuan. If you kill him, you will directly become the enemy of Marquis House of Baichuan. At that time, you will not have a good ending. A crisp voice suddenly reverberated in the square. The 9th Commandery Princess's beautiful eyes were filled with horror and surprise as she looked at Zhuowen and Su Chang, who was covered with cuts and bruises. She could not help but shout. Chapter 217. Moon Demon Spear, bastard. This guy actually did it? The 9th Commandery Princess stomped her foot as she looked at the young man who had made a decisive move. Her face was full of anger. After all, Su Chang was the second son of Marquis Baichuan. If he died here, she would be held responsible. Boom! Zhuowen's eyes were filled with madness. The sword fingers of his right hand were wrapped in boundless yuan power as they ruthlessly pierced towards Su Chang's forehead. However, just as they were an inch away from Su Chang's forehead, a golden barrier suddenly appeared between Su Chang's brows. The golden barrier was as tough as steel. With a crisp sound of metal clashing against metal, Zhuowen's sword finger was deflected away. Protective numinous treasure? Focusing his gaze, Zhuowen quickly noticed the golden necklace around Su Chang's neck. The golden barrier was released from this necklace. Zhuowen, I told you to stop. Are you deaf? After such a delay, the 9th Commandery Princess also rushed over. She held a shining, sword-shaped spiritual treasure in one hand. She waved it in the air and shot out several powerful sword chi. After using his mental strength to block the sword chi, Zhuowen knew that it was impossible for him to kill Su Chang now. He snorted coldly and grabbed the Qingquan bag on Su Chang's waist. After a few flashes, he arrived at the corner of the square. He stared at the 9th Commandery Princess who was chasing after him. The 9th Commandery Princess ordered several subordinates to catch Su Chang. Looking at Su Chang, who was in a semi-coma, she was shocked and angry. She was surprised that Zhuowen had defeated Su Chang so easily. Although Su Chang was somewhat of a playboy in the Baichuan Marquis Mansion, he was still considered a relatively powerful genius. However, he was still defeated by Zhuowen, which naturally surprised her. She was furious that Zhuowen actually ignored her words. If it wasn't for Su Chang's protective spiritual treasure, she was afraid that Su Chang really wouldn't have been able to escape the fate of death. 9th Commandery Princess, do you want to have a match with me? About 100 meters away, Zhuowen and the 9th Commandery Princess were facing each other from a distance. To be honest, Zhuowen didn't like the 9th Commandery Princess. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been targeted by Lu Yuanhua, and the Zhuo family's gravity tower wouldn't have been taken away by Lu Yuanhua. It could be said that the culprit of today's situation was the unruly 9th Commandery Princess. Hearing this, the 9th Commandery Princess's pretty face changed. Her strength was at most equal to Su Chang's, or even slightly weaker. Although she had just obtained a medium-level spiritual treasure, She also knew that Zhuowen did not use his full strength in the battle just now. Therefore, even she was not confident that she could defeat Zhuowen. How did this guy improve so quickly? The 9th Commandery Princess bit her lower lip and couldn't help but clench her fists. Her watery eyes stared at the young man in front of her, full of complicated feelings. She still remembered that when she first came to Rot-Tan Armor City, the young man in front of her was insignificant to her. Although he amazed everyone in the competition for places, the young man's cultivation was still very low at that time. It was his amazing talent that surprised and impressed her. But in the end, Zhuowen at that time was someone she could only look down on. But now everything had changed. The young man who could only look up to her was now so powerful that he could kill Su Chong with one move. Even if she was facing the young man in front of her, she didn't have the slightest intention to fight. She looked at the young man in the distance and bit her red lips. Finally, she sighed and said, "Take Su Chong and let's go." After that, the 9th Commandery Princess left the square with a group of people and walked towards the exit of the cave mansion. In the eyes of other warriors, the 9th Commandery Princess's behavior was seen as a sign of weakness. Looking at the young man who was like a rock in the square and the graceful figure of the 9th Commandery Princess, the square was suddenly in an uproar. Who is this young man? Su Chong of the House of Marquis, Baichuan, was defeated by him. Even the 9th Commandery Princess of the House of Marquis Qin is afraid of him. Could it be that this young man's background is more powerful than the 3 marquises of the Commandery capital? He is so powerful at such a young age. Such a genius can't be cultivated by ordinary forces. Just now, the 9th Commandery Princess called him Zhuowen. Why do I feel that this name is so familiar? Zhuowen did not pay any attention to the crowd in the square, whose faces were filled with reverence. He leaped a few times and disappeared from where he stood, leaving behind many warriors in the square whose faces were filled with doubt. They were all very curious about Zhuowen's identity. I remember now. There is a genius in the Zhuo family of Rot-Tan Armor City. His name is Zhuowen. I heard that he is only about 16 years old, which is quite similar to this young man. Could this young man be the genius from Rot-Tan Armor City? Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed loudly. When these words were spoken, the scene fell into an instant of silence. Everyone looked at each other, the shock on their faces becoming even denser. No one expected that the young man who had shown his invincible power just now was only a disciple from a low-level family like Rot-Tan Armor City. After leaving the square, Zhuowen found a secluded corner. With a wave of his right hand, he took out the Qinkuan bag that he had obtained from Su Chong. He forcefully erased the blood essence imprint in the Qinkuan bag. Zhuowen's mental energy was like a tidal wave as it entered the bag to search. An ink-black, long spear suddenly appeared in Zhuowen's hand. The body of the spear was constantly emitting a black stream of light. What was even more surprising was that when the black stream of light was emitted, even the air seemed to be distorted. It was as if this stream of light contained an unknown powerful force. Feeling the strong aura of the long spear, Zhuowen's face revealed a joyful expression. He bit his finger and dripped his blood essence onto the long spear. The long spear hummed, and the body of the spear trembled. The black light on the surface of the spear disappeared, revealing its original appearance. The demon moon dragon spine spear! Zhuowen muttered to himself as he stroked the dragon's skill-like patterns on the spear. After dripping his blood essence, information about the spear appeared in his mind. It is indeed a soul treasure refined from the demon moon dragon spine. Looks like this dragon lord's senses were not wrong. Sitting on his shoulder, Xiao Hei's eyes emitted a trace of light as it suddenly opened its mouth. The demon moon dragon spine? Xiao Hei, since you allowed me to fight for this spear, it means that this spear should have some unique features. Now you should tell me about it. Zhuowen turned his head to look at Xiao Hei as he casually said, "Kid, don't you know that you have picked up a treasure?" although the aura of the 3 soul treasures in the square is the weakest. This soul treasure has the most potential. This spear was refined from the spine of the powerful demon moon dragon from the ancient dragon tribe. As an ancient overlord, the demon moon dragon's spine has the power to shatter mountains. The power of the soul treasure refined from it is even more abnormal. Zhuowen was stunned. There was not the slightest hint of joy on his face. Instead, he was rather puzzled as he asked, "After hearing what you have said, it seems rather amazing. However, you have made it sound so awesome. Why is this spear only a middle-rank soul treasure?" This is what this dragon lord wants to explain. The material of your spear is indeed the demon moon dragon spine. However, it was refined from the spine of a young demon moon dragon. Naturally, its power is not as strong as the spine of an adult demon moon dragon. However, the demon moon dragon spine has an extremely abnormal characteristic. That is, it can evolve by devouring the essence blood of primordial beasts. This is the potential that this dragon lord was talking about. As long as you continue to provide this spear with essence blood, this demon moon dragon spine spear will evolve into a high-rank soul treasure sooner or later. Xiao He rolled its eyes at Zhuowen as if it was blaming him for not knowing the value of the spear. When Zhuowen heard this, his face immediately flushed red. A glint flashed across his eyes. If what Xiao He had said was true, then the value of this demon moon dragon spine spear had far surpassed that of a middle-rank soul treasure. It was comparable to a high-rank soul treasure. Furthermore, this demon moon dragon spine spear does not only have this little benefit. If this dragon lord's senses are not wrong, it also contains a set of cultivation techniques. Xiao He's eyes flickered. It waved its right claw, and a black ray of light shot into the dragon spine spear. Then the demon moon dragon spine spear suddenly trembled. An extremely loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the body of the spear. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar suddenly rang out in Zhuowen's ears. Then the air around his body suddenly started to boil. It was as if countless hurricanes had swept out. At the same time, above Zhuowen, a huge dragon shadow that was thousands of feet long appeared. The dragon's shadow had a pair of wings on its back. The dragon's wings were like the moon, emitting a bright light. The huge dragon's body was like an unending mountain range. The dragon shadow's huge, lantern-like dragon eyes pierced through the void and stared straight at Zhuowen. Then its gaze shifted slightly and stopped at Xiao He, who was on Zhuowen's shoulder. When it saw Xiao He, the dragon shadow's body suddenly trembled. The dragon's eyes actually lit up. Then, under Zhuowen's horrified gaze, it knelt on the ground and stared at Xiao He with reverence. It then let out a strange howl. How troublesome! This dragon, Lord, can't even protect myself now. Once this dragon lord's strength has recovered to its peak, I will help you revive. For now, you should just obediently become this kid's weapon spirit. Xiao He swung its arm and said unhappily. Obviously, the dragon shadow and Xiao He had talked about something that Zhuowen did not know about. The dragon shadow nodded slightly. Then it turned into a ray of light and entered the demon moon dragon spine spear. At the same time, a black ray of light shot into between Zhuowen's eyebrows at an extremely fast speed. Zhuowen was stunned. Then, to his surprise, he noticed that strange characters and some strange diagrams had appeared in his mind. They actually looked like cultivation techniques. Kid, that is the demon moon dragon tribe's inherited secret technique. The Demon Moon Secret Manual. This secret technique is compatible with your Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear and can unleash an extremely powerful force. If the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear is only a middle-rank soul treasure, then when it is combined with the Demon Moon Secret Manual, the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear can unleash the power of a high-rank soul treasure. When he heard these words, Zhuowen was shocked. Then an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. It seemed that choosing the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear was the right choice. Chapter 218. 9 Heavens, Blazing Thunder Flame. After walking out of this tunnel, the deepest part of the ancient cave will be right in front of us. However, the map seems to have recorded this tunnel, causing the path behind to become blurry. Within a pitch-black tunnel, a black figure was like a black bolt of lightning as it continuously sped forward. Soon after, the figure came to a stop and took out a yellowed map as it softly muttered to itself. This figure was Zhuowen, who had just left the plaza. At this moment, Zhuowen was holding the map in his hand, but his eyebrows were tightly knitted together. This was because the map in his hand had come to an abrupt end at this point. Looks like the deepest part of the cave definitely hides some kind of treasure that even the owner of the cave is unwilling to reveal. Otherwise, this map would not only mark this tunnel. Xiao He also saw the abnormality of the map and spoke somewhat helplessly. "Kid, the end of this tunnel is definitely extremely dangerous. Do you still want to continue forward?" Suddenly, Xiao He turned its head and stared at Zhuowen in a serious manner as it asked, "Although the harvest this time is indeed pretty good, I really want to see just what kind of incredible treasure this ancient practitioner has left behind. Furthermore, as a practitioner, it is our duty to fight against the heavens. If we shrink back because of this, I'm afraid that such a person will never be able to become a practitioner in his lifetime. Therefore, let's bravely move forward." A glimmer of brilliance erupted from Zhuowen's eyes as he straightened his back. His body was filled with pride and confidence. "Haha, you have some courage. However, you should also try your best to be careful. This dragon lord can sense that there is something extremely dangerous in the deepest part of the cave." Xiao He spoke rather cautiously. Upon seeing Xiao He's appearance, Zhuowen could not help but be startled. This was the first time he had seen Xiao He reveal such an expression. Clearly, there was indeed a danger in the deepest part of the cave that even Xiao He was afraid of. When he thought of this, Zhuowen also became even more vigilant. After walking in the passageway for about an hour, his vision suddenly widened. An extremely spacious area appeared in front of his eyes. In this area, there were countless huge wooden pillars. The wooden pillars soared into the sky and were tightly packed together. They split into numerous wooden pillar passageways. The winding passageways were like a maze. Zhuowen was also taken aback by the change in the terrain. He took 2 steps forward and suddenly discovered that there were some ink-black limbs on the ground. He picked them up and took a closer look. They seemed to be broken human arms, but they were rather hard and cold to the touch, like bamboo joints. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered unknown runes on the severed limb, which were emitting traces of strange energy. This is a puppet. Looking up, Zhuowen discovered that there were many of these limb-like things scattered on the road ahead. There were even some heads with lifeless faces. They are indeed puppets. However, these puppets aren't very strong. They should only be at the corporeal yang stage. The place was in a mess. It was obvious that Lu Yuanhua and his group had already passed by this place. Brat, what are you doing? Why are you collecting these puppet limbs?" Xiao He looked at Zhuowen in confusion and asked. At this moment, Zhuowen waved his right hand and collected all the puppet limbs scattered in the passageway into his Qinquan bag. The 10,000 evolution scripture is a secret spiritual skill to control puppets. Although the method to create puppets is recorded in it, I don't have any puppet materials. Therefore, I haven't made any puppets. Since these are the remains of the puppets, I can recycle them. After all, there are still some materials that can be used. Zhuowen replied without turning his head as he concentrated on collecting the puppet limbs in the passageway. "Brat, you can actually think of such a way to use them." Xiao He was startled at first, but then a look of appreciation appeared in his eyes. These puppet limbs were trash to others, but to Zhuowen, who had the 10,000 evolution scripture, they were very valuable things. Along the way, Zhuowen found many puppet limbs. He even found the remains of some human king and earth king realm puppets. At the same time, there were also traces of fighting on the road. Obviously, only Lu Yuanhua, Su Mu, and a group of people from the 5 major forces could defeat Earth King realm puppets. He was secretly surprised by the strength of Lu Yuanhua and the others. His hands were not slow as he quickly collected all the puppet limbs into his chinkuan bag. After all, the materials of Earth King realm puppets were much more precious than the previous puppets. Zhuowen naturally would not let them go to waste. After collecting along the way, more than half of the space in Zhuowen's chinkuan bag was occupied by puppet limbs. According to Zhuowen's estimation, these puppet limbs were enough for him to create a puppet army of 100 people. Moreover, each of them would be at least at the Human King realm. Moreover, with the materials of Earth King realm puppets, Zhuowen could create 2 more Earth King realm puppets. Thinking of this, Zhuowen could not hide the excitement in his heart. His Zhuo family, including himself and Zhuo Xiangding, only had 2 Human King realm warriors. They did not have a single Earth King realm warrior. But now, relying on these materials and the puppet's secret technique in the Myriad Evolution Scripture, he could create a puppet army of 100 Human King realm warriors. Among them, there would be 2 Earth King realm puppets. With such strength, even in the entire Muqing County, the Zhuo family would have a certain foothold. After running for another hour in the tunnel, there was still no end to the road in front of them. Something is wrong. I seem to have walked on this road just now. Zhuowen slowly walked to a wooden stake in the corner. There was an inconspicuous mark there. This mark was drawn by Zhuowen when he was collecting the puppet limbs. It seems like this wooden stake path is not simple. Clearly, there should be a formation inside. Xiao He had also discovered some clues. His eyes swept all around as he spoke in a grave manner. Then what should we do? I don't know anything about formations. Zhuowen said helplessly as he scratched his head and shrugged. Although this dragon lord isn't good at formations, this formation isn't too profound either. Xiao He said and closed her eyes. Her powerful divine sense spread out in all directions like a tide. Walk 300 steps forward. Turn left and walk 100 steps. Break the wooden stake in front of you, and this formation will be broken. Hearing this, Zhuowen was skeptical. Following Xiao He's instructions, he walked 300 steps forward, turned left, and walked 100 steps. He stopped in front of a rather inconspicuous wooden stake. Without hesitation, he waved his right fist, and with a blazing golden light, he hit the wooden stake in front of him with a rumble. Boom! Under the power of his fist, the wooden stake was instantly shattered into countless wood shavings. Unexpectedly, another deep tunnel appeared behind it. So the path that I have been walking on is just an illusion. The real path is hidden here. Zhuowen rolled his eyes and said somewhat speechlessly. After saying this, Zhuowen's feet did not slow down. With a push of his legs, his entire body flew into the tunnel like an arrow leaving the bow. In an instant, he disappeared from the entrance after running for about 10 minutes in the tunnel. Zhuowen finally saw a white light screen at the end of the tunnel. He knew that the other end of the light screen was the core area of the ancient cave mansion. Lu Yuanhua and the rest were there. After muttering to himself for a while, Zhuowen took a step forward and directly rushed into the light screen. After walking into the light screen, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with darkness. In the next moment, countless lightning flashed and thunder roared in front of his eyes. At the same time, his ears resounded with the sound of thunder exploding. Zhuowen was startled. He immediately used his yuan power to protect his body. Only then did he begin to size up the environment in front of him. This was a huge palace. The floor was made up of sparkling and translucent white jade. At the top of the palace, there was a dazzling golden throne. Clearly, it was the seat of the owner of the cave mansion when he was alive. However, what shocked Zhuowen was not the throne at the top of the palace. Instead, it was the 3-legged giant cauldron that was floating in the middle of the palace. The surface of the giant cauldron was bound by black metal chains that were as thick as the mouth of a bowl. It was suspended at the top of the cauldron. Below the giant cauldron, there was a strange flame that was continuously burning. Why was this flame called strange? It was because the flame below the giant cauldron did not burn like an ordinary flame. Instead, it was light blue in color. Moreover, during the burning process, it continuously emitted countless thunderbolts. It was as if this strange blue flame could produce thunderbolts. Damn, this can't be the 9 heavens thunder inferno, right? After seeing the strange flame below the giant cauldron, Xiaohei suddenly jumped up. She suppressed the excitement in her voice and exclaimed, 9 heavens thunder inferno. Zhuowen was startled. Immediately, he subconsciously asked. He could sense that this flame that contained thunderbolts was not ordinary. Its might was many times stronger than the Nirvana demon flame. Clearly, its rank was much higher than the Nirvana demon flame. The 9 heavens thunder inferno is a flame that was born from the 9 heavens mysterious lightning. It contains the powerful energy of both the lightning origin and the flame origin. Of course, it can also be said to be a strange flame. The might of this flame is not the least bit inferior to the mysterious lightning. Both of them possess an earth-shaking power. Little fellow, the 9 heavens thunder inferno, is a genuine earth rank energy. Moreover, it is one of the best and most powerful among the earth rank energies. It is an existence that is ranked at the top among the many earth rank energies. If you are able to completely refine the 9 heavens thunder inferno's essence, the might of your ice fire holy symbol will increase by another level. Xiao Hei's voice immediately contained a rich excitement. Her quick-witted eyes became extremely anxious. It was obvious that the 9 heavens thunder inferno in front of her was not ordinary. Moreover, when he heard that the 9 heavens thunder inferno could increase the might of the ice fire holy symbol, Zhuowen's eyes also erupted with a shocking radiance. The power that the ice fire holy symbol brought to him was indeed extremely heaven-defying. However, he only had the Nirvana demon flame and the heaven terminus cold chi in his body. The power that he could unleash was already unable to cause too much damage to an earthly king stage cultivator. Chapter 219. 9-wheel burning heaven. Cauldron many people had already gathered in the huge palace. Among them were Lu Yuanhua of the house of Marquis Qin, Sumu of the Marquis of Baichuan, Qin Hui of the Marquis Yongsheng, Guang Emo of the Imperial Sword Sect, and Qing Lian of the Jade Lady Star Court, whose face was covered by a veil. They were all gathered in the palace, looking up at the mountain-like cauldron in the sky above the palace. In addition to the 5 young representatives of the 5 great forces, there were also experts sent by the 5 great forces in the palace. Obviously, they were sent to assist Lu Yuanhua, Su Mu, and the others. They were all heavenly king stage experts. Zhuowen even saw a familiar figure beside Lu Yuanhua. It was the heavenly king stage expert, Lingju, whom he had met a few times before. At this time, Lingju was standing behind Lu Yuanhua with an expressionless face. Zhuowen's sudden intrusion immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the palace. When they saw Zhuowen's handsome face, they were all stunned. Obviously, they did not expect that there would be a cultivator other than the 5 great forces that would enter this place. After all, the checkpoints before the cave were filled with danger. Even if it was an Earth King stage cultivator, it would not be an easy task to reach the palace located in the deepest part of the cave. However, now that they saw an unknown 16-year-old young man enter the palace, it naturally caused many people to be surprised and curious. No one present would have thought that Zhuowen was able to break into the depths of the cave mansion, mainly because he relied on the map and Xiaohei's perception ability to avoid many traps in advance and reach this place. However, the surprise in everyone's eyes disappeared in a flash. Then they ignored Zhuowen. In their opinion, Zhuowen should have broken into this place by luck. Moreover, Zhuowen was alone and did not pose the slightest threat to them. Within the group, LV Yuanhua narrowed his eyes as he stared at the youth that had just appeared, not far away. A dense, chilling intent flashed within the depths of his eyes as he muttered in a low voice, "I truly did not expect that this brat would actually be able to barge into this place. This has truly given me a huge shock. Once we have obtained the treasures here, we will settle our old grudges with you." Lingjiu looked at Zhuowen with a complicated gaze. He sighed and shook his head, but did not say anything. After sweeping a glance at the people in the palace, Zhuowen walked to a corner without saying a word. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the giant cauldron suspended in midair and the 9 heavens thunder inferno, which was continuously releasing lightning energy. Now that he had walked closer, he realized that the mountain-like giant cauldron was surrounded by endless 9 heavens thunder inferno. At a glance, it was like a sea of fire. Waves of blazing heat also pounced on his face, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily break out in a hot sweat. It seems that the giant cauldron in midair should be a treasure. Zhuowen exclaimed to himself as he felt the powerful aura that was continuously being emitted from the giant cauldron. The fact that the giant cauldron was not damaged in the slightest under the burning of a powerful flame like the 9 heavens thunder inferno was enough to show how extraordinary it was. If this dragon lord is not wrong, this giant cauldron should be an earthly soul treasure. It seems that the owner of this cave mansion has quite a deep background to actually possess such a powerful treasure like an earthly soul treasure. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. After entering the palace, Xiao Hei consciously entered Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. After all, the cultivators gathered here were basically all at the earthly king stage and above. There were even heavenly king stage cultivators. When the time came, Xiao Hei's existence would very likely be discovered. Earthly soul treasure? Hearing this, Zhuowen's pupils abruptly shrank as he muttered in disbelief. Zhuowen had heard of earthly soul treasures before. This kind of soul treasure was even more powerful than high-grade soul treasures. It was said that this kind of soul treasure had the power to split mountains and overturn mountains and seas. Even the factions of the 3 marquises of the province did not necessarily possess such a soul treasure. Even if they did, they were extremely rare and belonged to the category of treasures. Zhuowen had never seen a soul treasure of this level before. He did not expect that he would actually be able to see it with his own eyes. Furthermore, the giant cauldron should also contain some extraordinary elixirs. After all, something that can be refined using a powerful flame like the 9 heavens thunder inferno can definitely be called a rare elixir. Xiao Hei's voice rang out again, causing Zhuowen to be rather astonished. It seems that this giant cauldron soul treasure is really quite extraordinary. The ultimate goal of Lu Yuanhua and the others in the ancient cave mansion should be the giant cauldron soul treasure in this palace. Glancing at the people from the 5 great factions who were rubbing their shoulders and keeping their guard up against each other, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he suddenly came to a realization. An earthly soul treasure is not so easy to obtain. The 9 heavens thunder inferno in front of the giant cauldron is like a natural chasm. Even a heavenly king stage practitioner would find it difficult to get close to the giant cauldron. Furthermore, this palace is not as simple as it seems. Look around you. Xiao Hei coldly smiled and said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhuowen couldn't help but scan the surroundings. He was surprised to discover that there were actually rows of human-shaped statues around the palace. At a glance, there were a total of 18 of them. Every single one of them was several hundred meters tall, and they stood tall. These statues were all glaring angrily. They held various weapons in their hands and wore heavy armor on their bodies. Just by looking at them, there was a kind of aura that was as vast as a mountain flowing out. There must be an extremely powerful formation in this palace. If someone really wants to snatch the giant cauldron soul treasure, I'm afraid that it will immediately activate the formation in the palace. At this point, Xiao Hei said with a rather serious expression. Zhuowen's expression turned cold. However, a vigilant look appeared on his face. He knew that the formation that Xiaohei mentioned was definitely related to the 18 statues around them. Just as Zhuowen was secretly on guard, Lu Yuanhua, who was standing at the front of the group, stepped forward. His gaze swept across the people from the other 4 great factions. However, when his gaze swept across Zhuowen, a meaningful look appeared on his face. Everyone here is from the strongest factions in our province. I'm sure that you all know how extraordinary this cauldron is. When Lu Yuanhua said this, everyone nodded one after another. The gazes that were gathered on the giant cauldron also became quite fervent. Many people present recognized the powerful flame that was the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame. The fact that the cauldron was not damaged by such a powerful flame was already proof of how extraordinary it was. Young Master Lu, don't keep everyone in suspense. Since you have already spoken, you must know the origin of this cauldron. It's better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. Let's hear it together. A clear voice rang out like a lark. Qing Lian from the Jade Lady Star Court was the first to speak. That's right, Brother Lu, who doesn't know that your father is awesome. Since he can use the limitless heaven and earth secret technique to detect the location of the cave, I'm sure that he is no stranger to the owner of this cave. Su Mu, who had a sturdy body and bare arms, said in a rough voice. Lu Yuanhua smiled slightly and said indifferently, although my father has the limitless heaven and earth secret technique, it is not as magical as Brother Su said. In fact, my father does not know the origin of the owner of this cave. However, it is absolutely true that this giant cauldron is a genuine earth-rank spiritual treasure. When Lu Yuanhua said this, the scene suddenly became quiet. Many people's breathing became rapid. Earth-rank spiritual treasures were quite rare even for the 5 great forces of the province. They did not expect that there would be an earth-rank spiritual treasure in this somewhat dilapidated cave. Brother Lu, is this true? Is this giant cauldron really an earth-rank spiritual treasure? Qin Hui from the Eternal Prosperity Marquis Mansion could not help but ask in surprise. His right hand that was holding the feather fan trembled. Only an earth-rank spiritual treasure can be undamaged by the 9 heavens, thunder, inferno flame. This cauldron is called the 9 heavens inferno cauldron. It is said that it was a personal cauldron of a powerful alchemist in ancient times. It has a strange and unpredictable power. Lu Yuanhua said indifferently with his hands behind his back. A personal cauldron of an alchemist? Everyone was shocked by Lu Yuanhua's words. As one of the great forces of the province, they had naturally heard of alchemists, a special profession that had disappeared since ancient times. It was said that the alchemists of ancient times all had extraordinary power. Not only could they refine powerful pills that could revive the dead, but they could also concoct powerful poisons that could kill saints. They could also borrow the power of the strange flames of heaven and earth to help them, displaying power that could overturn mountains and seas. In any case, according to the records in the ancient books, the alchemists of ancient times were a group of extremely abnormal people. Even the great forces were not willing to offend them. Since the alchemists were so powerful, their personal cauldron naturally could not be mediocre. When they thought of the various powerful legends of the alchemists, everyone's eyes became even more fervent. They knew that the 9 heavens inferno cauldron in front of them was definitely not an ordinary, earth-rank spiritual treasure. Lu Yuanhua smiled as he looked at the various expressions in front of him. He opened his mouth again and said, "Everyone can see that there is a strange flame like the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame in front of the 9 heavens thunder inferno cauldron. If I'm not wrong, there should be a layer of restriction within the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame. Therefore, if we want to obtain this cauldron, we must break through the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame." According to young Master Lu's words, we should first work together to break through the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame outside the cauldron? Qing Lian's beautiful eyes moved as she spoke again. Miss Qing Lian is really smart. Since we have already worked together once outside the cave, we can naturally work together again this time, right? Lu Yuanhua flattered and said in a graceful manner, "After we break through the restriction, how will the ownership of this cauldron be decided?" Su Mu crossed his arms and sneered. "After we break through the restriction, it will naturally depend on our own abilities. After all, there is only one Nine Heavens Inferno cauldron, and there are so many of us." Lu Yuanhua glanced at Su Mu indifferently and said calmly, Chapter 220. An unforeseen event. Since everyone has agreed, there is no need to waste any more time. Now, we must first break the Nine Heaven Thunder Inferno. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Lu Yuanhua nodded his head in satisfaction. He patted his Qingquan bag and took out a funnel-shaped jade pot. The surface of the jade pot was sparkling and translucent, emitting traces of bone-chilling cold air. Ice Profound Pot? Looks like young Master Lu is really well prepared. He even prepared a soul treasure that can restrain the mysterious flame. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes moved as she stared at the jade pot in Lu Yuanhua's hand and said in surprise, due to Qing Lian's voice, everyone's gazes simultaneously gathered on the ice profound pot in Lu Yuanhua's hand. They all let out an uproar. Clearly, the ice profound pot in his hand was quite famous. Is it another high-grade soul treasure? Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he stared at the ice profound pot in Lu Yuanhua's hand and muttered to himself. He thought that Lu Yuanhua only had the purple gold door, a high-grade soul treasure. He did not expect the latter to have another high-grade soul treasure. Fortunately, I did not fight with this guy back then. Otherwise, the consequences would be really bad. Cold sweat appeared on Zhouwen's forehead as he thought about how Lu Yuanhua had more than one high-grade soul treasure. Even if he were to fight with Lu Yuanhua now, he should not have much chance of winning. Miss Qing Lian has good eyesight. This ice profound pot is refined from 10,000-year mysterious ice. It is an extremely keen and cold soul treasure that can restrain the flame. However, the Nine Heaven Thunder Inferno is, after all, an extremely powerful mysterious flame among the earth-rank flames. Therefore, even if the ice profound pot has the ability to restrain the flame, I'm afraid that it will not last for long. I hope that everyone can quickly break the formation. After he finished speaking, Lu Yuanhua did not beat around the bush anymore. Instead, he suddenly formed a series of complicated seals with both of his hands as he spat out obscure characters. After that, he raised his right hand, and the mysterious ice pot in his palm immediately emitted an ear-piercing buzzing sound as it flew towards the Nine Heavens thunder flame in the sky. In the process of flying, the size of the ice profound pot also expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it expanded from the size of a palm to the size of several tens of meters. At the same time, a dense cold air suddenly burst out from the ice profound pot, and actually dispersed the high temperature in the palace by quite a bit. At this moment, Lu Yuanhua's gaze slightly congealed. His right hand formed a sword finger, and the powerful elemental energy immediately turned into a fine light and entered the ice profound pot in the air. Whoosh! A subtle sound rang out. Immediately after, the ice profound pot in midair emitted a dazzling blue light. Immediately after, an endless amount of cold air gushed out from the pot's mouth, forming an endless amount of cold air hurricane in the air. It ferociously swept towards the Nine Heavens thunderblaze. Rumble! The powerful cold air suddenly collided with the center of the blue-colored flame, which contained an endless amount of thunderbolts. Immediately, countless lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Numerous large thunderbolts, which were as thick as water buckets, cut through the empty space and spread in all directions. There were even a couple of thunderbolts that directly landed on the ground of the palace, directly smashing the ground and forming an unfathomably deep pit. What a frightening strength! This Nine Heavens thunderblaze is actually so frightening. Zhuan's expression changed slightly as he looked at the seemingly bottomless pit a short distance away. He had finally understood the frightening strength of the nine heavens' thunderblaze. This strength had already far exceeded the Nirvana demon flame. Even the ice-fire flame that he had merged together was likely unable to compare with the lightning fire strength that the nine heavens' thunderblaze emitted. In the sky, the endless cold air and the powerful lightning and fire energy formed a stalemate at this moment. It was as if the space had been divided into two regions. For a moment, the temperature in the entire hall became quite strange. It was sometimes cold and sometimes hot. It was constantly changing. When the ice and fire energies collided, it instantly caused a chain explosion. Colorful energy continued to scatter in the sky. From time to time, circles of energy clusters would erupt. The energy ripples that were created were like ripples that spread across the entire hall. Under these ripples, the enormous palace actually began to shake violently. It was as though the sky and earth were falling apart at this moment. "Elderling, lend me a hand." Lu Yuanhua let out a muffled groan. His expression immediately became incomparably pale as he cried out to Lingju beside him. Lingju nodded slightly. Her foot suddenly stomped, and the strength of the Heavenly King stage was suddenly unleashed. Immediately, her right hand was placed on the back of Lu Yuanhua's shoulder. A wave of powerful Yuan power suddenly poured into the latter's body, like a river entering the sea. With the support of Lingju's Yuan power, the ice mysterious pot in the sky suddenly hummed. It actually emitted an intense blue glow, after which an even more intense cold air shot out from the mouth of the pot, vaguely showing signs of covering the sky. Bang! The cold air, whose strength had greatly increased, was like a sharp, long spear. It actually bravely charged forward and pierced a hole in the nine heavens' thunderblaze in the sky. On the other side of the hole was the nine-ring burning sky cauldron that was quietly suspended. There was a layer of colorful light curtain in front of the nine-ring burning sky cauldron. Clearly, there was a layer of restriction blocking it. Everyone, quickly break the restriction. The ice mysterious pot will not be able to last for long. Lu Yuanhua's face revealed a wild joy as he looked at the hole in the sea of fire in the sky. He cried out loudly, "Good break. I'll go first." Looking at the hole in the sky, Su Mu laughed heartily. He suddenly pulled out the long-handled broadsword on his back. With a stomp of his feet, his entire body shot into the hole like an arrow released from a bow. With both hands holding the hilt of the broadsword, he ruthlessly smashed it against the light curtain. "I can't fall behind brother Su Mu." Qin Hui waved his feather fan. The Yuan power in the air suddenly boiled and finally formed a monstrous wave. It fiercely swept out and rushed into the light curtain in the hole. Guang Mo was not to be outdone. He pulled out the green separation sword on his back and formed a sword seal. The green separation sword in his hand turned into a green glow. It cut through the void and blasted towards the light curtain. Finally, Qing Lian's jade feet stepped on the nebula. She gently stretched out her pure, white wrist. Specks of starlight were like countless hidden weapons. They fiercely flew out and shot towards the light curtain in the hole. In the end, they ruthlessly imprinted themselves on the surface of the light curtain. A crisp sound of collision followed. Bang! A violent explosion suddenly sounded, following which the entire palace trembled a few times, following which the five-colored light curtain in the hole actually began to rapidly spread and crack. When the crack spread to the edge, crack! A crisp sound followed. Then, with a bang, the five-colored light curtain shattered into powder. This layer of restriction is so weak. It broke with just one attack. Su Mu, who was holding the long-handled broadsword in his hand, looked at the shattered light curtain with some surprise and doubt as he whispered. Originally, in his opinion, the nine-wheel burning sky cauldron was at least an earthly soul treasure. The restriction on its surface should be even more difficult to break than the nine heavens thunder flame. However, he did not expect that a casual joint attack would be able to break it. Even Lu Yuanhua, who had been controlling the ice profound pot, was stunned. He did not expect the restriction on the burning sky cauldron to be so weak. It could not even withstand a single blow. Hee. If I had known it would be so easy, I wouldn't have wasted so much effort. Su Mu's eyes flickered. His feet suddenly stepped into the air, and his entire body directly drilled into the hole. He actually wanted to directly snatch the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. Su Mu, you bastard. Damn it. This guy is really despicable. When Lu Yuanhua, Guang Emo, and Qin Hui saw Su Mu's actions, they could not help but curse in shock and anger. Even Qing Lian's beautiful face changed greatly, because Su Mu's position was closest to the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. When everyone present reacted, Su Mu had already arrived in front of the cauldron. You don't have to blame me. Brother Lu said in advance that snatching the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron depends on one's own ability. This young master grasped the opportunity, and that is my ability. Hee. The 9-wheel burning sky cauldron is destined to belong to our Baichuan marquee mansion. Su Mu looked up to the sky and laughed. His face was full of joy. In the corner of the palace, Zhuowen, who had been silently watching, looked at Su Mu beside the burning sky cauldron with a strange expression on his face. Su Mu looked rather boorish on the outside, but he was a meticulous person. He was definitely shrewd. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game clearly. Zhuowen had already seen through Su Mu's plan when he attacked. After all, this guy had deliberately approached the hole when he attacked. Others might not be able to see through his intentions, but as a spectator, Zhuowen had already vaguely guessed it. It seems that the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron also belongs to someone. This time, I won't be able to obtain any benefits. However, although I can obtain an earthly soul treasure like the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron, if I can obtain the origin of the 9 heavens thunderflame, it won't be a loss. Zhuowen's throat trembled as he looked at the 9 heavens thunderflame in the sky with blazing eyes. A trace of desire appeared on his face. The 9 heavens thunderflame might be a disaster to others, but to Zhuowen, who possessed the ice fire sacred symbol, it was the best nourishment, a nourishment that could increase his strength. Kid, something's not right. The restriction on the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron is not simple. Just as Zhuowen's mind was filled with thoughts, Xiaohei's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Zhuowen was stunned. Just as he was about to ask what was wrong, Su Mu's eyes were filled with greed. His hands could not wait to grab the giant cauldron. Boom! The surface of the giant cauldron instantly shot out a blazing golden light. Then, an extremely powerful force suddenly blasted Su Mu's chest. Su Mu was caught off guard and was hit directly by this force. Puchi! Su Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell down like a powerless butterfly, smashing a deep hole in the ground. This unforeseen event immediately stunned Lu Yuanhua and the others. They could not help but look at the giant cauldron in the sky. At this moment, the giant cauldron was spinning rapidly. Countless black iron chains, wrapped around the cauldron, were squirming like snakes. Creak! Creak! An ear-piercing sound rang out. Suddenly, 18 huge black iron chains flew out from the cauldron and pierced into the 18 huge statues that were arranged horizontally around the hall. At the same time, a strange energy was transmitted from the cauldron to the 18 statues through the chains. Golden light began to appear on the surface of the 18 statues. This golden light continued to merge into the statues. Gradually, the surface of the statues began to become clearer. Pa! One of the statues suddenly opened its eyes. It was a pair of eyes with golden light flowing through them. Pa! 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 Chapter 221. Formation, restriction, the space around them suddenly changed. Everyone who had been in the hall was suddenly trapped in a vast void. It was difficult to distinguish north from south, east from west, and even up from down. Rumble, rumble. An earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out. 18 huge statues that were as big as mountains, with their legs that were like pillars that supported the heavens, fiercely gathered in the middle. They held various weapons in their hands as they coldly stared at the people in the formation. Formation restriction. Lu Yuanhua's expression changed drastically. It seems that the light screen on the surface of the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron is only an illusion. This is the true formation of the hall. As expected, since the owner of the cave mansion was able to openly place an rank soul treasure in this hall, it means that this place is not simple. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes moved as she frowned slightly. However, it seems that someone's efforts were in vain. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. But who would have thought that his joy would turn into sorrow and he would end up like this? Qin Hui waved his feather fan as his peach blossom eyes stared gloatingly at the deep pit not far away. Boom! A figure suddenly jumped out of the deep pit. He coughed a few times as he clutched his chest. His expression had become extremely gloomy. This figure was Su Mu, who had been immensely proud of himself just a moment ago. Su Mu's face was pale, his chest was heaving up and down rapidly, and his breathing was rapid. It was obvious that the blow he had just received was not weak. He ignored Qin Hui's ridicule and silently gathered in the middle of the encirclement. His gaze was extremely fearful as he looked at the 18 stone statues that were slowly closing in on them. Zhuowen, who was originally in a corner, had no choice but to move towards Lu Yuanhua's group because of the gathering of the 18 stone statues. Everyone, I am Zhuowen. Now that we are all endangered together, one more person means one more strength. I hope that everyone will allow me to join you. Zhuowen knew that he could no longer stand aside and watch the show. If he wanted to survive in the formation, he had to join forces with these people. Just by looking at the 18 stone statues, one could tell how powerful this formation was. Zhuowen's words attracted everyone's attention. They had naturally noticed Zhuowen's arrival at the beginning, but they felt that Zhuowen was only at the human king realm. They felt that such weak strength posed no threat to them, so they subconsciously ignored him. Now that everyone was trapped in the array formation, they were all in the same boat. Naturally, no one would reject an extra helping hand. However, just as everyone was about to make their move, Lu Yuanhua, who was in the middle of the group, had a cold glint in his eyes. He coldly laughed and said, "Who do you think you are? With your low cultivation, you'll only be a burden in our team." Zhuowen's face immediately darkened when he heard Lu Yuanhua's words. His advancing figure also stopped because of this. He coldly stared at Lu Yuanhua, who was not far away. The group also fell silent because of Lu Yuanhua's words. Everyone's eyes flickered, and their gazes landed on Lu Yuanhua and Zhuowen. They knew that there was probably some enmity between the two of them. Otherwise, Lu Yuanhua would not target Zhuowen like this. There were originally a few people in the team who had the intention of recruiting Zhuowen, but after hearing LV Yuanhua's words, they immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. After all, behind Lu Yuanhua was a huge force like the house of Marquis Qin. Moreover, Lu Yuanhua had a peak heavenly king realm cultivator like Lingjiu by his side. He could be said to be the strongest person in the group. So Lu Yuanhua's words undoubtedly carried the most weight in the group. "Why aren't you scramming? Do you want me to act before you're willing to leave?" Lu Yuanhua narrowed his eyes, and a faintly discernible killing intent immediately spread out. It seemed to indicate that if Zhuowen did not leave, he would really kill him. Zhuowen's face suddenly changed, and his heart was filled with anger. He could feel that the 18 huge stone statue puppets that were closing in on him were all at the heavenly king realm. With his strength alone, even if he faced a single huge stone statue puppet, he would not have the slightest chance of victory, not to mention there were 18 of them. Just as Zhuowen was about to explode, Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Brat, Don't be rash. With your current strength, you are not a match for these people. Since this bastard doesn't want you to stay, we'll leave. This dragon lord has a secret technique that can help you temporarily avoid being locked on by the formation and hide your body." When Zhuowen heard this, the anger in his heart subsided a little. He looked deeply at Lu Yuanhua, who was not far away, and said coldly, "Lu Yuanhua, I, Zhuowen, will remember what you did to me today. In the future, I will definitely repay you 100-fold." After saying this, Zhuowen stomped his foot and flew away from the center of the group. And the direction he was going was the encirclement of the huge stone statues. What an ignorant fool. You actually still want to take revenge. With your meager strength, do you still have any chance of survival in such a formation? LV Yuanhua looked at Zhua, Wen's distant back, and laughed coldly in a low voice. Su Mu, Qing Lian Guang Mo, and Qin Hui did not have the slightest reaction to Lu Yuanhua's actions. They just looked on coldly. In their opinion, a human king realm cultivator like Zhuowen was equivalent to a clown jumping around in front of them. He could only jump around a few times in front of them and could not cause the slightest stir. "Brother Lu, do you know this brat?" Qin Hui asked curiously at this time. "We've met a few times. He's just a clown." Lu Yuanhua said with a cold smile, "But is there something wrong with this brat's brain?" He actually rushed towards the huge stone statues. If this young master's guess is correct, these 18 huge stone statues all have the strength of a heavenly king realm cultivator. This brat is simply courting death. Su Mu also spoke at this time. He stared at Zhuowen's back and said with pity, why didn't the huge stone statues attack Zhuowen?" Qing Lian, who was originally looking on coldly, suddenly exclaimed. Under the thin veil, one could vaguely see that her cherry-red lips were slightly open, and she had a shocked expression. "Miss Qing Lian, could it be that you're mistaken? How could the huge stone statues not attack that brat? Could it be that this brat is the owner of the cave mansion?" Speaking up to here, Lu Yuanhua also looked at Zhuowen's figure in the distance. When he saw that Zhuowen had indeed passed by the huge stone statues, the smile on his face abruptly stopped and his pupils shrank. Swish, swish, swish. Su Mu, Guang Mo, Qin Hui, and the others also looked forward when they heard this. They found that the figure had indeed passed by the huge stone statues, as if nothing had happened. After arriving at the back of the huge stone statues, the expression on his face was even more interesting than Lu Yuanhua's. In the distance, Zhuowen turned around and looked at the people who were surrounded by the huge stone statues. The corners of his mouth revealed a faint mocking smile, as if he was laughing at their behavior of trying to expel him. At this time, Zhuowen's body was shrouded in a faint black mist. This black mist was formed by Xiao Hei's source strength and could isolate him from the spirit array to a large extent. This was also the reason why the huge stone statues did not attack Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen seemed quite calm when he passed by the huge stone statues, in fact, he was already on tenterhooks. He was afraid that the huge stone statues would stop and attack him. With the power of the huge stone statues, if they really took a hit, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. However, Xiao Hei's secret technique could not be maintained for long. The spirit array had sealed the surrounding space, so Zhuowen still could not leave the spirit array. If the time limit was up and the spirit array was not broken, Zhuowen would be exposed. The task of breaking the spirit array will be left to them. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Zhuowen said with a hint of schadenfreude, "Young Master Lu, it seems that you have chased away a key person. Since the huge stone statues did not attack him, it means that he probably knows how to break the spirit array." Qing Lian's beautiful eyes darkened as she frowned and said with some displeasure. As soon as Qing Lian's words came out, it immediately caused many people in the group to be dissatisfied. They all gathered their gazes on Lu Yuanhua. "Brother Lu, this time you really got us into trouble. This boy obviously came over to help us, but you just sent him away with a simple sentence. What is the meaning of this? Su Mu's words were the most direct. At this time, he did not hesitate to open his mouth and speak. Although Qin Hui, Guang Mo, and the others did not say anything, their narrowed eyes showed their dissatisfaction. Obviously, their thoughts were the same as Su Mu's. For a moment, the atmosphere in the group suddenly became strange. Everyone stared at LV Yuanhua, their gazes faintly containing a questioning intent. Under the gaze of so many people, Lu Yuanhua's eyes slowly became gloomy and his face became abnormally ugly. Originally, he wanted to use the spirit array to get rid of Zhuowen, the boy who had once offended him. However, he never expected that Zhuowen actually had a way to avoid the attack of the huge stone statues and even acted as if nothing had happened. This not only made Lu Yuanhua shocked and angry, but it also made him extremely angry. After all, he was the one who chased away Zhuowen. Now that everyone was pointing their spears at him, he felt a little embarrassed. Intruder! Die! A series of deafening noises suddenly rang out. Every step the giant stone statue took was like the weight of Mount Tai, causing the earth to tremble incessantly. Xiu! 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 At the same time, the surrounding huge stone statues suddenly revealed countless holes in their bodies. Then, a dense number of ice arrows shot out from the holes and directly enveloped Lu Yuanhua's group. Now is not the time to talk about this. The huge stone statues have already launched their attack. We must work together to get through this calamity. Otherwise, we will all die here. Looking at the dense number of ice arrows in the sky, Lu Yuanhua roared. A powerful yuan power erupted from his body and released a thick golden wall in front of him. The others also knew that this was not the time to pursue this matter. They all used their own defensive techniques and began to block the incoming ice arrows. Bang! The countless ice arrows arrived in an instant and fiercely poured into the golden wall in front of Lu Yuanhua. Suddenly, countless ripples appeared and Lu Yuanhua was forced to take a few steps back. The few of them did not expect Lu Yuanhua to be willing to spend so much to break the formation. It seemed like Lu Yuanhua was determined to obtain the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. He even used a grade for origin formation. This formation will take some time to activate, so I hope that everyone can help me delay for a while. When the time comes, I will naturally deal with these 18 stone statues. Lu Yuanhua finished speaking and tossed his right hand. 8 golden crystals immediately floated around his body. They separated into 8 directions and surrounded Lu Yuanhua. At the same time, a blazing golden light suddenly exploded. Lu Yuanhua was illuminated by this golden light, making him look quite sacred. No problem. Brother Lu, I hope you can hurry up. We can't delay for too long. Young Master Lu, you have to hurry. We can't hold on for too long. Su Mu, Qing Lian, and the others looked deeply at Lu Yuanhua. Then, they each used their strongest moves and soul treasures, rushing towards the surrounding stone statues. On the other hand, Ling Ju let out a soft sigh. She also unleashed a powerful aura and bravely stepped forward to block the giant stone statue's attack. Boom! 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 Countless, multicolored yuan power instantly erupted. The men from the 5 great factions courageously unleashed their yuan power and viciously blasted the surrounding large stone statues. In an instant, the entire array was filled with the rumbling and explosive sounds of yuan power colliding against each other. However, what caused the crowd to be shocked was that under such a large number of yuan power attacks, it was actually only able to cause its footsteps to slow down slightly. Its huge body was actually not damaged at all, as if those attacks from before were just like scratching an itch. This won't do. Our attacks are completely ineffective against these guys. Qing Lian gritted her teeth and glanced at Lu Yuanhua, who was still sitting cross-legged not far away. She knew that Lu Yuanhua still needed some time to display the true power of a grade 4 Yuan array. Sigh. Looks like we can only use that thing to hold on. Qing Lian muttered helplessly. She waved her hand and took out a veil from her Qingkuan bag. The center of the veil was embroidered with stars, just like the stars in the night sky. However, the strange thing was that the stars in the veil were emitting a demonic red color. Furnace fire illuminates heaven and earth. Red star chaotic purple smoke. Red star veil open. Her cherry lips parted slightly as a clear cuckoo-like beautiful voice reverberated across the entire space. Immediately, the veil in her jade-like hand fluttered with the wind and actually swelled. In an instant, it transformed into an enormous red gauze that floated above everyone's heads. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soon after, everyone realized that the area within a radius of 10 miles around them was covered with a thin veil. Countless red stars were flickering in the surroundings, making it look exceptionally strange. Moreover, there was a layer of misty purple mist on the outer layer of the red stars, adding a mysterious color to the veil. Red star veil. I didn't expect Miss Qing Lian to use such a high-grade spiritual treasure. Ling Jiu looked at the changes in the surrounding scenery and said with a solemn gaze, "With my strength alone, I can't display the full power of the red star veil. Everyone lend me a hand. Stand at the edge of the veil and inject your yuan force into it. It should be able to buy some time." Qing Lian did things swiftly and decisively. After she finished speaking, she lifted her jade-like hand and a vigorous yuan force was injected into the veil. When the others heard this, they followed Qing Lian's instructions and injected their yuan force into the veil. The surrounding red stars immediately emitted a dazzling red light. Rumble. At the same time, the 18 huge stone statues came to the periphery of the red star veil's encirclement. They roared at the sky and lifted the weapons in their hands, smashing the veil roughly. The huge impact spread out like a shockwave. Immediately, everyone felt an earth-shattering vibration. The veil on the periphery trembled and swayed. Some of the weaker warriors couldn't help but spit out blood. So powerful! Qing Lian's pretty face turned pale and her beautiful eyes trembled. She didn't expect the attack of the huge stone statues to be so powerful. Just a simple smash had such power. Boom, boom, boom. Then the continuous sounds of bombardment came from outside the veil. Under the bombardment, the entire veil swayed like a willow in the wind. However, it still blocked the continuous bombardment in the end. Under the continuous bombardment, Qing Lian finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her pretty face turned ghastly pale. Is Lu Yuanhua not done yet? If this goes on, the red star veil will be destroyed under the attack of the huge stone statues in less than 15 minutes. Su Mu, who was standing at the corner, also spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then he stared at Lu Yuanhua behind him and shouted. As soon as Su Mu finished speaking, Lu Yuanhua suddenly opened his eyes. His hands formed a series of seals, and his body emitted a golden glow like a scorching sun. Chapter 223. Snatch the treasure. As soon as Lu Yuanhua spoke, the 8 golden crystals around him suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Then they turned into 8 rays of golden light that shot into Lu Yuanhua's body. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Soon after, a golden armor covered Lu Yuanhua's body. The armor constantly emitted a dazzling golden light, like a sun that constantly emitted light. Boom! An enormous aura, like a mountain, was suddenly released from Lu Yuanhua's body. Under the influence of this aura, many people were caught off guard and their knees bent slightly. They almost knelt on the ground. So powerful! This aura has actually far surpassed the Heavenly King realm. Could this be the aura of an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator? Qing Lian, who was originally in charge of the Scarlet Gauze defense, also noticed the commotion on Lu Yuanhua's side. When she felt the aura emitted from Lu Yuanhua's body, even she couldn't summon the slightest will to resist. Her heart trembled uncontrollably. It should be known that her strength had reached the minor Heavenly King realm. Among the 5 young experts, she was the strongest. This was also the reason why LV Yuanhua had a look of fear on his face when he saw the Jade Lady Starcourt send Qing Lian over. But even though she possessed the strength of a Heavenly King realm cultivator, she actually felt insignificant in front of Lu Yuanhua at this moment. What a powerful aura! Lu Yuanhua's strength has indeed soared to the ultimate Emperor realm after using the Grade 4 Origin Array. Su Mu, who was originally cursing, also noticed the changes in Lu Yuanhua's body and muttered. The expressions of the others were naturally not much better than Su Mu's. There was envy, reverence, and jealousy. Crack! With a loud sound, cracks appeared on the surface of the Scarlet Star gauze, spreading out like a spider web. In the end, the Scarlet Star gauze shattered into countless specks of light under the countless cracks. The shattering of the Red Star gauze caused the people inside to involuntarily spit out blood. They retreated a dozen steps back, their gazes filled with shock as they stared at the 18 mountain-like stone statues beyond the countless spots of light. Good. You caused me to use the golden armor general formation, so you all will have to pay the corresponding price. With a loud shout, Lu Yuanhua's body was surrounded by countless golden lights. A dazzling golden armor was draped over his body. From afar, he looked like a golden-armored war god. His legs suddenly bounced, and his entire body was like a spring. With a dazzling speed, he rushed toward the huge stone statue outside. This aura, could it be an ultimate Emperor Realm expert? That's Lu Yuanhua. This aura of an ultimate Emperor Realm expert is coming from him? Zhuowen, who had been watching the show from the side, also saw the figure radiating golden light like a scorching sun. A trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Don't be so surprised, kid. Lu Yuanhua used a Grade 4 Origin Array to raise his strength to the ultimate Emperor Realm for a short period of time. Moreover, he's only at the first cycle. He's at the bottom of the pile of ultimate Emperor Realm experts. Xiaohe crossed its paws in front of its chest and stared with its dead fish eyes. With its powerful consciousness, it naturally knew everything that had happened inside the Scarlet Star gauze. Even a first-cycle Ultimate Emperor Realm expert is more than enough to break through the array. After all, the strength of the 18 stone statues is only around the Heavenly King realm. Zhuowen rolled his eyes at Xiaohe with a helpless expression. After interacting with Xiaohe for a period of time, Zhuowen's horizons had broadened quite a bit. He also knew quite a bit about the realms of cultivators. As everyone knew, there were 3 major realms in the Zhao King realm: the Human King realm, the Earth King realm, and the Heavenly King realm. Once a cultivator broke through the Heavenly King realm, they would reach the Ultimate Emperor realm. In the Qing Xian Empire, the Ultimate Emperor realm was the lowest standard to become a marquis. In other words, the marquises were at least at the Ultimate Emperor realm. The Ultimate Emperor realm was divided into 9 minor realms, from the first cycle Ultimate Emperor realm to the 9th cycle Ultimate Emperor realm. In this realm, the gap between each cycle was as huge as a chasm. For example, the gap between the 2nd cycle Ultimate Emperor realm and the 1st cycle Ultimate Emperor realm was like the gap between the Yin Void realm and the Corporeal Yang realm. It was because of this huge gap that it was extremely difficult to break through to the Ultimate Emperor realm. Many talented geniuses were stuck in the Ultimate Emperor realm for their entire lives. They might not be able to reach the 4th Saint realm even when they were old. Xiaohe looked at Zhuowen mischievously and said, "This dragon lord knows what you're worried about, but don't worry. That guy won't be able to maintain this state for long. Furthermore, the combined attack of the 18 stone statues isn't that easy to break through." In the end, Lu Yuanhua will be the one to suffer a great loss. Also, this is your chance. After being exhausted by the 18 stone statues, many of those guys have suffered serious internal injuries. Even Lingju, who is at the peak of the Heavenly King realm, has suffered many internal injuries from the collision just now. After the formation is broken through, you'll find the right opportunity to snatch the 9-wheeled burning sky cauldron. That's a good thing. Zhuowen was startled, and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. He tilted his head and looked at the dispirited expressions of Lingju and the others. A trace of fanaticism suddenly burned in his eyes. At the beginning, Zhuowen didn't have the slightest intention of snatching the 9-wheeled burning sky cauldron. After all, the people present were the 5 most powerful forces in the prefecture. Basically, they were all warriors at the Earth King realm. There was even a top expert at the peak of the Heavenly King realm like Lingju. Snatching the treasure among so many experts was simply courting death. However, it was different now. After being exhausted by the 18 stone statues, these warriors were either injured or disabled. Their strength was not as strong as before. This was a good opportunity for Zhuowen. With the 2 trump cards, the Moon, Demon Dragon Spine Spear, and the Reverse Spirit Puppet, Zhuowen's strength was comparable to an Earth King realm warrior. If he took them by surprise, it was not impossible for him to snatch the treasure. Boom! With a flash of golden light, LV Yuanhua descended from the sky and landed on the nearest giant stone statue. With a squeeze of his right hand, a giant palm that was hundreds of feet long appeared in the void. Then, the giant palm grabbed the shoulder of the giant stone statue and lifted it up like a chicken. Under the monstrous strength of the enormous golden palm, the gigantic stone statue that was several thousand feet tall was actually lifted into the air. Immediately after, it smashed downwards. The gigantic stone statue did not even make a sound before it turned into a pile of rubble. Awoo! Seeing that one of the stone statues was destroyed, the other 17 stone statues suddenly went berserk. They waved the huge weapons in their hands and bombarded Lu Yuanhua. Insignificant skill. Lu Yuanhua put his hands behind his back and pretended to be a master. He raised his head and said disdainfully. Then he formed a seal with his hands, and a huge crack appeared in the void behind him. I sacrifice my blood to the heavens and earth. Golden-armored god of the void, golden-armored god of war, come. Boom! The crack in the void grew bigger and bigger. Finally, with a loud sound, a huge hand and foot as big as a mountain pierced through the crack in the void. The huge hand and foot stretched out, and the whole body behind it also came out of the void, dressed in golden armor. His whole body was covered with the scorching golden light of the sun. His body, which was thousands of feet tall, covered the sky and the sun. As soon as the golden-armored god of war appeared, the earth trembled violently. The people in the same place looked up at the huge golden figure and fell into silence for a while. Their faces were full of shock and inexplicable expressions. Boom! 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 As soon as the golden-armored god of war appeared, he took a huge step forward. His every move could cause monstrous waves. With a gentle wave of his hand, the giant stone statues shattered like glass. In front of the golden-armored god of war, the giant stone statues were as small as pebbles by the river. The golden-armored god of war only needed to wave his hand to easily destroy the giant stone statues. In a breath, the golden-armored god of war broke the remaining 17 giant stone statues as if he was cutting weeds. After quickly destroying the giant stone statues, the golden-armored god of war punched out. The airflow reversed and countless air explosions resounded. Finally, they blasted into the sealed space. Boom! The ear-piercing sound was like countless bombs exploding, constantly ringing in the sealed space. Then the whole space trembled. Then the surrounding darkness suddenly fragmented, like smashed glass, revealing the original appearance of the palace. At this time, above the palace, the the black iron chains on the surface of the ninth heaven burning cauldron had completely collapsed, turning into countless black iron shavings, revealing its original appearance. Golden armored god of war, lift me up. The ninth heaven burning cauldron belongs to me. LV Yuanhua's eyes lit up as he looked at the nine-wheel heaven incineration cauldron. He knew that once the formation was broken, the seal on the nine-wheel heaven incineration cauldron would truly be broken. This was the best moment to obtain the nine-wheel heaven incineration cauldron. Boom! The golden-armored god of war knelt on one knee and lifted his huge palm. Lu Yuanhua suddenly shot out like a golden light, rushing straight toward the ninth heaven burning cauldron above. After the golden-armored god of war lifted Lu Yuanhua, he turned into countless light spots and disappeared into the void. Moreover, the golden armor on the surface of Lu Yuanhua's body also disappeared, turning into 8 dim golden crystals. It was obvious that the buff time of the golden-armored general array had reached its limit. Seeing Lu Yuanhua's actions, the expressions of Su Mu, Qing Lian, and the others below all changed. They wanted to go forward and stop Lu Yuanhua, but they found that it was too late. Moreover, they had consumed too much energy just now. Even if they caught up, they were probably not the current Lu Yuanhua's opponent. Moreover, there was still the Lingju below, eyeing covetously. It seems that the ninth heaven burning cauldron will fall into the hands of Lu Yuanhua this time. Everyone sighed. Although they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. After all, they had suffered a lot of injuries, and their strength was not at their peak. Just as Lu Yuanhua was about to approach the ninth heaven burning cauldron, a figure suddenly blocked in front of the former. Then the figure grinned and said indifferently, "I'm afraid it's not your turn to obtain the ninth heaven burning cauldron." Yaoyue's secret codex, Full Moon Tower. A soft murmur slowly came out of the figure's mouth. Then, with a swing of his hands, the black great spear in his hand shot toward Lu Yuanhua like a taut spring. It drew a silver brilliance in the air, like a crescent moon, and finally slammed into the latter's chest. Bang! Chapter 224. Refining the nine-wheel burning heaven cauldron rumble. A black shadow fell down like a shooting star. Dust filled the air, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. Swish! Swish! Everyone's gazes were immediately attracted by the deep hole in the ground. When they saw Lu Yuanhua's extremely miserable figure in the deep hole, the scene instantly became somewhat quiet. No one had expected that when Lu Yuanhua was about to obtain the nine-wheel burning heaven cauldron, someone would suddenly appear. What was even more unexpected was that with the strength of Lu Yuanhua's complete Earth King realm, he would be put in such a difficult situation. Their gazes shifted to the figure of the young man on the nine-wheel burning sky, cauldron in the sky. Everyone's eyes abruptly shrank because that figure was the young man Zhuowen, whom they had overlooked all this time. He managed to sneak attack Lu Yuanhua with the strength of a human monarch. This person is not simple, Qing Lian muttered as she fixed her gaze on the youth in the sky. Zhuowen, you bastard, you actually dared to launch a sneak attack on me. If I don't kill you today, I'll take your surname. A beast-like roar crazily surged out from the deep pit. With a rumbling sound, LV Yuanhua suddenly jumped out from the pit, his eyes red as he looked at Zhuowen in the sky. Uncle Ling, let's attack together. We must capture this bastard. I must tear him into 1,000 pieces. Otherwise, it will be difficult to resolve the hatred in my heart. Lu Yuanhua's face was filled with madness as he yelled at Lingju beside him. With a leap of his legs, he rapidly shot towards the nine-wheel burning sky cauldron, his eyes filled with killing intent. Zhuowen had ruined his plans time and time again, which made him hate Zhuowen so much that his teeth itched. He wished he could swallow Zhuowen alive. Lingju hesitated for a moment, then followed behind Lu Yuanhua. She released an extremely powerful aura toward Zhuowen. As for the remaining few, their eyes flickered for a moment when they saw that Lu Yuanhua and Lingju had made their move. Then they unleashed their movement techniques and rushed towards the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron, unwilling to be outdone. After all, the 9-wheel heaven incineration cauldron was an earthly rank soul treasure. They would not give it up so easily. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly when he saw everyone from the 5 great factions rushing over. However, he did not reveal the slightest bit of panic. This was because the area below the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron was separated by the 9 heavens thunder flame, which was intertwined with countless thunderbolts. The only passageway was the human-sized passageway that Lu Yuanhua had created using the cold aura from the mysterious ice pot. As long as this passageway was destroyed, the 9 heavens thunder flame would close up again. No matter how powerful the people below were, they would not be able to cross the sea of fire formed by the 9 heavens thunder flame. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Then he suddenly clenched his left hand. The sacred fire symbol on the back of his hand immediately emitted a dazzling red light. Then a strange black flame shot out from his left hand and transformed into a fire dragon that rushed into the passageway. At this moment, Lu Yuanhua took the lead and rushed to the entrance of the passageway. Coincidentally, he collided with the black flame that was surging towards him. With a boom, Lu Yuanhua was instantly turned into a flaming man. Then he once again plummeted towards the ground from midair. "Young master!" Lingju's eyes hardened. Both of his legs stomped on the empty air and pulled back instead of advancing. He waved his right hand abruptly, and an enormous yuan power palm was agglomerated. It grabbed the falling Lu Yuanhua in midair and pulled him to his side. At this moment, Lu Yuanhua appeared quite miserable. His originally shiny purple robe had already been burnt beyond recognition by the black flame. A large portion of the hair on his head had also been burnt. He looked just like a beggar on the street, appearing quite sloppy. However, the Nirvana demon flame was, after all, merely a human-grade flame. Therefore, it did not cause any real harm to Lu Yuanhua. It merely turned him into a somewhat miserable state. After such a delay, the passageway that was formed by the cold air had already slowly melted under the high temperature of the Nirvana demon flame. Moreover, the 9 heavens thunder flame was interacting with the outside world. In the blink of an eye, the cold air passageway collapsed and was swallowed by the 9 heavens thunder flame. The ice mysterious pot had also become dim and lightless at this moment. Finally, it turned into the size of a palm and shot back into Lu Yuanhua's palm. Looking at Zhuowen, who had disappeared on the other side of the 9 heavens thunder flame, LV Yuanhua clenched his fists so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. In the end, he roared, "Zhuowen, I will definitely kill you. It is best that you stay inside and not come out. I will kill you the moment you come out." Qing Lian, Su Mu, and the others who had hurried over from behind also saw the passageway that had been sealed by the 9 heavens thunder flame. Their faces became extremely ugly. They did not expect that Zhuowen would actually be so ruthless. He actually destroyed the passageway and sealed himself inside. "Young master, the ice mysterious pot is already damaged. It is likely beyond our ability to charge through this 9 heavens thunder flame by ourselves. What should we do now?" Lingju frowned and asked as he looked at the lightning flame that came from all directions. "Humph! This trip to the ancient cave was for the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. Now that Zhuowen has obtained such a great advantage, I am not willing to accept this. Now we will wait. I don't believe that bastard will continue to hide inside and not come out." Lu Yuanhua's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness and indifference. After he finished speaking, he found a spot in the hall and sat down cross-legged to recuperate from the injuries on his body. The eyes of Su Mu, Qing Lian, Guang Mo, and the others flickered when they saw this. They also quietly found a spot and began to quietly recuperate from their injuries. Clearly, they had the same idea as Lu Yuanhua. After all, an earthly soul treasure was a rare treasure in the province. They would not give up so easily above the 9 heavens thunder flame, Zhuowen gently wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, he had destroyed the cold air passage created by the ice mysterious pot in time. Otherwise, if Lu Yuanhua and the rest had really barged in, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Immediately, Zhuowen's gaze was attracted by the giant cauldron in front of him. A fiery glow immediately surged in his eyes as he muttered, "Is this an earthly soul treasure? I never thought that there would be a time when I would see an earthly soul treasure." "Useless brat. Just an earthly soul treasure is enough to make you so happy. You should know that in the ancient era, earthly soul treasures were like street goods that could be found everywhere. Who would treat it as a treasure like you?" Xiao He sat on Zhuowen's shoulder and said with disdain. Zhuowen shrugged and ignored Xiao He's ridicule. Instead, he asked with some doubt, "This 9-wheel burning sky cauldron is so huge. How should we refine it?" "Weapons have spirits. When a soul treasure reaches the earthly soul treasure, it will naturally produce a corresponding weapon spirit. This kind of weapon spirit can greatly increase the earthly soul treasure's power. This is the biggest difference between an earthly soul treasure and a high-grade soul treasure. A high-grade soul treasure only requires a drop of blood to recognize its master. However, the process for an earthly soul treasure to recognize its master is rather complicated. You must subdue the weapon spirit." Zhuowen was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing as a weapon spirit. He could not help but ask again, "How do you subdue the weapon spirit?" "Of course, the strong will be respected. As long as you are strong enough, earthly soul treasures will willingly recognize you as their master. Of course, if you are too weak, the weapon spirit may not even care about you even if you destroy the soul treasure." Xiao He rolled her eyes at Zhuowen before continuing, "Brat, your cultivation is only at the human king stage. I'm afraid that the burning sky cauldron's weapon spirit won't recognize you as its master." F***CK. If it's really as you say, wouldn't my efforts have been in vain? Zhuowen was shocked and could not help but curse. Hee, with this dragon lord here, this kind of thing naturally won't happen. Brat, when this dragon lord summons the burning sky cauldron's weapon spirit, hurry up and catch it. Then quickly refine it. At this point, Xiao He's face once again revealed her signature lewd smile. She suddenly extended her little claw, and a black ray of light shot out with a swoosh and entered the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. Not long after, the huge cauldron actually trembled slightly, following which a palm-sized 3-legged round cauldron was directly grabbed out by Xiao He's claw. It continued to struggle in the air and even made a hissing sound. Looking at the round cauldron, Zhuowen's eyes immediately lit up. His right hand quickly formed a seal, and his yuan power turned into a huge palm. He suddenly grabbed the round cauldron in his hand and unceremoniously pulled it into his mouth. He swallowed it with a gulp and then sat down cross-legged. He used the yuan power in his body to continuously guide the round cauldron into his dantian. When the round cauldron entered his dantian, Zhuowen used the yuan power in his dantian to turn it into a sea of fire. It enveloped the round cauldron and continuously refined it with the blazing flames. During the refining process, the round cauldron continuously let out miserable cries. At the same time, it did not forget to struggle and try to break free. However, the round cauldron in Zhuowen's dantian was no different from entering a dark prison. It was easy to enter, but difficult to leave. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the huge cauldron and did not move at all. He focused on refining the burning sky cauldron's weapon spirit, which was constantly struggling in his dantian. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was not very high, with the Ice Fire Saint symbol and Xiao He's continuous assistance, Zhuowen finally managed to completely refine the weapon spirit after 3 days. Haha, I have finally succeeded in refining it. It is indeed worthy of being an earthly soul treasure. Even the refining process was so difficult. Opening his eyes, Zhou flipped over and stood up. His face was filled with a pleased smile as he spoke. With a thought, the huge cauldron under Zhou's feet began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it shrank to the height of a person. Afterwards, Zhou slapped the lid of the cauldron with his right hand. A tremendous force immediately lifted the lid of the burning sky cauldron off. At the same time, 9 jade tablets shot out from the cauldron. They hovered in the air and revolved around the cauldron. These 9 jade tablets should be the core of the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron, the 9-wheel burning sky formation. From the information I received from the weapon spirit, the 9 jade tablets each represent an earth tier flame. If I can gather 9 different types of earth fire, I'll be able to unleash an earth-shattering might. It said that I can instantly kill an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Celestial Spirit, Chapter 225. The Unlucky Lu Yuanhua. Oh, it can actually kill an ultimate Emperor Realm expert in an instant. This 9 wheels burning heavens array is truly extraordinary. However, earth fire is not something that can be found on the street. An ordinary cultivator is already quite lucky to encounter one type of earth fire, let alone 9 different types of earth fire. Xiao He rubbed his chin and chuckled coldly. I know that. However, although this array requires 9 types of earth fire to unleash its true power, one type of earth fire is enough to activate this array. The 9 heavens thunder inferno below is a ready-made earth fire. As long as you absorb the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame, you will be able to activate the 9 wheels burning heavens array. I'm afraid that its power will be comparable to an ordinary heavenly king stage expert. Zhou smiled faintly. Yes, if it's really as you say, this array does have some tricks. If one type of earth fire is able to activate this array, it seems that the person who designed this array is very skilled. However, you can't rashly absorb the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame now. Otherwise, Lu Yuanhua's group, who are waiting for you below, will attack you together. Zhou nodded slightly and said indifferently, I naturally know that. I can make use of this time to make another breakthrough. Moreover, I have collected quite a number of puppet materials. These materials are enough to raise the strength of the reverse spirit puppet to another level. I can even create a decent number of puppets. After all, I'm not a fool. If I don't make sufficient preparations, I will only die if I go out. Xiao He looked at the young man in front of him in astonishment. In the end, he nodded slightly and said, It seems that you already have a plan. Xiao He, you will watch over me for the next few days. I want to make use of this time to break through to the perfect human king stage and raise the strength of the reverse spirit puppet at the same time. Zhou's eyes flickered. He sat down cross-legged and began to silently cultivate. Xiao He yawned lazily and replied indifferently, Don't worry. With this dragon lord watching over you, you don't have to worry. Time quietly flowed by, and 5 days passed in an instant. Deep within the ancient cave dwelling within a huge hall, countless large stone statue limbs were scattered all over the ground. It appeared to be a complete mess. In the middle of this somewhat messy hall, there was a group of people seated cross-legged. Every single one of them was filled with powerful auras, and their bodies emitted powerful auras. Taking a closer look, one could see that these people were all above the Earth King realm. Even the weakest one was at the Earth King realm. A purple-robed young man, sitting in the center, suddenly opened his eyes. A glint flashed through his eyes. Then the young man raised his head and looked at the endless sea of fire that was flickering with lightning. A ferocious expression immediately appeared on his handsome face. 5 days? This little bastard still hasn't come out? Lu Yuanhua coldly muttered, Brother Liu, Zhou is not a fool. He obviously knows that we are waiting outside. Do you think that he will come out by himself? Su Mu stood up from the ground with a swoosh and looked at Lu Yuanhua with a faint smile. Lu Yuanhua coldly snorted, but unexpectedly did not refute. ever since he was embarrassed by Zhuowen several times. His prestige in the group had completely fallen into a slump. Many people were pointing at him behind his back. Every time he heard others talking about him behind his back, LV Yuanhua's hatred for Zhuowen deepened by a layer. If it wasn't for that little bastard's tricks, would I have been so embarrassed by him? With his strength at the Human King realm, how could he be a match for me? If we were to fight head-on, I would be able to kill him in a few moves. Lu Yuanhua softly muttered as he slightly clenched his fist. Boom! Just as LV Yuanhua's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts, a deafening sound suddenly came from the sky. Lifting his head slightly, Lu Yuanhua was shocked to discover that the 9 heavens thunder inferno, which was like a sea of fire in the sky, was rapidly shrinking. Moreover, it was constantly emitting ear-piercing explosions. What's going on? Why is the 9 heavens thunder inferno shrinking on its own? The others on the ground also discovered the strange change in the 9 heavens thunder inferno. They stood up one after another and looked at the sky with astonishment. Could the change in the 9 heavens thunder inferno be related to Zhuowen? Qing Lian, who had a light veil covering her face and a graceful figure, stared intently at the shrinking 9 heavens thunder inferno in the sky and said with a frown, "It should be Zhuowen. After all, he is the only one on the other side of the 9 heavens thunder inferno. I'm afraid the change in the 9 heavens thunder inferno is related to him." Guang Mo, who had a steady character and carried a long sword on his back, narrowed his eyes and said. When Lu Yuanhua heard this, the malevolence on his face became even more intense. He coldly said, "He is indeed an ignorant bastard. Once the 9 heavens thunder inferno disappears, it will be the death of this brat. This time, this bastard will not be lucky. I will kill him with my own hands." When Lu Yuanhua said this, the others did not say anything. However, their gazes towards the sky were more or less filled with pity. Although Zhuowen had made Lu Yuanhua suffer a few times at the beginning, causing everyone to look at him in a new light, Lu Yuanhua was a genuine, perfect, earthly king realm expert, after all. On the other hand, Zhuowen was only at the Human King realm. In their opinion, there was no suspense in the outcome between the two of them, who were an entire level apart. Rumble! The explosions in the sky became louder and louder. In the end, the endless sea of fire actually instantly shrank into nothingness. In the distant sky, it turned into a jade tablet that continuously released lightning and fire. Swoosh! A slightly tender hand gently stretched out and grasped the jade tablet that was covered in lightning and fire. Subsequently, a resplendent lightning light streaked across the sky like a meteor as it suddenly plummeted downwards. Rumble! Standing upright, the figure violently slammed into the ground, creating a huge pit that was several feet wide on the hard ground of the palace. For a moment, dust filled the air and covered the sky. "Little bastard, you have finally come out. Today I will cripple you." At the same time, Lu Yuanhua's eyes suddenly became incomparably scarlet. He suddenly stomped his feet and shot toward Zhuowen like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Endless yuan power violently poured out like a mountain and heavily collided with the figure that was faintly discernible within the dust in the deep pit. Lu Yuanhua, it is still not certain who will be crippled. A clear voice was transmitted from the deep pit, causing everyone present to be stunned. Subsequently, they stared in disbelief at the faintly discernible figure within the endless dust. "You are still so arrogant. Do you think that you are invincible just because you have an earthly soul treasure? Let me tell you, even if you have an earthly soul treasure, I can still cripple you." The malevolence on Lu Yuanhua's face became even denser. His feet violently stomped in the air, and his speed actually increased by quite a bit. Bang! After Lu Yuanhua bravely charged into the dust, a rather muffled sound suddenly rang out. In the next second, a figure shot out from the deep pit. Like a butterfly with broken wings, the figure powerlessly rolled on the ground. After sliding for more than 10 meters, it slowly came to a stop. Ugh! A mouthful of blood violently spurted out from the figure's mouth. His face became incomparably pale. So fast? That brat Joan is so weak? In the blink of an eye, he was defeated by Brother Lu? Su Mu stared at the figure that was sent flying. He was slightly stunned for a second before he said in amusement, "Young Master Su, perhaps you are mistaken. The figure that was sent flying is not Joan. It is young Master Lu." Qing Lian's beautiful eyes turned slightly as she stared at the figure that was sent flying. Her cherry lips opened slightly as she spoke in disbelief. "What? It is not Joan? It is Lu Yuanhua." The smile on Su Mu's face also froze because of Qing Lian's words. He abruptly tilted his head and stared at the true appearance of the extremely miserable figure that had fallen to the ground. His pupils abruptly shrank to the size of a needle. This was because the extremely miserable figure was indeed as Qing Lian had said. It was not Joan, but the purple-clothed Lu Yuanhua. This. Su Mu's mouth was slightly agape, and he was unable to utter a word for a long time. He only felt a little dizzy. Since when did Joan become so strong? A perfect earthly king stage expert like Lu Yuanhua was actually beaten to such a state in an instant. Stomp! 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 Crisp footsteps slowly rang out, following which a tall figure slowly walked out of the deep pit, revealing a handsome face. It was Joan, who had come down from the 9 heavens thunder blaze. At this moment, there was a figure following behind Joan. This figure was a middle-aged man. His face was extremely resolute, and his features were clearly defined. His body was extremely burly, and he was almost a head taller than Joan. He could be described as a tiger's back and a bear's waist. What shocked everyone was that the powerful aura emitted from the middle-aged man's body made it difficult for many people to breathe. It was as if they were suffocating. A perfect heavenly king stage expert? Qing Lian's beautiful eyes narrowed as she exclaimed in a low voice, "A perfect heavenly king stage expert? How is this possible? Since when did this brat have such an expert by his side?" Su Mu could not help but exclaim in surprise. His gaze was fixed on the middle-aged man behind Joan, and his pupils had already shrunk to the size of a needle. Guang Emo furrowed his brows slightly. Although there was shock on his face, compared to the others, he appeared to be rather calm. After pondering for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "If I'm not wrong, the person behind Joan should be a puppet." Puppet? When Qing Lian, Su Mu, and the others heard this, they once again looked at the middle-aged man behind Joan. When they saw that although the middle-aged man's appearance was very similar to a human's, his eyes were dull and lifeless. It did not seem like the eyes of a living person at all. It is indeed a puppet. I really did not expect Joan to have hidden so deeply. He actually has such a perfect heavenly king stage puppet on him. With just this trump card alone, his overall strength is not weaker than ours. He might even surpass most of us. Qing Lian also regained her composure and muttered in a low voice. Chapter 226. A fierce battle at this moment. Everyone looked at Joan with fear in their eyes. After all, Joan's strength was no weaker than any of them, and even surpassed many of them. Everyone. I am Joan. I originally did not have any enmity with any of you, but Lu Yuanhua kept provoking me, so I had no choice but to erupt. If I caused any trouble for any of you just now, I would like to apologize first. However, I hope that no one will get involved in the enmity between Lu Yuanhua and me. Zhuo Wen slowly walked over. There was no joy or sorrow on his face, only a calm expression. He sized up the people from the other 4 factions before cupping his hands slightly and speaking in a polite manner. When Qing Lian, Su Mu, Guang Emo, and the others heard this, their faces immediately showed a trace of relief. Now that Joan had a perfect heavenly king stage puppet by his side, just this puppet alone was not something they could deal with. Therefore, at this time, they did not want to be enemies with Joan. Moreover, Now that Zhuowen had even given them a way out, they naturally took advantage of the situation and accepted it. There was no loss to them at all, although they were a little unwilling to accept that Zhuowen had taken the 9-wheel heaven-burning cauldron. They also knew that even if Zhuowen did not take action, the 9-wheel heaven-burning cauldron would only fall into Lu Yuanhua's hands. Therefore, they did not care who the 9-wheel heaven-burning cauldron would end up in. Since this is a grudge between young Master Zhua and young Master Lu, it is not good for our Jade Lady Star Court to intervene. Qing Lian was originally a smart woman. At this time, when she heard Zhuowen's words, how could she not know what Zhuowen's plan was? After chuckling, she led her people to the side, indicating that she would not intervene. Our Imperial Sword Sect will also not intervene in this matter. Guang Mo was quite straightforward. He cupped his hands toward Zhuowen and also stepped aside. Su Mu and Qin Hui looked at each other, and then a wry smile appeared on their faces. They knew that if they stood up for Lu Yuanhua at this time, they might really be in danger. The Marquis of Baichuan's mansion will not participate in this matter. The Marquis of Eternal Prosperity's mansion will not interfere in this matter. After speaking, Su Mu and Qin Hui turned sideways, making a path for Zhuowen, and fell silent. You bunch of ungrateful bastards. Don't you want this kid's earth rank spirit treasure? Seeing Lu Yuanhua's eyes, Lu Yuanhua's His Majesty's spirit, Lu Yuanhua's spirit, Lu's spirit, Lu. As for the earth rank spirit treasure, at this point, Su Mu glanced at the puppet behind Zhuowen with some fear in his eyes. He continued, one needs to be alive to enjoy it. If one doesn't even have one's life, what's the point of seizing it? The others nodded in agreement. After all, they were not like Lu Yuanhua, who had a true peak Heavenly King stage cultivator protecting them. After all, the gap between the Earth King stage and the Heavenly King stage was huge. This kid is so scheming. He actually caused us to fall into a state of isolation and helplessness with just a few words. Perhaps going against Zhua when this time around was really young Master's biggest mistake. Ling Ju's gaze was complicated as she looked at Zhua when in the distance. Her heart was in chaos. Elder Ling, help me pin down the puppet behind Zhuowen. Today I must kill this child. Otherwise, it will be difficult to resolve the hatred in my heart. Wiping off the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, LV Yuanhua stood up once again. His face was filled with madness as he spoke. Young Master, let's stop. This old man can feel that Zhuowen still has some trump cards that he hasn't used yet. He is far from being as simple as he seems. It is not wise to offend such a talented genius because of a small matter at the beginning. Moreover, this kid has a Heavenly King stage puppet by his side. If we want to take him down completely, the price we have to pay is too great. It is not worth it at all. Lingju frowned as he looked at the somewhat crazy Lu Yuanhua in front of him and said unhappily. He could feel that Lu Yuanhua had completely lost his mind. If this continued, it would not be a good thing. Lu Yuanhua's eyes were scarlet red. He coldly stared at Lingju in front of him and said word by word, I order you to restrain Zhuowen's puppet. This is an order. As a servant of our house of Marquis Qin, even you dare to disobey my orders? Lingju was stunned. He sighed and could only nod in agreement. Zhuowen, although I really don't want to deal with you, I have no choice but to disobey the young master's orders. So I have offended you. Turning his head, Lingju glanced at Zhuowen, who was not far away. Then he suddenly stomped his foot and shot towards Zhuowen like an arrow released from a bow. Go. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He pointed his right hand at Lingju. With a thought, the reverse spirit puppet behind him immediately turned into a black light and rushed towards Lingju. In the end, the two collided, and an astonishing light exploded in the air. For a moment, endless yuan power continuously shot out in the air. Little bastard, let's see who will help you this time. You lowly ant-like existence, you actually ruined my plans time and time again. You should have died thousands of times. Today, not only will I cripple you, but I will also uproot your Zhuo family and make your Zhuo family disappear from this world. Lu Yuanhua's eyes suddenly exploded with dense killing intent. He patted his Qingquan bag and took out a broadsword. The broadsword surface was flowing with brilliance and was abnormally dazzling. From the aura emitted from its body, it could be seen that this broadsword was actually a high-grade soul treasure. I hate it when people threaten me with my family. Since you have said such words today, you don't need to walk out of the cave alive. Stay here forever. A vicious look flashed across Zhuo Wen's face. He extended his right hand towards the sky, and a long black spear suddenly spun out and appeared in his hand. He then stomped his feet on the ground, and his entire body shot towards LV Yuanhua like a ghost. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lu Yuanhua. Zhuo Wen's long spear was like a venomous snake that was ready to strike. He suddenly stabbed 3 times in front of him. 3 glaring light dots formed a triangular shape. With a whoosh, they pierced through the air and pierced towards Lu Yuanhua's chest. Bang! 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 Little bastard, do you think that you are my opponent in a one-on-one fight? Lu Yuanhua laughed sinisterly. In the air, he turned his body sideways and waved his blade. He drew an arc in the air and instantly blocked Zhuo Wen's 3 spear attacks. Today, I will show you the true power of a complete earthly king stage warrior. As he spoke, Lu Yuanhua tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. He took advantage of the opportunity and gently slashed. With a piercing sound, the blade light was like the moonlight in the middle of the night. It flashed with a cold light and swept toward Zhuo Wen's neck. Humph! Zhuo Wen did not say a word. His feet landed on the ground and he suddenly spun. His entire body was like a spinning top as he spun half a circle. The long spear in his hand was thrown out with the force of the spinning, and happened to block the blade light that was rushing straight at him. Boom! The moment the two collided, a violent, muffled sound surged out. Traces of sparks shot out from the point of contact. Soon after, the sound of wind breaking resounded as the two collided and separated. Thud! 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 Both of them retreated a dozen steps and stood facing each other. Lu Yuanhua frowned slightly. He did not expect that he would not be able to get rid of Zhuo Wen. Instead, they were evenly matched. How is this possible? When did this brat become so strong? Lu Yuanhua's pupils contracted as he could not help but mutter in a low voice. He still remembered a few months ago in Rot 10 Armor City. Even if the youth in front of him used all of his skills, he could only injure one of his fingers. At that time, he only needed to be a little more serious, and he would be able to kill the youth in front of him. Unknowingly, the existence that was like an ant in his eyes had now grown to the point where he could contend with him. Lu Yuanhua simply could not accept this result. He simply could not accept it. With his arrogant personality, he originally thought that the result of facing Zhuo Wen would be a crushing defeat, but he did not expect that when they fought now, they were actually evenly matched. Qing Lian, Su Mu, Guang Emo, and Qin Hui, who were watching the battle from the side, were also slightly shocked by the result of Zhuo Wen and Lu Yuanhua being evenly matched. They were very clear about how strong Lu Yuanhua was, as he had reached the complete Earth King stage and possessed a high-rank spiritual treasure. However, even so, Lu Yuanhua was only evenly matched with Zhuo Wen. Is this boy called Zhuo Wen? He looks to be only 16 or 17 years old, but his strength has reached such a level that even Lu Yuanhua can't do anything to him. I also heard that this boy is a descendant of the Zhuo family in Rot 10 Armor City. I really didn't expect that such a genius would appear in such a remote place. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes flashed as she said with some surprise, I heard that the grudge between Lu Yuanhua and this boy was because of a high-rank spiritual treasure. Lu Yuanhua never thought that because of a moment of impulse, he would provoke such a troublesome person. Su Mu said with some schadenfreude. Qin Hui and Guang, Emo, didn't say a word, but from the fluctuations in their eyes, it was clear that they weren't calm either. Lu Yuanhua also recovered some of his rationality at this time. He looked at Zhuowen with some fear and thought to himself, I really didn't expect that this boy's talent would be so amazing. He actually grew to such a level in such a short time. Since we have completely fallen out, this boy must not be allowed to live. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Lu Yuanhua's eyes became even more intense. Then he held the hilt of his saber with both hands and raised it above his head. Endless yuan power flowed from his hands into the saber. To be able to force me to use this move, it means that you have some ability, you little bastard. As he spoke, LV Yuanhua suddenly took a step forward and shouted in a low voice, Wave-splitting technique! After saying this, Lu Yuanhua raised the huge saber above his head and suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. Then he swung it down with both hands. The air suddenly boiled and an endless stream of air blew up in entire space. Then, the sound of waves crashing could be heard. With Lu Yuanhua as the center, a vast ocean suddenly appeared.